Mr. Loudon is with us again, and it's awkward. He's asking questions.
About us?
About Hannah Rogers.
Ah.
He considered this, then said quietly,
Remember that Mr. Loudon works for me. You've nothing to fear from him.
He tilted his head to the side and regarded her cautiously.
Or is fear not what you feel for him? Is there more to it?
I don't know, she whispered. He took against me at first. Then we seemed to come to a truce. But now he's changed toward me. He knows, or at least suspects, the truth.
Leave him to me. Unless...
He studied her face.
Have you developed feelings for my solicitor?
She stared at him, stunned by the suggestion, and yet... Could she honestly say she felt nothing for the man, after he had helped find Danny and Becky? She couldn't deny she found him attractive. Nothing of that sort is going on, but he seems angry with me, or at least distrustful, and I don't like it. He nodded and said in his low, rich voice,
Perhaps he cannot reconcile the Lady Mayfield I wrote about with the modest gentlewoman he met here, a woman twice as ladylike as Mariana Spencer ever was.
She relished his praise, even as dread cramped her stomach. She'd been living in a dream these last few days, an unrealistic, unattainable dream. He held out his hand to her. She hesitated, then placed hers in his. But then someone knocked on the door, and Hannah jumped back. She didn't want James Loudon to find them in anything resembling an intimate position. But it wasn't James Loudon. Mrs. Turrell entered, carrying Danny, dressed in a little nightshirt and cap, his face red and pinched in pain.
"Sorry to disturb you both," Mrs. Turrell said, "but it's the colic again. Becky couldn't settle him, and nor can I."
Anna took the baby from the housekeeper and began gently bouncing him, her wrapped arm bearing more weight now, without pain. "Thank you, Mrs. Turrell. I'll take care of him." "Why don't you retire for the evening? You look exhausted. I'll be up soon, and Becky can help me change."
"I'm worn off my feet, I admit," the woman said. "Very well, if you're sure."
"I am. Good night, Mrs. Turrell."
"Good night, my lady, sir."
When the housekeeper had departed, Hannah turned back to Sir John. Danny continued to whine. "Well, I won't keep you. I'm sure you don't want to listen to him fuss."
"Nonsense. Here."
He set aside his writing things and opened his arms.
"Give him to me."
What was Sir John doing? What was she doing? Opening her heart to foolish hopes and dreams again, that's what. Still, she couldn't refuse his offer. His warm expression and outstretched arms. She handed Danny to him, and he laid the boy on his lap, feet toward him. He slowly, gently, lifted the child's knees toward his abdomen, and then repeated the movement several times. It reminded her somewhat of the stretching movements she'd performed for Sir John. At first, Danny's face continued to pucker, but after several more repetitions, her little angel broke wind. Hannah was embarrassed and relieved both. The boy's small abdomen became less distended as the pressure eased. Sir John smiled.
"There we go. That's better, eh, little man?"
Danny relaxed, and Sir John lowered the boy's legs, keeping his large hands on her son's pudgy white feet. Danny looked up at his deliverer and cooed. It nearly broke her heart. Chapter 17. James lingered over breakfast the next morning, waiting for the lady of the house to join him. When she finally entered the dining parlour, she hesitated at seeing him, no doubt unsure what sort of reception to expect. He couldn't blame her for not being happy to see him after their recent conversation. "Good morning, Mr. Loudon."
"Morning."
He sipped tepid coffee and waited while she poured her own cup at the sideboard and helped herself to bread and butter. She sat across from him, and he noticed her fingers tremble as she picked up the delicate china cup. He studied her, sitting with such perfect posture, little finger raised, the picture of a poised lady. It annoyed him. She took the tiniest bite of her bread and chewed daintily. The silence between them stretched. He drummed his fingers on the table, scowling. Glancing around to assure they were alone, he said in a low voice, "I understand why you did it, but what I don't understand is, why does Sir John go along with it?" He looked at her, waiting for her to enlighten him, wondering if she would deny knowing what he was talking about. She sighed and whispered, "I'm not certain."
"You haven't asked him?"
She shook her head. He rose and stood at the window, squinting into the morning sun.
"Why would a man allow another woman to take his wife's place?"
When she made no reply, he said,
"Unfortunately, I can think of several reasons."
He frowned, turning back to her.
"What about the child? Dr. Parish mentioned you returned to Bath for him after the accident. Had Sir John said anything about him?"
"Only that he sees no resemblance between Danny and himself."
James felt his brows rise. "Did he? When was this?"
"Soon after he awoke. Mrs. Tyrrell and Dr. Parish both went on about how Danny looked like him, but on both occasions Sir John said he saw no resemblance."
"That must have been awkward."
"Yes, it was." She lifted her chin, eyes sparking defiantly. "Any other questions, Counsellor?" His gaze lingered on her bright eyes, her high colour, her tight lips.
"Only one, for now. How far do you plan to take this?"
She exhaled deeply. "I don't know. I never planned to take it this far. All I wanted was to get Danny back. I never expected Sir John to do more for us. I thought I'd remain until my arm mended. But Sir John awoke before I could leave, and he didn't expose me. In fact, he seemed to encourage the pretense."
"Why?"
"At first I thought it was his head wound, that he was confused, but now—" Her words trailed away on a shrug. James wondered if there was more to the story than she was willing to tell him.
"Does he love you?" he asked.
"He's never said so, no."
"You don't think he'd marry you?"
James heard the derision in his voice, the incredulity. She lifted her chin. "Am I so far beneath him? Would that be out of the question?"
"If I've anything to say about it, yes, especially after this whole charade of yours."
She paled. "Meaning you'll advise him against it?"
"Meaning I want you for myself," James thought,
stifling the illogical words. After what he'd found out, he ought to despise her. He couldn't seriously contemplate marriage to a woman like her. It could only lead to scandal, which would in no way help his struggling law practice. But all he said was,
"Yes, I will advise him against it."
She screwed up her face. "Why do you care?"
"I don't," he lied. "But my duty is to protect my client's interests."
"By protecting him from me?"
Yes.
I see. Well, thank you for being honest with me. He held her gaze.
You ought to try it some time.
She looked away first, but he felt little victory, for he hadn't been fully truthful with her either. Mrs. Parish and the vicar's wife were due to call again that afternoon. Hannah forced a smile when Mrs. Turrell reminded her of the engagement and fastened an overdress of embroidered lawn over her plain muslin, in which to receive callers. But inwardly Hannah dreaded it. How could she face them, pretend for them, especially with Mr. Loudon there under the same roof? Mrs. Parish arrived first. Hannah waited until Mrs. Turrell had shown the woman into the drawing-room and stepped out again. Then she took a deep breath and began. "Mrs. Parish, I'm glad for a moment to speak with you alone. I know you saw an old friend of mine who stopped by last week. Just to greet me as he passed through the area, and I wouldn't want you to think—" "Old friend?" the woman interrupted with a sly smile. "Very friendly indeed, from the looks of it." "It isn't what you think, Mrs. Parish. It was only a brief social call, perfectly innocent." "If you say so. But then, why hide in the garden like secret lovers?" Hannah forced herself to hold the woman's challenging gaze. Yet what could she say to that? Nothing. Mrs. Parish's eyes gleamed in triumph. A moment later, Mrs. Turrell showed the vicar's wife into the room. Greetings were exchanged, and the conversation turned light and bright while Mrs. Turrell served refreshments. Personally, Hannah thought Mrs. Parish paid calls at Clifton not because she enjoyed her company, but because the proud physician's wife enjoyed having her husband's cousin wait on her hand and foot. Mrs. Parish had brought with her a copy of the Bath Chronicle, mailed to her by one of her friends who lived there. Mrs. Parish took pleasure in reading about the comings and goings of the temps in Bath, the little sister city to London. She also brought the Bristol newspaper, with its accounts of runaway apprentices, ships into port, obituaries and notices. "Listen to this," Mrs. Parish said, sipping noisily at her teacup before returning it with a clink to its saucer. "On Monday died Mr. Robert Mayers, Jr., a wealthy butcher. He dined last Friday with some friends at a tavern on Mock Turtle, when two of the company wantonly put a quantity of jalap in his plate, which operated so violently as to occasion his death." "No," responded the timid little vicar's wife, looking suitably shocked. Mrs. Parish nodded somberly. "I could have predicted such an outcome. Jalap is a known cathartic, which of course I know, being Dr. Parish's helpmeet all these years." "Ah," the vicar's wife murmured, clearly impressed. "If only you'd been there to warn them." "Very true, Mrs. Barton, very true." She turned the broadsheet over. "Bankruptcies. Always a sobering reminder to be thrifty." She ran her finger over the names as she pronounced them with barely concealed relish. "Bankrupts. Robert Dean of Minehead, innholder. William Castle of Taunton, brazier. John Keats of Barnstable, papermaker. Anthony Fontaine of Bristol, gentleman." Here Mrs. Parish snorted. "Gentleman, indeed. No longer, now that he's passed through the Gazette." Mrs. Barton covered her mouth, tee-heeing discreetly behind her hand like a little girl who knew it was naughty to laugh at the misfortune of others. Hannah paid them little heed, her mind still echoing with the name Anthony Fontaine. Could Mariana's Mr. Fontaine be bankrupt?
Mrs. Barton nibbled a biscuit. "Pray, do read on, Mrs. Parish."
"Very well." The doctor's wife perused another column. "Oh dear, what a pity! Lost, betwixt Bath and Lynmouth. A gold ring, inlaid with amethyst and purple sapphires, engraved with the maker's name, John Ebsworth, London. Whoever has found the said ring and will bring it to the printer shall receive £1 reward."
£1 reward for such a ring? The vicar's wife shook her head. "I doubt such a valuable piece shall be returned when it might be sold for far more."
"I'm afraid you're right, Mrs. Barton. Human greed being what it is." The vicar's wife nodded.
"Unless God chooses to intervene in the heart of whoever finds it."
Mrs. Parish turned to Hannah. "Amethyst and purple sapphires. Isn't that very like your ring, Lady Mayfield?" Hannah swallowed and nodded.
"A family ring, yes."
"Who made it, do you know?"
"I don't,"
Mrs. Barton said.
"Wouldn't that be something if it were made by this same John Ebsworth of London?"
"I suppose there are many similar rings about the country," Hannah said lightly, taking a sip of tea. Mrs. Parish frowned in thought. "Was that not the ring Dr. Parish found in your hand after the accident?"
"Yes, he put it on my finger so it wouldn't be lost."
"Odd that it was in your hand and not on your finger already." Mrs. Parish eyed her speculatively.
Hannah shrugged, squirming under the woman's scrutiny. "I recall so little of the wreck."
When the uncomfortable visit finally concluded, Hannah went upstairs to her room and retrieved the ring from a little box in her valise. Standing next to the window to capture the sunlight, she read the fine, tiny engraving inside the band. Her heart lurched. John Ebsworth, London. No doubt just a coincidence. Surely no one had reported this particular ring lost. Many such rings were likely made. Hadn't she said as much to her guests? While the lady of the house entertained visitors, James took the day's correspondence up to Sir John's room. There he found the man sitting in a wheeled chair reading. James handed him a letter from Mr. Ward, his secretary, keeping him abreast of the household accounts at the Bristol property and requesting a bank draft to cover a few unforeseen expenses. "Shall I take care of that, sir?" James offered. "Yes, if you would. Thank you." James hesitated. "Are you ready to talk about your will?" "The reason you brought me out here in the first place," he thought to himself. "If we must, I've decided not to change it. You no longer wish to disinherit your wife beyond the marriage settlement?" "I do not." The man glared at him, expression fierce. James ran a hand through his hair. He went to the door, made sure no one was loitering about, and shut it once again. "Sir John, I think I should tell you that I know the young woman in this house is not Mariana Mayfield. She's Hannah Rogers, your wife's former companion. I suspected something was amiss when last I was here, and have taken it upon myself to look into the matter. I spoke to her friends and to her father in Bristol. I've heard her described in great detail, from her slender figure to her freckles." James took a deep breath, then continued. "Her father knows nothing of the child, nor did I tell him. The two had become estranged, and apparently Miss Rogers kept the news of her pregnancy and the birth from him for obvious reasons." Sir John said nothing, but James saw a pulse tick above his clenched jaw. James went on. And while I can understand why she might pass herself off as Lady Mayfield to secure shelter for herself and her son, I cannot in good conscience allow it to go on." Sir John frowned. "Who asked you to look into these matters? As though they are any of your concern?" James felt his defences rise. "You wrote and asked my father to look into her whereabouts after she left your employ," James said. "And now, as your solicitor—" "That was months ago," Sir John said, "and only to learn what had become of her, not to ferret out information better left buried." James reeled back in astonishment. "Does she have some sort of hold on you, sir, for you to go along with this? Is she extorting money from you somehow, or—" "Heavens, no! What an imagination you have, Mr. Loudon! And how you do see criminal intent where none exists! Perhaps you missed your calling. A career as a Bow Street runner, or perhaps judge and jury, might have better suited you." "I don't know what to say. You know she's not your wife." "Of course I know she's not Mariana Mayfield. I'm not blind, nor insane." "Well, you were out of your senses for quite some time, so I thought—" "You thought wrong. It was Dr. Parish who assumed Miss Rogers was Lady Mayfield when he found us alone in the wrecked carriage, and she allowed the misapprehension to continue only because she was concerned about how she would support her young son. And she could think of no way beyond impersonating her dead mistress?" Sir John winced. "You exaggerate, Loudon. It wasn't as bad as all that." James shook his head. "I don't understand you, sir. I'm not paying you to understand me. As I said, let's leave the will for now." "But what about the child?" "Good point. Include the child as well." James fisted his hands. What was the man playing at? Was he really willing to risk this woman's illegitimate child becoming heir to his estate? "You said it yourself, Sir John. You see no resemblance between yourself and the boy." He narrowed his eyes. "Who told you that?" "His mother told me herself. I gather she heard you say as much to both Mrs. Turrell and Dr. Parish." "That's true, I did." James felt as though he were repeating things to a young child or a simpleton. "You admit he looks nothing like you, Sir John. That's because he—" "Yes, but he looks a great deal like someone I once knew." "Mr. Fontaine?" The words were out of James's mouth before he could think the better of them. Sir John scowled at him. "No, not Fontaine." Seeing the anger in Sir John's expression, James thought it wiser not to hazard another ill-advised guess. Dr. Parish found Hannah in the nursery and asked her to assist him in Sir John's bedchamber. "Today is the day, my lady. Sir John is going to attempt his first steps." Mixed emotions filled her. Would he be able to walk, she wondered, after lying in bed for so many weeks? She and Dr. Parish, along with Nurse Weaver, had tried to maintain some level of strength and agility in his legs, especially the one with the sound ankle. But the other? She hoped he wouldn't be disappointed. When she arrived, Sir John slid himself to the edge of his bed. Dr. Parish took one arm and looked at her expectantly. "My lady?" "Oh, of course." Hannah stepped to Sir John's other side and grasped Sir John's elbow. "All right, Sir John. Whenever you're ready. We're here to help steady you. We'll expect no dashes, sir. Just a simple stand up is our only goal for today. Are you ready?" Sir John gritted his teeth,
sliding himself farther forward and spacing his feet shoulder-width apart.
"Ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Together, she and the physician helped Sir John rise. Hannah felt a tremor pass all the way up his body and through the arms she held. Hannah repositioned her own weight to strengthen her hold, praying, "Please, God, help him stand."
"You've done it, Sir John," Dr. Parrish enthused.
And he and Hannah shared a private smile.
"How's the ankle? Does it hurt?"
"Not bad," he gritted out. Then his legs began to tremble violently.
"There now, sit down. Easy does it. I want to walk. Tomorrow is another day, Sir John. Mustn't rush things."
"Must she be here?" He jerked his head toward her.
"Your wife? I would think you would want her here to support you. I don't like her seeing me like this. So cursed weak."
"Weak?"
"Why, the injuries you suffered would have been the end of many a man half your age. I see nothing weak in you, sir. Do you, my lady?"
"No, nothing. Sir John has always been a strong man, physically and otherwise, and will be so again." For a moment Sir John's eyes met hers. She was touched by the vulnerability there as he gauged her sincerity. She squeezed his hand. "I'm proud of you." His eyes shone with something else then, something deep and arresting. Hannah looked away first. From a deep sleep, James woke abruptly, startled by a rapping on his door. His room was still dead of night dark. Alarmed, he threw back the bedclothes and climbed from the bed. Before he could retrieve his dressing gown, the door creaked open, and a figure appeared carrying a candle. "Mr. Loudon?" Miss Rogers stood in his threshold, clad in a night-dress and shawl, hair in a thick plait over her shoulder. His heart leapt. For one illogical moment, desire flared. Then a closer look at her pale, wide-eyed face told him this was no amorous visit. Something was wrong. "I'm sorry to wake you, but it's Danny and Becky. They're both terribly hot and restless. Becky has grasped onto Mrs. Turrell in a panic and won't let go. I've sent Kitty for cool cloths, but I hoped you might—"
"Shall I run for Dr. Parrish?"
"Please, I hate to leave Danny for another moment."
"I understand. Go back to him. I'll bring the doctor as soon as may be."
"Thank you." In the flickering candlelight, her earnest gaze held his. Then she turned and disappeared from view, the patter of her bare feet quickly treading up the stairs. He pulled on a pair of trousers and shoes. Wrestling a coat over his nightshirt, he hurried downstairs, out the side door, and ran to the Grange. 10 minutes later, Hannah sat in the rocking chair, a whining Danny in her arms. She dabbed a damp cloth to his face and neck, trying in vain to cool and comfort him. Across the room, Mrs. Turrell administered the same treatment to Becky, praying over the girl in low tones as she did so. Kitty, having delivered the cloths, stood helplessly by, twisting her apron in her hands. Hannah hoped Dr. Parrish would hurry. Surely he would know what to do. Her fears rose, jumbling her innards and tormenting her imagination. What if there was nothing he could do? Might Danny succumb like those poor children at Mrs. Beech's? Was this the same fever? Had it somehow lain dormant in Danny and Becky, only to strike now when she'd thought them well and truly free of the effects of that place? She heard footsteps clumping up the passage, and relief filled her. One set of footsteps. Had Mr. Loudon returned to his room once he'd summoned Dr. Parrish? But it was Mr. Loudon himself who knocked and then let himself into the nursery, hair wind-blown. "Where's Dr. Parish?" Hannah asked, alarmed. "Is he coming?" Mr. Loudon grimly shook his head. "He and Mrs. Parish have been away all night, attending a difficult birth. Edgar Parish has gone on horseback to bring him back, or at least his instructions, until he can come himself." "Oh, no." Mr. Loudon knelt before the rocking-chair. He laid his wrist on Danny's little forehead and frowned. "He's too hot. Get that blanket off of him." He rose. "And let's open some windows." He tugged off his coat and, dressed only in trousers and shirt-sleeves, began throwing back shutters. Mrs. Turrell spoke up from Becky's bedside. "Won't they take a chill?" "I don't know. All I know is that we need to bring their fevers down." He surveyed the room until his eyes landed on the housemaid, standing huddled in the corner. "Bring all the cold water you can carry. Is there any ice remaining?" "Maybe a little, sir. Mostly straw by now." "If there is any, bring it quickly." Kitty scuttled off to do his bidding. He returned and knelt once more before Hannah's chair. This time he lifted his hand toward her. She recoiled in surprise before she realized his intention. His mouth tightened, but he made no comment as he laid cool fingers on her brow. "You're overly warm yourself. Not a fever, I don't think, but overheated from nerves, no doubt. You'll only make him warmer." "What do you suggest?" "A cold bath. He shan't like it, but it'll help him." "How do you know?" "I've been down this path before, I'm sorry to say." "Oh." "My younger sister." "I didn't know you had a sister." "I don't. Not any longer. We learned only after the fact what we should have done." "I'm sorry," Anna whispered. "So am I." For a moment their gazes locked in fearful understanding. From the bed, Becky groaned and cried out, "Anna! Oh, Miss Anna! It's the fever!" Mrs. Turrell, sitting on the edge of the cot, looked across the room at her mistress, her eyes glistening in confusion and pity. Hannah soothed. "Shh! There now, Becky. It's only the fever talking. You're all right." Mrs. Turrell picked up the thread. "That's right, Becky dear. Mrs. Turrell is here with you. God, too. Nothing to fear. There now, sip this." She lifted a cup to the girl's lips. Hannah felt Mr. Loudon's knowing look on her profile, but avoided his gaze. She peeled the blanket off Danny and then pulled his small fists through the sleeves of his nightdress. Becky thrashed side to side. "It's the fever what took the Jones boy and little Molly. We've got to get out of here." He asked softly, "Where does she think she is?" "The place where her own child died." Hannah dipped the cloth once more into the basin of tepid water, wishing the maid would hurry with the ice. If Becky kept this up, Mrs. Turrell would realize who she really was, as Mr. Loudon had. Maybe she already knew, but at the moment all Hannah cared about was helping Danny. She hoped God wouldn't strike him down as punishment for her many sins. Again, Mrs. Turrell's troubled gaze met hers, then moved to the solicitor. "Mr. Loudon, perhaps you'd be so good as to write to my sisters in Lynmouth, the little yellow cottage at the bottom of the hill past the livery. I just remembered she might have some fever powder left over from our mother's last illness." "Does she?" He straightened. "Excellent. I shall go directly." He turned without another word, grabbed his coat, and hastened from the room. Hannah looked at Mrs. Turrell, and their gazes locked as the closing of the door reverberated through the room. If the woman now knew or guessed the truth, she didn't say a word.
"Thank you,"
Hannah whispered. And she was thanking her for far more than medicine. Morning dawned bright and clear, and with it Hannah's mood. Mr. Loudon had delivered the fever powder, which they gave to Becky, but hesitated giving to Danny, not knowing how it might affect his small body. Instead, Hannah had taken Mr. Loudon's advice and subjected the miserable little boy to brief submersions in the tin tub of cool water, which made him howl, but eventually lowered his fever. When both patients progressed from sweating to shaking, Mr. Loudon had closed the windows and brought up wood and coals with Ben's help, stoking the fire with rolled-up shirt-sleeves as though he were a manservant himself. Mr. Loudon and Ben had left to retrieve more wood when Dr. Parrish finally jogged into the nursery huffing and puffing, red-faced and dog-tired. Even so, he ably took the situation in hand, affirming their actions so far, and recommending liquids and another dose of a fever powder of his own concoction. Hannah breathed a prayer of thanksgiving, relieved to place Danny and Becky in the doctor's capable hands. Leaving the room for a brief respite, she found Mr. Loudon sitting in a chair in the passage, elbows on his knees, head in his hands. He rose when she stepped out.
"Is Daniel all right?"
"He will be, yes." Mr. Loudon exhaled a relieved breath.
"Thank God."
The concern on his face, the kindness and help he'd delivered, weakened Hannah's reserve. Tears filled her eyes. Instantly his hands cupped her shoulders and his eyes searched hers.
"What is it? Are you all right?"
She nodded, tears running in hot trails down her cheeks.
"I was so afraid."
And then his arms were around her, holding her close in a comforting embrace.
"I know. So was I."
For several moments Hannah stood there, pressed to his chest, feeling the solid warmth of his body beneath her cheek. Savouring the feel of his arms around her, gathering her close. She wanted to stand there forever. Instead, she stepped back and wiped at her eyes. Her voice tremulous, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Loudon. I don't know what I would have done without you." But she knew all too well she would soon have to do just that. James Loudon returned to his bed, feeling torn and unsettled. He was surprised at himself. He hadn't meant to take Miss Rogers in his arms. He'd been surprised, too, at the surge of tenderness that had swept over him, the desire to protect her and comfort her. A few weeks ago he would have declared such feelings inconceivable. He reminded himself that even though the woman he'd met at Clifton was not Mariana, unfaithful wife, Hannah Rogers was no model of virtue herself. She was apparently just as willing and able to deceive as her mistress had been. He could not and should not trust her, or get too close. He still wasn't completely sure why he was attracted to her. She had lovely thick hair and striking eyes, yes, but her nose was too long, her mouth too wide. And then there were her freckles. But when he remembered how it had felt to hold her in his arms, he was almost ready to throw both logic and caution to the wind. He could still feel her slender body through the night-dress, the marked curve of her waist, the warmth of her feminine figure against him.
"Stop it," he told himself.
He flinched to recall the foolish nurse moaning about Miss Hannah and whatever wretched place they'd come from. He'd seen the suspicious look on the housekeeper's face. It was only a matter of time before she realized who her supposed mistress really was, and that she had lied to them all. Did he really want to be mixed up in all of that? What would happen if people learned that he'd known the truth yet remained silent? Would he be complicit in her fraud? What would that do to his legal practice and reputation? Use your head, Loudon. He would be wise to keep the woman at arm's length, quite literally. Chapter 18. Hannah spent the next several days remaining close to the nursery, close to Danny. She needed to watch over him, to assure herself he was improving, to think. Dr. Parrish called often and declared both patients well on their way to recovery. Concerned, Sir John asked to see the child, but the doctor hesitated just in case the fever was catching. He didn't want to risk it when Sir John was regaining his strength at last. Mr. Loudon, meanwhile, had ridden to the larger town of Barnstaple to acquire a bank draft to send to Mr. Ward. The hours passed slowly in his absence. Hannah had seen him only in passing the last few days. Now that Mr. Loudon knew, and Mrs. Turrell surely suspected, Hannah knew she should stop pretending to be Lady Mayfield and leave, but still she hesitated. The reality of her situation washed over her anew. Danny's fever had made it painfully clear. When she left, how alone she would be, how vulnerable. No Sir John to house them, no Mrs. Turrell to bring them meals, no handsome solicitor to rush out for fever powder. What would she do if Danny fell ill while she was in some squalid inn or boarding house? No gentleman physician would come calling then, and apothecaries and surgeons didn't work for free. The truth was, she was frightened to leave, especially with Danny still listless from the fever, and her arm still tender. What if he had a relapse? Moreover, did she really want to disappear from Sir John's life again? Or from Mr. Loudon's, for that matter? Mrs. Turrell came up to sit with her one evening while a storm brewed off the coast. She studied Hannah's face, her dark eyes filled with concern. "You look so weary and ill at ease, my lady. The fever is past, and all is well, I'm sure of it." "Thank you, Mrs. Turrell. I'm sorry to be out of sorts." "Not at all. It's only natural. What a trying few days you've had. I wish I could help somehow." "You have helped me, far more than I deserve." Her eyes lit. "I know. A nice warm bath is what you need. I'll have Ben and Kitty bring the tub to your room and start heating the water. You go and lie down while you wait." "That's not necessary, Mrs. Turrell. I don't want to put everyone to extra work. You're already taking care of Sir John along with everything else." "Nonsense, it's no trouble. Sir John had a nice long soak yesterday, and it did him a world of good." "Did it?" "I confess it does sound heavenly, but I hate to ask." "You're not asking, I'm telling." Mrs. Turrell winked. "Go on with you now." An hour later, Hannah found herself sitting in the large tin tub, knees bent, submerged in warm, wonderful water up to her chest, a bandaged arm resting on the edge of the tub. Usually she made do with a sponge bath or a wash in the small hip bath, but she realized Mrs. Turrell had been right. She felt the tension easing from her body. She washed with lilac-scented soap. Then Kitty came in and washed her hair. The gentle scrubbing of her scalp felt so good, and she felt her fears wash away with the rinse water.
I think I'll soak a little longer, if you don't mind, Kitty.
You go right ahead, my lady. I shall help Mrs. Turrell batten down the shutters against the storm. Then I shall come back to help you out.
No hurry.
The girl left, shutting the door behind her. Outside, the wind howled, but she was warm and safe indoors, and so was Danny. She leaned back and rested her head against the towel folded over the end of the tub. Ah. The door banged open and Hannah started. Sitting upright with a gasp and covering her bosom with one arm, she turned to see who'd so boldly entered. But the threshold and passage beyond remained empty. The wind, she realized. Someone must have opened a window or the front door, sending her own door flying open in response. She waited a minute, assuming Kitty or Mrs. Turrell would have heard the bang, come to investigate, and close the door for her. She waited a few minutes longer, feeling self-conscious sitting there, her upper body partly exposed and quickly cooling. No one came. With a sigh, she rose, using her good arm to help herself up. Then she wrapped the towel around her torso as best she could. Her dressing gown was out of reach on a chair several feet away. She gingerly stepped out of the tub, placing one foot on the braided rug, then the other. Footsteps sounded in the passageway outside. At last! She looked up, a self-conscious grin on her face, ready to explain to Kitty what had happened. Instead, she sucked in a breath and gaped at James Loudon. He drew up in surprise and froze where he was, hat in hand, greatcoat hanging open, hair tousled by the wind. His mouth parted, but he didn't redden, or turn, or smile. His gaze began on her face and slowly moved down her neck, her shoulders and unbound hair, past the towel to her long legs. Hannah found herself unable to move, barely able to breathe. A blush burned down her entire body. He stepped across the threshold and her heart thumped hard. What would he do? For a moment he stood there, staring at her, his expression almost disapproving, jaw clenched, lips tight. If he found her comely at all, he certainly didn't show it.
"Be careful, my lady," he warned, voice low and dangerous.
"The wind blew it open," she defended. His eyes glinted.
"It's an ill wind that blows no one good."
He reached out his hand and she gasped, but he only took hold of the latch and slowly pulled the door toward himself. He stood there on the threshold, eyes burning into hers, until the door snapped shut. The next morning, Hannah rose languidly. She'd slept deeply the night before, thanks to the relaxing bath, no doubt, despite that strange and embarrassing encounter with Mr. Loudon. Since he'd come to their rescue during the fever, her heart had warmed to him. Meanwhile, he flashed warm, then cold, in unpredictable turns. Did he wrestle with his feelings as she did? She was probably flattering herself. Perhaps the man had no feelings. For her, at any rate. Which was probably for the best, considering she was still posing as Sir John's wife. Kitty helped her into the pale, rose-pink day dress, and then Hannah sat at the dressing table to brush her hair. Her freshly washed strands felt soft and thick and clean, and in the sunlit mirror golden highlights shone more brightly than usual. After a solitary breakfast, she went up to the nursery and cuddled Danny. Becky declared she felt quite her old self and was ready for another reading lesson. Hannah agreed, and laying Danny in his cradle, sat beside the girl on the made bed. Becky opened,
a little pretty pocket-book and began reading the simple rhymes for each letter of the alphabet. "My lady?" Becky asked some time later. She tugged on Hannah's arm and repeated more loudly, "My lady?" Oh, sorry. What is it? You seem different. Is it that Mr. Loudon? Or are you taking sick? Is everything all right?" "Nothing for you to worry about, Becky, but thank you for asking." A short while later, Hannah left Danny napping peacefully and Becky reading. She glanced through the open door of Sir John's bedchamber and saw him in the wheeled invalid chair, positioned near the window with a book. Mrs. Turrell was likely busy in the kitchen, and she believed Mr. Loudon was out riding. With everyone seemingly content for the moment, she decided she could take a little time for herself. She strolled outside and into the garden, drawing in the warm, fragrant air. Many decisions spun through her mind, but for a few moments she didn't want to think or worry or plan. She only wanted to be and to breathe. Mr. Loudon came striding over from the stables. Seeing him, Hannah felt uneasy. What sort of reception could she expect from him after last night? Even so, she couldn't help but admire his confident bearing, the gleam of his riding boots, the form-fitting cut of his coat, and the beaver hat that shadowed his face. He looked up as if sensing her appraisal, and lifted a hand in greeting. She liked his face, the deep vertical grooves along either side of his mouth, the straight nose, the full lower lip.
"Good day, my lady."
Her eyes flashed to his. The sound of his voice, the emphasis on the word "my," caused her heart to thrum. She thought he might begin calling her Hannah or Miss Rogers now that he knew the truth. A part of her was relieved he'd not. Another part longed to hear him speak her real name. "Mr. Loudon?" She dipped her head. He lowered his voice.
"I'm sorry about last night."
"It wasn't your fault."
"No, but I might have responded in a more gentlemanlike manner."
He cocked his head to one side and gave her a lopsided grin.
"Or less of one."
Embarrassment nipped at her, and perhaps an ounce of pleasure. She changed the subject. "Good ride?"
"Excellent, thank you."
His moss-green gaze slowly traced her face.
"You're looking lovely, if you don't mind my saying."
"So are you," she replied before she could think the better of it, and felt her cheeks heat.
"Thank you, I think."
He grinned, and the brackets in his cheeks deepened. Then he squinted off into the distance and said,
"Riding, motion, helps me think."
She nodded. "Walking does the same for me." His eyes glinted.
"Would you like to know what I was thinking about?"
The look he gave her unsettled her. "No, I don't believe I would." Around them the wind picked up, scattering dandelion seeds and swaying the heavy hydrangea blooms on their stalks. He removed one of his gloves, reached out, and captured a tendril of her hair floating on the breeze. For a moment he looked at it.
"All the colours of autumn," he murmured, grinning again.
He hooked the strand behind her ear, his fingers lingering on her cheek. He was close, so close. His gaze caressed her face, sinking into her eyes, then lowering to her mouth. She held her breath. Was he going to kiss her? Right then and there, in full view of their meddlesome neighbour, Mrs. Parish, or anyone who might be looking from the windows? A part of her wished he would, longed to lean near, to press her lips to his. Then, with a little stab of guilt, she remembered Sir John.
As though guessing her thoughts, Mr. Loudon glanced over her shoulder, up at the second level of windows. His grin faded.
We appear to have an audience, so I shall bow and politely bid you good day.
Sir John? She asked. He nodded, bowed, and left her standing there alone. Standing in Sir John's doorway later that day, Hannah looked on as Dr. Parish addressed his patient, still seated in the wheeled chair. In his hands, Dr. Parish held a carved wooden cane. He said,
"I've taken the liberty of bringing this for you. One of my favourite patients carves them in his spare time. Paid his medical bill with 2 of these fine specimens, and it would be my privilege to give one to you."
He angled the handle nearer Sir John.
"See the intricate carving?" "I see an invalid's cane," Sir John snapped. "What an old man I shall look." "Oh, no. Just imagine it's one of those fine walking sticks sported by London gentlemen. Then I shall be a dandy. Better a dandy than an old man." Sir John grimaced. Personally, Hannah thought Sir John was looking stronger and younger every day, except, that is, when he scowled, as he was at the moment. Dr. Parish noticed her in the doorway. "Ah, my lady, just in time. You stand there, and Sir John shall endeavour to walk to you." Sir John's mouth twisted bitterly. "I'm not an infant man, toddling to his mother." "Of course not, Sir John. But what better incentive than your dear wife's arms to urge you onward?" Hannah felt her cheeks heat. Sir John looked up at her, eyes twinkling. "Do you hear that, my lady? You ought to hold out your arms to me as incentive." His teasing was playful, Hannah realized with relief, and not taunting as before. He said to the physician, "I'm more likely to bowl her over than sweep her off her feet." "Just do your best, Sir John," Dr. Parish said. "Even one step will be a victory." Face furrowed in concentration, or pain, or both, Sir John took step by laborious step across the room. One hand white-knuckled the cane, the other was supported by Dr. Parish. Hannah was tempted to take a step or two forward to shorten the gap. As if guessing her intention, Sir John stopped her with a determined lift of his chin. "Stay where you are." Brow sweating, he pulled his hand from Dr. Parish's grip. "I'll manage these last few steps on my own." "But I want to be near at hand, should—" "If I fall, I fall." One foot slid forward, weight transferred, balance regained, cane thumped. Then the next foot, each step arduous and small. Hannah feared he would collapse before he made it. Sweat glistened at his neck now. "Just one more," she said. "That's it. You've almost made it." Impulsively, Hannah extended her arms, thinking she might help support him, though doubting she'd be able to catch him should he fall. He'd lost a stone or more since the accident, but he was still a large man. An ironic grin curled his lip. His eyes glinted with humour and determination. The final step. Hannah reached out and held his arms, trying to steady him as he swayed on trembling legs. Dr. Parish applauded. "Bravo! I'd say that deserves a kiss, wouldn't you?" The doctor winked at Hannah. "Hear, hear," Sir John agreed. "If only I can catch my breath long enough to enjoy it." Hannah swallowed self-consciously. "Don't you want to sit down?" "Oh, go on, my lady. I shall look the other way. Dr. Parish grinned impishly.
Suddenly as breathless as Sir John himself, Hannah said, "Very well."
She reached up on tiptoes and aimed a friendly kiss toward Sir John's cheek, but he turned his head at the last moment and she met his lips instead. She blinked in surprise. The firm warmth of his lips on hers was unexpected and unexpectedly welcome. Mixed emotion stirred through her. Confusion, loyalty, disloyalty, guilt. It was only a chaste kiss, she told herself, for the doctor's benefit. Was it not? Whatever it was, she was glad James Loudon was not there to witness it. Dr. Parish clapped again.
Now that's more like it. A good day's work indeed.
Sir John's eyes shone as he held her gaze.
Indeed.
That night, Hannah struggled to fall asleep. When she closed her eyes, she found her thoughts spinning from Mr. Loudon to Sir John, their faces revolving through her mind again and again. Hannah didn't sleep well, and was late coming down for breakfast the following morning. Kitty mentioned Mr. Loudon had already eaten and gone out for his ride. After her meal, Hannah put on the altered Spencer jacket and returned to the garden once more. She strolled past the flower beds, enjoying the fragrances of the colourful blooms and temperate breeze in her hair. Secretly, she hoped for another stolen moment with James Loudon, though she supposed, if she were wise, she'd keep her distance and avoid a private meeting with the man. Hannah had just convinced herself to return to the house when he came riding through the gate. She paused behind a wide yew tree as Ben came out and took his horse. How furtive she felt, hoping to shield herself from any prying eyes at the house windows. She hoped James wouldn't guess her motives. Or did she? Entering the garden, he removed his hat and smiled as he neared.
Good day, my Hannah. May I call you Hannah?
She warmed to hear her name on his lips. Yes, I miss hearing it. He reached out and ran a finger down her cheek.
Hannah, sweet Hannah.
Her pulse skittered. He glanced about, and seeing they were alone, he leaned toward her. His mouth neared, his breath tickling her ear as he whispered,
I've been trying to keep my distance from you, especially here under Sir John's roof.
Straightening, he again stroked her cheek.
But one day I hope to kiss every single one of those freckles.
Her breath caught, and a flush ran over her. Suddenly, rain blew in off the channel in a pelting shower. She squinted up at the sky in surprise. Oh, no!
Come on.
He took her hand, and together they ran toward the house, him all but pulling her behind him. They dashed inside, laughing. Her wet shoes slipped on the polished floor, and his arm quickly came around her, catching her before she could fall. Even after she was steady on her feet, his arm remained. She smiled into his face and saw a leaf plastered to his cheek like the golden imprint of a kiss. She lifted her hand and peeled it off, her fingers tracing the admired groove as she'd longed to do for days. A leaf, she explained, showing him the offending thing, her excuse for touching him. His eyes darkened, and again he leaned near. Suddenly, a flicker of movement, a squeak of sound, drew her attention upward. There, at the top of the staircase, sat Sir John, in his invalid chair. Her heart twisted to see him through the balusters, as though he were trapped behind bars, a prisoner above stairs. He watched them, face tense, eyes hard.
She realised how they must look, standing so close together, James Loudon's arm lingering at her waist, her hand touching his face. Instinctively she stepped back from James. He followed the direction of her gaze, and his smile faded. "Good afternoon, Sir John. We were caught out in the rain." "So I see." Caught, it seemed a very appropriate word. "Did you need something, Sir John?" Hannah asked, stepping to the bottom of the stairs. For several moments his eyes held hers from above. "I thought I did, but I was mistaken." After she'd dried her face and hung up her damp spencer, Hannah went up to the nursery to look in on Danny. Then she went back downstairs and knocked softly on Sir John's door. "Yes," came his muffled reply. Inhaling deeply, she cracked open the door. "May I come in?" He sat in his wheeled chair near the window, staring out at the lashing rain. He didn't turn to greet her. She stepped in anyway and shut the door behind her, closing the tension in the room and making it hard to breathe. She slowly crossed the room and stood beside his chair. She stared, unseeing, out the window, waiting for him to speak, fearing what he would say. Several moments passed, punctuated by the tick, tick, tick of the mantel clock and the spit, spit, spit of rain against the wavy glass. Finally, he began. "I thought we had an understanding, you and I." Chagrin filled her, and not a little surprise. She drew in a deep breath and asked weakly, "Have we?" She felt his gaze shift toward her, but when she looked down, he was already looking out the window once more. "I realize," he said slowly, "that we've never spoken of it directly. It's, well, an awkward subject, to say the least." "Yes," she breathed. He lowered his voice. "I thought you wished to be known as my wife." Her heart thumped painfully. Did she? How shocking to hear him say the words outright. She felt astonished anew at her presumption. He asked, "Was I wrong?" Again she felt his gaze on her profile. She shook her head. It was what she wanted, was it not? For Daniel's sake, for her own. Yet James was nearer her own age, attractive and unencumbered. Might he offer her a real marriage instead of pretense? Real love? Neither man had spoken of love, she realized. He said, "I did not think you would perform Mariana's role so admirably, down to the infidelity." Her face burned. "That's not fair." "Is it not?" She turned and met his eyes. "No." He studied her closely. "I'm glad to hear it." The eye contact grew too intense. Hannah looked out the window once more, as though the cool rain could soothe the heat from his scorching gaze. A few moments later he spoke again, his voice gentle. "May I ask why you've stayed here?" She nodded. "At first, I only wanted to find a way to rescue Daniel, to provide for him. I dared not dream of a happy home for him." "And now?" How could she express her jumbled thoughts? When she hesitated, he sent her a flinty glance from beneath his lashes. "Waiting for a better offer to come along?" She flinched. "No." He said patiently, "I understand what you want for Danny. What about for yourself?" She considered, then shrugged.
How can I separate the two? If he's happy and healthy and safe, then I'm content.
You are a mother, Hannah, yes, but you are also a woman, a person with your own thoughts and feelings and dreams.
His words surprised her. Am I? She murmured. She felt as though she'd given up her dreams long ago.
Has Loudon offered to marry you?
No, but she wondered if he would.
Sir John expelled a sigh of relief. Listen to me, Hannah. I don't want you to stay with me out of financial need alone, or as your cross to bear to provide for your son. If you want to leave me, leave. If you want to stay, I realize that's unlikely, yet I hope.
His words faded away. She swallowed, wondering exactly what he was asking of her. The implication of his words prickled through her body in a combined chill and flush. She whispered, "What is it you want, Sir John?" She felt his fingers entwine with hers and looked into his face.
Voice hoarse, he asked, "Is that not obvious?"
She shook her head, stunned by the intensity of his expression, his voice. His eyes sparked with fire. He pulled her toward him and down until she was seated on his lap. Before she fully realized the intimacy of the position, he cupped the side of her face with one of his large hands, tilting her mouth toward his. His other circled her waist and drew her near. He pressed his lips to hers, hard and passionate. When she didn't pull away, he angled his head and melded his warm mouth to hers. His ardor overwhelmed her, and she was stunned by the feelings that flowed through her in response. What sort of woman was she that she could be drawn to two men at once? He pulled her tight against him, moving his mouth over hers. Slowly his lips caressed, savouring one corner of her lips, then the opposite, then the sweet centre. He lifted his head to look into her eyes, to regard her mouth as though the most desirable prize in the world, before descending again. She remembered being kissed like this once before. It had been too long. She lifted her free hand, spreading her fingers to hold his face, the heel of her hand cupping his jaw, feeling the bristle of beard below and smooth cheekbone above. Then she slid her hand around his neck, splaying it against the back of his head and into his thick hair.
"Hannah," he breathed.
She kissed him again. A knock sounded on the door. Hannah leapt from Sir John's lap as though a scalded cat. Mrs. Turrell entered with a tray bearing a chocolate pot and 2 cups. She hesitated, her smile fading as she looked from one embarrassed face to the other. "I've brought chocolate," she said, setting the tray down with an agitated air. "It's very hot." She retreated to the door, then turned back once more. "Be careful you don't burn yourselves." Chapter 19. Through Mrs. Turrell, Sir John invited Hannah to join him for tea in his bedchamber the next day. Hannah wondered if he wished to continue the previous night's activities. But sitting across from him that afternoon, the atmosphere was more that of a business meeting or a courtroom than a romantic assignation. He sat in his invalid chair pulled up to the small table. A tray of tea things lay between them. Hannah poured for them and then sipped, but in her unease she barely tasted the tea. Sir John stirred his own tea and began. "You mentioned yesterday that you stayed to rescue Danny.
You've done so, and yet remain here. May I ask why?"
Hannah set down her cup. "I wish I had some more honourable answer to give you. The truth is, I had nowhere else to go."
"Could you not return to your father in Bristol?"
"My father believes I'm dead, and I doubt he'd be relieved to learn I'm alive, but have borne a child out of wedlock. You must know what a shameful thing that is, especially to a clergyman like my father." She thought, then added, "I don't intend to make him sound a harsh man. He's not. And perhaps he'd be relieved to know I'm alive. But that doesn't mean he'd allow his fallen daughter and illegitimate grandson to live with him. He'd likely lose the curacy were it known, and it would break his heart."
"What about Bath? Where did you go after you left us?"
Hannah took a deep breath and replied, "I went to a maternity home I'd seen advertised in the newspaper." She paused to collect her thoughts. "The neighbourhood wasn't ideal, but the matron was all warmth and kindness, at least at first. When she realised I was a gentlewoman, she offered me a reduced rate for lodgings if I'd help with sewing and correspondence and the like. I agreed, and the time passed quickly. After Danny was born, and I'd recovered, Mrs. Beach offered me 2 options. I could stay on as a wet nurse, or I could leave Danny with her, and for a fee he'd be cared for by one of the nurses in her employ."
"Is that where you found Becky?" Sir John asked.
"Yes. Poor girl had lost her own child, and Mrs. Beach kept her on as wet nurse. Becky is good-hearted and sincerely loves Danny, though I once feared she wasn't quite sound of mind. She seems much better since coming here." Hannah sighed, then continued, "At all events, as much as I wanted to stay with Danny, I knew that if I was ever to support the 2 of us, I'd need to find a better situation. So I took a place as lady's companion to an elderly dowager, and slipped away when I could to visit Danny. The arrangement worked fairly well for a time, except that Mrs. Beach began raising her fees beyond what I'd agreed to, and before I knew it, beyond what I could afford. When I fell behind in my payments, she refused to allow me to have Danny, or even to see him."
He winced. "I wish you'd come to me. I would have helped."
She shifted uneasily. "I feared you would be obligated to confide my secret to your wife, or even to Mr. Ward, if finances were involved. Both had many connections in Bristol. I doubted a week would have passed before everyone in my home parish had heard of my fall, my own father among them."
"That's why you said nothing. We were concerned when you left so suddenly. I tried to find you, to no avail."
She nodded. "Mr. Loudon mentioned that." He shook his head in regret.
"You were in a terrible situation. When I think of all you've gone through, I'm sorry indeed."
Hannah paused to relish the sweet salve of that acknowledgment. Then she said, "You should know that Dr. Parish gave me £10 from your purse for the journey to Bath to collect Danny. I used it to pay what I owed, and of course for travelling expenses. But that's all I've taken from you, besides food and shelter."
He held up his hand. "Don't give it another thought, or try to pay it back."
"I won't," she managed a weak chuckle. "I couldn't."
"I wouldn't want you to."
He took a sip of tea and avoided her eyes.
"May I ask how long you plan to stay here?"
"I planned to stay only until my arm healed and I could find a new situation. Who would hire me with my arm in a sling?"
I see. He bowed his head, drumming his fingers on the table, before looking up at her once more. Then why not remain in your present situation? Hannah felt her mouth fall open. Was he really suggesting they allow the ruse to continue indefinitely? She asked, "What are you saying?" Sir John tented his fingers and regarded her earnestly. "If you continue on as Lady Mayfield, Danny would be my heir." Heir? She'd never considered such a possibility. Sir John went on. "But if it were known that you and I were not married at the time of his birth, then that wouldn't be possible. Worse yet, you'd be exposed as a fraud." Hannah cringed. "I will be anyway, as soon as we return to Bristol." "Why return, then?" "Even if we don't, someone will come here eventually, someone who knows I'm not Mariana." "Perhaps." Sir John exhaled and drew his shoulders back. "Well, leave it with me for now. I'll talk to Mr. Loudon about the options and legalities and draw up some sort of plan." Talk to Mr. Loudon, just as she'd feared he'd do. Sir John sipped, then paused, looking at her over his teacup. "In the meantime, don't go anywhere, all right?" Anna picked up her own cup, noticing her hand tremble. She managed a vague smile, but made no promises. Emboldened by Hannah's recent warmth toward him, James returned to Sir John's bedchamber that afternoon to talk sense to the man. He was his solicitor, after all, and part of his duty was to counsel his clients and help them steer clear of ruinous decisions. Though James privately acknowledged that he was no longer an impartial party in the case. He found Sir John seated in his wheeled chair at a large oak desk, busy over correspondence. James had overheard Edgar Parrish and Ben Jones discussing how they would elevate the man's desk on blocks so the arms of his wheeled chair would fit under it. But this was his first time seeing the result of their handiwork. Sir John was fully dressed, his hair and beard were neatly trimmed, and his eyes held a keen light. He certainly no longer looked like an invalid. "Sir John, might I have a word?" "Of course." Sir John set his quill back into its holder and regarded him, then nodded toward the armchair in the corner. "Have a seat." "No, thank you." James drew himself up. "Forgive me, but I think it my duty to counsel you against your present course. It can only end in scandal or heartbreak or both." Sir John gave him a wry glance. "Your professional powers now extend to matters of the heart?" The room felt suddenly warm and stifling, but James took a deep breath and reminded himself to remain calm. He said, "Have you asked yourself, or Miss Rogers for that matter, why she's remained?" "I don't answer to you, Mr. Loudon, nor does she. But I'll tell you that she only planned to wait until her arm healed, so she could find a situation elsewhere." "Are you sure that was all she was waiting for? For her arm to heal, so she could find work as someone else's scullion? When she'd tasted the life of a lady?" Sir John frowned. "What are you suggesting?" "Perhaps she was waiting for you to die, Sir John. I hate to say it so bluntly, but there it is. If you died, she might have inherited everything. Well, she and her son. Why leave for paltry wages elsewhere when the chance of a great inheritance awaited?" "I'm surprised at you, Mr. Loudon," Sir John said. "I thought you liked her." "I did. I do. but I cannot ignore the possibility." Sir John shook his head. "I don't believe she ever thought of that. Not for herself. If she thought of her son's future, I cannot blame her." "Can you not?" James stared at the man, frustration mounting. "What has happened to you, sir? I begin to doubt you're of sound mind after all. Do you hear yourself? A woman poses as your wife, passes off her bye-blow as your son, and you cannot blame her?" Sir John's hand flew out and grabbed James by his cravat, yanking a fistful of linen and jerking his face down to his eye level. "Never say that again, do you hear me? If I ever hear you call the boy such a name again, I'll dismiss you instantly. Do I make myself clear?" Stunned, James managed a slight nod, and his employer released his grip. He'd overstepped, he knew. And what if Hannah had heard the words he'd just spewed? "Forgive me," James said. "I ought not to have questioned your competence, nor condemned Miss Rogers." James lowered his voice. "But, sir, why would you make him your heir? What's he to you? He's not your son." "On the contrary, Mr. Loudon, that's exactly what he is. My son, my flesh and blood, heir of the body, my body." James Loudon gaped at him, speechless. Sir John continued. "Why do you think Miss Rogers left our employ in the first place?" James made no reply. A wave of nausea curdled his stomach, and he feared he'd be sick. "It's not something I'm proud of," Sir John said. "But don't you see? It's my chance to do something right, to redeem, in a small way, all the wrong I've done." James's mind refused to accept it. "But you said the boy looked nothing like you. You saw no resemblance." "To myself, no. But he looks exactly like my brother Paul." "Your brother? Surely you're not suggesting Miss Rogers and your brother—" Sir John scowled. "Thunder and turf, man! Paul died at sea years ago. I wasn't suggesting any such thing, only that when I look at Daniel, I see the picture of my younger brother. Make no mistake, the boy is a Mayfield." James shook his head. "Not legally." "No, not legally, unless she continues on as Lady Mayfield." Sir John crossed his arms over his chest. "You are my solicitor. I'm sure you can find a way to make it work." "Not ethically." James forced out the dreaded question. "Do you mean to marry her?" "We're already married in the eyes of everyone here." James shook his head. "First, we must have Mariana declared dead. Then, and only then, can you marry Miss Rogers, legally, if that's what you really intend to do." "But then her son couldn't be my legal heir if it's known his mother and I weren't married at the time of his birth." "Not for your entailed property, no. But you've more than sufficient funds should you decide to sponsor him through university or something along those lines." "But Miss Rogers would be exposed as not being who others believe she is." "Who she allowed others to believe she is," James clarified. "She may not have started the lie, but she certainly perpetuated it." Even as he said it, James wondered how he could lash out at the woman who'd captured his heart. Was it really only to extricate her from Sir John's good graces? His client's eyes glinted. "How bitter you sound, Mr. Loudon. And here I thought you had feelings for her yourself." James made no reply. "I wouldn't worry if I were you," Sir John said. An ironic twist to his mouth. Women don't stay with me. No doubt Miss Rogers will prove no different than the rest. She'll be looking for her escape any day now, and there you'll be, ready to rescue her." Mind in turmoil, James went downstairs and found Hannah alone in the drawing-room, staring out the window at yet another coastal storm. For a moment he stood there gazing at her profile, remembering how his heart and body had burned when he'd held her in his arms, when he'd seen her step from her bath, and when she'd touched his face. Now his heart cooled, and he tasted ashes in his mouth. He cleared his throat. "Hannah, Miss Rogers." She turned and looked at him. For several ticks of the tall case clock she studied him in silence. His shock and worry must have shown in his expression, because she whispered, "He told you, then?" "Yes." Betrayal snaked up his spine. "Why didn't you?" She shook her head. "I've never told anyone. Never spoken of it. Never would have if Mariana still lived. In any case, I never dared imagine he might acknowledge Danny as his son, and I would never try to force him." "Regardless," James said, "you don't have to do this. You don't have to stay here and pretend any longer." She made no answer, turning away and staring once again through the rain-streaked window. "You don't owe him anything," James insisted. "Or at least, not everything. And don't tell me you plan to continue living under another woman's identity. That cannot stand. Mariana Mayfield's death must be recorded." "Why?" "Because it's the law, and because you are not her." "I know that, but I'm Daniel's mother, and like it or not, Sir John is his father." Bile soured his throat. "You'll stay with him because he, a married man, took advantage of you while you were in his employ? That's the sort of man you want?" "It wasn't like that. I know it was wrong, but it wasn't like you make it sound." Grasping her arms, James turned her to face him. He looked into her beguiling blue-green eyes, and pain and longing washed over him. "But you want me. I know you do." His whole body tensed with frustration. Why would she not admit it? He gripped her shoulders, his voice a low growl. "Hannah, tell me the truth. I need to hear you say it." Composure crumbling, she whispered, "James, you're right. I do have feelings for you, but—" His arms whipped around her, and he crushed her to him, pressing his mouth to hers, swallowing her words. For a moment she kissed him back, meeting and returning the bruising fervour of his kiss. Then she wrenched her mouth free and tried to pull back. "James, stop! You didn't let me finish." He buried his fingers in her hair and pressed his lips to her temple, her cheek, her throat. "You love me," he whispered into her ear. "What else is there to say?" "A great deal." She lifted her palms to his chest and pushed a few inches of space between them. "James," she drew in a shaky breath, "there's more to life than feelings or desire." He shook his head. "Nothing's more important." "Yes, there's self-control and doing the right thing even when it's painful." "No," he growled. "You shall not be the sacrificial lamb here. I won't let you do this." He turned abruptly and strode from the room. Chapter 20. Long after James had stalked away,
Hannah remained, staring out the window at the lashing rain, wind-bent trees, and grey sky as evening darkened. Yet she saw not that storm, but another stormy night early last spring, when she'd still lived in the Mayfields' Bristol house. Hands clasped before her, Hannah glanced around the drawing-room. Lady Mayfield's customary armchair was empty. She'd gone out. Again. Meeting her lover, no doubt. Sir John stood before the hearth, imposing in evening clothes, one hand resting on the high mantel, the other propped on his hip. He stared at the fire, expression brooding. Outside, lightning flashed and rain lashed the window panes. To go out on such a night! How desperate she must be to see Anthony Fontaine. Hannah recalled unsettling images of Mariana and Mr. Fontaine flirting and stealing kisses in this room not long ago, but blinked them away. It seemed almost a betrayal to think of the two of them in her husband's presence. Hannah and the Mayfields often gathered there in the evenings after dinner. Mariana in an armchair or dreamily playing the pianoforte, her mind far away, while Hannah sat in the corner, quietly sewing or reading by candlelight. Sir John, standing near the fire as he was now, lost in his own thoughts, or perhaps sitting on the sofa, reading. Now and again, Lady Mayfield would engage him in a game of draughts or cards. If he was unwilling, she'd turn to Hannah and urge her to play in his stead. Hannah complied because she was paid to do so, not because she cared for either game. When she was in one of her restless moods, Lady Mayfield might call for wine and 2 glasses and insist Hannah play cards with her into the wee hours. But Hannah was unaccustomed to being alone with Sir John. She'd never before remained long in the room when only Sir John was present. He'd never showed any interest in her company, and it would be awkward to attempt polite conversation with him, pretend that they were both unaware of the missing person and where she likely was and in whose company. "Lady Mayfield has gone out," he announced unnecessarily. "On such a night," Hannah murmured. She stood there awkwardly, reluctant to sit down. "She'd rather face foul weather than her foul husband, it seems." He picked up a fire-iron and began poking at a log, causing the languishing fire to smoke. "Well, I think I shall turn in early. Good night, Sir John." She turned to go. "Please stay, Miss Rogers. I find I cannot bear the solitude tonight." She turned back. His eyes were still on the dying fire. "Very well," she said quietly, and stepped toward her customary chair in the corner. "It's cold tonight," he said. "Come and sit by the fire, if you will. I don't bite, no matter what my wife may have told you." Hannah hesitated, then complied, walking over to sit on the sofa near the fire, but on the end farthest from him. "She's never said such a thing, I assure you," Hannah said, not sure if she was defending her mistress or him. The Mayfields had been married 1.5 years at that point, still in their honeymoon period, or they should have been, and Lady Mayfield wasn't discreet in her little jabs about her husband's futile attempts to woo her, confessing she couldn't stand him touching her. In fact, she'd confided to Hannah that she'd not allowed him to share her bed since their first wedding anniversary. Hannah had thought perhaps Lady Mayfield was exaggerating the matter, boasting to her companion as though it was something to be proud of. But judging by her husband's defeated expression, it was all too true. He asked, "Has she told you what I've done to so offend her?" Hannah shifted, feeling uncomfortable. She shouldn't be having this conversation with Mariana's husband. He must be tormented indeed over his marriage to ask his wife's paid companion for advice. A companion he'd not wished to engage in the first place. When she made no reply, he stepped to the sideboard, poured 2 glasses of port, and carried one to her. Murmuring her thanks, Hannah accepted the glass and sipped the ruby liquid. She thought again of Anthony Fontaine sitting on this very sofa with Mariana, kissing her ear and stroking her knee. Her sparkling eyes and eager smile in response. Mariana was certainly interested in intimate relations, just not with Sir John. He downed his drink. If she found me disgusting before our marriage, she certainly hid it well. What am I to do? He asked, still not looking at her. Was he asking her, the fire, or God? He continued. I could bring a suit against her lover, but I've no desire to expose her or myself to scandal, nor do I want a ruinous divorce. What I want is a wife who'll be faithful to me. Is that too much to ask? No, it shouldn't be, she quietly agreed. I don't suppose there's anything I can do to win back her affection. What could he do? Lady Mayfield didn't seem to worry about the rumours. His threats didn't affect her, nor did his pleading and wooing. Knowing Mariana, the only thing that might move her was another woman's interest in her husband. Ideally, someone more beautiful and more bewitching to turn his head, if such a woman existed. Should Sir John make a pretence of flirting with another woman? Begin an immoral affair of his own? Sink to her level? No, he was a married man who wished to live honourably. Perhaps Mariana would respond if he simply stopped trying so hard. Hannah wasn't sure if neglect would have much effect on spoiled Mariana, but it might be worth a try. When Hannah didn't answer, he glanced at her. A lost cause, is it? I'm too old and too serious, as she never tires of telling me. You are not old, Hannah thought, although serious and reserved, yes. He would never be accused of being the life of the party. That had always been Mariana's role. Yet he was well respected and gentlemanlike and attractive. Inwardly she reprimanded herself. Stop it, you foolish girl. She cleared her throat and said, Perhaps you ought not try so hard. Ignore her for a time. Make her come to you. That might gain her attention. And watch 6 months of alienation turn into 6 years. If I left her alone, I think her only reaction would be one of relief. Very likely, Hannah thought, but didn't say such an injurious thing aloud. I was engaged to be married once before, he said, but the young lady broke things off. Apparently, I'm quite repulsive. She glanced up and found his gaze on her. What vulnerability etched that face? A handsome face in her view. Sir John might be 15 years her senior, but to her he'd always seemed younger. He was tall, his shoulders broad, his body lean. Fine lines crinkled the corners of his eyes and scored the space between his brows, but otherwise his skin was smooth and taut. He kept himself well-read, well-groomed, and well-dressed. Sir John Mayfield was also a wealthy man, knighted by the king. Personally, Hannah didn't understand why Mariana found him unattractive, or at least not as attractive as Anthony Fontaine. No, sir. He smiled wryly. That reply was long in coming. You needn't be polite. I'm not being polite. It's true. I don't think you repulsive. He touched his heart, a mocking light in his grey-blue eyes.
What a compliment! I'm in your debt, madam.
I didn't mean—
Never mind, Miss Rogers. It's kind of you to try.
Feeling the urge to lay a comforting hand on his arm to reassure him, she rose. His gaze snapped over, watching her in some surprise. How inappropriate such consolation would be coming from her, she realized. Courage failing her, she stepped to the window instead. She pretended to survey the storm, the swaying branches, the lightning slicing the ominous sky. She felt his gaze on her profile. "It's getting worse," she observed.
"Yes, it is," he muttered,
and went back to poking the fire. She glanced at his despondent expression. He wasn't a perfect man. No one was. But Hannah had lived in that house long enough to know that the lion's share of the blame lay with Mariana. Courage returning, she stepped from the window to his side and, with a nervous swallow, laid her hand on his arm. He gave a little start and looked down at her pale bare fingers on his dark sleeve. He looked from her hand to her face almost warily. "Sir John, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but there's nothing wrong with you. You are kind and gentlemanlike. A bit quiet, perhaps, but also intelligent, well-respected and honourable. I don't know why she finds such fault with you. I think perhaps it's simply that you are not Mr. Fontaine." He inhaled, then slowly released the breath.
"Well, there's nothing I can do about that."
He patted her hand awkwardly.
"Still, I thank you, Miss Rogers."
She smiled apologetically and removed her hand.
"You're welcome."
In the hearth, the fire sparked to life at last. She watched it for several moments, then sighed. "Well, I think I shall retire." He nodded.
"I shall follow soon after. Good night, Miss Rogers."
"Good night, sir." As she slipped from the drawing-room, one of the footmen waiting in the corridor waved her over.
"Evening, Miss Rogers."
She nodded. "Jack?"
"I heard her ladyship's gone out for the evening."
Was the man fishing for gossip? "She has," Hannah replied evenly. Sir John was just lamenting the fact that she had a prior engagement on such a night as this.
"I imagine that was a bit awkward, just the two of you in there, alone."
If she wasn't careful, Jack would be gossiping about her next. She bit back a rebuke and feigned nonchalance instead. "Not too bad," she said with a shrug. "I believe he thought I missed her company, so he conversed with me to pass the time. Kind of him. But we've so little to talk about."
"Does he really believe her ladyship is out at some charity meeting or whatever lie she fed him? Douglas hated having to take the horse and carriage out in this, I can tell you. Charity meeting, my eye."
"I've no idea. Well, good night, Jack."
"Miss."
She had neglected to bring a lamp up the stairs with her, but the candle on the landing guided her well enough. Besides, she knew the way by now. She passed Lady Mayfield's room, then Sir John's dressing-room and bedchamber, before a sound drew her back. What was that banging? She followed the repetitive clatter back to Lady Mayfield's room. She knocked, though she was quite certain Lady Mayfield had yet to return, then inched the door open. Lightning flashed, lighting up the room, and in an instant she identified the problem. The windows had been left open and the shutters not lashed down. Rain and wind were blowing into the room. Hannah ran forward and began drawing in one window, then another, latching them closed. The rain was coming in at a nearly horizontal angle, Fat droplets splattered her face and neck. Suddenly, Sir John appeared beside her, clearly drawn inside by the banging shutters as she had been. Or perhaps in the hope his wife had returned. Setting down his candle-lamp in haste, he began latching the upper shutters, while she closed the lower halves. They worked together, passing closely, hands accidentally brushing as each reached for the last shutter. "To leave open the windows on such a night," Hannah muttered, shaking her head. Suddenly aware of her wet face, she grinned ruefully. "Here, I thought we were the ones safe and dry indoors tonight." He remained silent, expression tense. Nervous to be alone with him in Lady Mayfield's bedchamber, she prattled on. "I shall ask Mrs. Peabody to remind the housemaids to be more careful in future, shall I?" He merely stood there, looking at her. She asked, "Is the carpet wet? Perhaps I should gather a few bath towels and—"
"Leave it."
She turned back in surprise, regarding him by the light of his nearby candle. He said, "I don't care about the carpet, but you are damp through." He withdrew a clean handkerchief from his pocket, then lifted it toward her face. "Allow me." With one hand, he lightly took her chin between his thumb and fingers. With the other, he gathered a corner of the thin cloth and softly brushed her forehead, then her cheeks. Her heart began to accelerate, nerves tingling at his touch.
"I hope your freckles will not rub off."
She chuckled mournfully. "If only they would, the bane of my existence." He tilted her chin to better regard her complexion in the lamplight.
"They're charming. You're quite beautiful."
"Ha!" She shook her head. Pretty, maybe, but no one besides her mother had ever called her beautiful. With this long nose and wide mouth, hardly. He ran the cloth down her nose. "Distinctive." Then he slowly ran it across her lips and whispered, "Desirable." Their eyes met and locked. His fingers within the gauzy cloth lowered to her neck and trailed along her collarbones, stroking the bare skin above the modest bodice of her gown. She could hardly breathe. How wide the blacks of his eyes were in the flickering light, intense with longing, yet tinged with uncertainty. She didn't move. He lowered his head slowly, gaze flicking over her eyes, her face, her lips. She didn't run or back away. She barely even blinked. He touched his lips to hers, softly, tentatively. A rush of sweet, heady longing filled her. When she didn't object, a spark flared behind his eyes. He pressed his lips to hers more fervently, wrapped his arms around her, and pulled her against him. How tense his body was! How nearly frantic his endless kiss! Suddenly he tore his mouth away, grabbed her hand almost roughly, and opened the adjoining room door. He paused only long enough to turn back for the candle-lamp, then pulled her along behind him through his own dressing-room and into his connecting bedchamber, a room she'd never been in before. He shoved the door closed behind him with his foot, and then he was kissing her again. A small voice within her whispered this was wrong, that it wasn't too late. She could tell him to stop, break away, and retreat to her own room. But she gave the voice little heed. Perhaps it was the sweet port, the violent storm, his wife's callous infidelity, or the fact that she could give him something he'd been refused for far too long. Or perhaps she simply allowed herself to be swept away in the moment on a foreign feeling of power and desirability. His hands slid up under her arms, then slowly downward, to the deep indentation at her waist and slight flare of slim hips. He sighed deep in his throat and tilted his head the other way, fervently renewing his kiss. The timid, stolen kisses she'd once shared with Fred seemed like child's play in comparison. She stood on her tiptoes, he was so much taller than she, allowing her shy fingers to touch the hair at the nape of his neck. Then she slid her hands tentatively down his shoulders to his chest. His coat and waistcoat didn't conceal the firm muscle beneath. She ran her hands up over his shoulders and down the ropey muscles of his arms before returning to his chest. She'd never touched a man before, except to embrace a youthful Freddie several years ago. His skinny, wiry frame had felt nothing like this. Sir John lowered his head, kissing her neck, her shoulder. When she gasped, he returned his mouth to hers, perhaps afraid she was about to speak reason into the unreasonable, and stifled any protest with his kiss. Suddenly he reached down, placed one arm beneath her knees, the other behind her back, and swept her up into his arms with ease. Holding her, he gazed into her eyes. "Beautiful, Hannah." Had he called her his wife's name by mistake, or no name at all, she might yet have resisted him. But the sound of her given name in his deep voice, said with such feeling, such warmth, she was lost. She wrapped her hands around his neck, and he carried her to the canopied bed. Hannah awoke with a start some time later. Outside, the storm had subsided, but it was still dark. What had awakened her? Had a door slammed? Had Lady Mayfield returned home at last? Then suddenly she remembered where she was, with whom, and what they'd done. All the desire and heady power dissolved into guilt and shame, and fear. Pushing Sir John's arm gingerly from her waist, she swung her legs over and climbed from bed. Still wearing her stays and shift, she stepped into the discarded gown and pulled it up over her shoulders and straightened her skirts as best she could. Her hair was down, the pins who knew where. She hoped whichever housemaid found them would assume they were Lady Mayfield's. Hannah crept around the room until she found her stockings and shoes. She slid on her shoes barefooted and bunched the stockings in one hand. Going to the main door, she listened, and, hearing nothing, slowly opened it. She allowed herself one last look at the slumbering Sir John, but could see little save a dim outline in the dark room. The candle lamp had long since burned itself out. She slipped from the room, quietly closing the door behind her. She tiptoed toward her own room at the far end of the corridor, and had nearly reached it when a shadowy figure carrying a candle appeared from around the corner. She stifled a gasp. It was Mr. Ward. Mr. Ward, who often looked at her in a manner that made her uncomfortable, now glanced significantly from her down the dark corridor. Had he any idea which room she'd come from? She prayed not. He looked at her with suspicion in his small eyes, or something even less flattering. "Miss Rogers, what are you doing wandering about in the dark?" She hoped he didn't notice the few buttons at the back of her frock were not fastened. Hopefully her unbound hair covered the omission. I thought I heard a door shut," she faltered, trying in vain to keep her voice steady. "Is Lady Mayfield home at last?" He studied her expression by the light of his candle. "Yes, which you would know if you'd been to her room." "I didn't go in. I didn't wish to wake her." "I doubt she's asleep. Her poor lady's maid has just been called from her bed to undress her. For the second time this evening, no doubt." She despised the man's leering innuendo, though he was probably right. "Then she's in good hands." Hannah attempted a casual tone and reached for her door latch. Suddenly his hand shot out and descended over hers like a claw. She looked up at him in alarm. He stared boldly into her face, as if daring her to protest. "Miss Rogers, Hannah, perhaps we should talk in private." Did he think he held some power over her? Was he threatening her, or simply hoping to take advantage of this unexpected encounter in the middle of the night? "It's late, Mr. Ward," she said coolly. "Anything you've to say to me can wait until morning. Now I must bid you good night." She wrenched the door open, stepped inside, and quickly shut it behind her, turning the key in the lock. She pressed her ear to the wood, hearing nothing over the loud beating of her heart. 1 minute, 2. Finally she heard his footsteps retreat. Hannah blew out a breath, fearing she hadn't suffered the last of his advances. A moment later another fear rose in its place. "Oh, God, what have I done?" She didn't see Sir John until the next afternoon. One of Mariana's female friends called, and while they were ensconced over tea and gossip in Mariana's boudoir, Sir John discreetly sought out Hannah in the library. Her stomach tensed at the sight of him. What would he say? He closed the door behind them and began quietly. "Miss Rogers, I'm deeply sorry about last night." She ducked her head, ears burning. "As am I." "I should have found the strength to stop myself, but I acted selfishly, and I apologize." She managed a wooden nod. What was she supposed to say? What could she say? The more he regretted it, the more her own regret mounted. For she was now ruined, a fallen woman. Oh, what would her father say if he knew? He stepped closer. "I've never done the like before. You're a gentleman's daughter, a clergyman's daughter, which makes it all the more reprehensible. Were it in my power, were I not a married man, I would do the honourable thing. Since that's not possible, I'm at a loss as to what to do. If there's anything you need—" She cut him off. "Do not offer me money, I beg of you. That would make me feel even worse, like a payment for services rendered." "Oh." His Adam's apple rose and fell. "Forgive me, I didn't intend it that way." A single knock sounded, and the door was opened before Sir John could reply. Mr. Ward stuck his head in, like a jack-in-the-box. It might have been comical, save for the timing and his suspicious expression as he looked from one to the other. Sir John said evenly, "Miss Rogers and I are discussing a few things, Mr. Ward, but is there something you needed?" "Ah, no, sir. That is, I can wait. If you're in the middle of something pressing?" His brows lifted in expectation. A weasel, Hannah decided. The man looked like a long-necked weasel. "Not at all." Sir John crossed his arms. "What is it?" Hannah spoke up, forcing a polite formality. "Thank you, Sir John. I shall make a note of it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall leave the two of you to your business." Hannah didn't know if companions in most houses ate dinner with their mistress and her husband, but Lady Mayfield insisted upon it. It gave her someone to talk to, she said. and the presence of a third party forced her stern husband to remain civil and dissuaded him from engaging in serious conversation, like asking her where she'd been and with whom, or confronting her behaviour. Then again, it wasn't very common for a married woman to hire a companion at all. But there was little common about this marriage. The three of them sat at table together as usual that evening, Sir John at the head, Lady Mayfield on his right, and Hannah across from her. Most of the time Lady Mayfield directed her chatter across the table to Hannah, effectively ignoring Sir John. Occasionally she directed a question his way, or a bit of news, or a barb. That night, however, Mariana Mayfield's gaze swung like a pendulum from Sir John to Hannah and back again, brown eyes speculative above her raised wine-glass. "You two are certainly quiet." Neither replied for several moments. Then he said, "I suppose it was a storm. Neither of us slept well last night." His wife's arched brows rose high. "Neither of you?" "Well, I don't know how anyone could sleep through all that thunder and lightning," he clarified. "Did you, Miss Rogers?" Hannah licked dry lips. "No, I didn't fall asleep until quite late, I'm afraid." "Pity," Mariana smiled. "I slept like a lamb." Hannah felt Lady Mayfield's gaze linger on her profile. When she glanced up, the woman was watching her curiously. "Perhaps that was what Mr. Ward meant. He told me he thought you missed me last night. He said he found you wandering the corridors quite late in search of me." "I heard your shutters banging and went to shut them." Her brows shot up once more. "Really?" She glanced at her husband, eyes sparkling with mischief, but not, Hannah thought, suspicion. "Sir John mentioned he shut them." Hannah felt her cheeks warm, but strived for a casual air. "We did so together." "The shutters made quite a racket," Sir John added, "which you would know had you been here." Another course was laid, and Mariana changed the subject, to Hannah's great relief. No doubt, to avoid more such awkward encounters, Sir John took himself away for a time, visiting his other properties. His absence gave Mariana the freedom she relished, but it added guilt to Hannah's already aching conscience, that he should have to leave on her account. He returned several weeks later. Hannah saw little of him, for he spent the majority of his time in his study or in Mr. Ward's office. She wondered what sort of business or arrangements kept the two men so busy. She found out soon enough. Mariana stormed into the drawing-room that afternoon, eyes blazing. "I cannot believe what Sir John did." Alarm jolted Hannah. Had Mariana found out somehow? "Has he not mentioned it to you either?" Mariana asked. Hannah stared at her mistress. "Mentioned what?" "He has let a place in Bath. Do you know how I longed, how I begged to live in Bath when we first married? But no, he would deny me. And now that I wish to remain here, he says we'll go, whether I like it or not." "Why should you not like it?" Hannah murmured distractedly, her mind spinning with the news and what it would mean for her. "Don't be coy, Hannah. You know perfectly well why." "But would you not enjoy all the entertainments Bath affords?" "I admit the plan has some appeal, if only for a few months. Bristol is so dreary in the winter. In Bath there are balls and concerts in the assembly rooms. All the best people come for the Bath season,
and I should enjoy more variety in society. It won't be the same as London, of course, but might prove diverting." "I'm sure it shall, my lady." Mariana inhaled an audible little gasp. "I shall have to order new gowns." How quickly Mariana had resigned herself to the move, far more so than Hannah. On her way upstairs to change for dinner, Sir John caught her in the hall. "Miss Rogers, might I have a word with you in my study?" Her breath hitched. "Of course, Sir John." Swallowing hard, she followed him across the hall and into the masculine chamber. "Leave the door open, if you please." He gestured her toward the chairs at his desk. Quietly he said, "Less chance of gossip if we leave the door open, and I shall be able to see if anyone nears the door while we talk." Was gossip all he was hoping to avoid? Was further temptation to be avoided as well? Or did he find her revolting now that she was ruined? She sat, clasped her hands, and waited, pulse pounding. He sat as well, looking down at his desk as if gathering his thoughts, his fingers rolling and unrolling a scrap of paper. "I hope you will not be offended," he began, then looked up at her. "I've taken the liberty of finding another situation for you." She stared at him in surprise. "A friend of mine, Mr. Perrin, has a widowed mother in need of a companion. She's an old dear, and I've spent many a happy hour in her company. I wouldn't have arranged it if I didn't think the two of you would suit one another. I honestly think you would enjoy the post. It'll be far less complicated." She bit the inside of her cheek to keep tears at bay. Irrational creature, she inwardly chastised herself, for it felt like a rejection. His eyebrows tented in apology. "Please know I'm not dismissing you. Not in that sense. Not for anything you've done." He glanced toward the door. "Rather for what I fear I might do should you remain." The mantel clock ticked and ticked again. He didn't find her revolting after all. It was small comfort. Her throat tight, she managed, "I understand." "I hope Bath will be a new start for Mariana and me. What sort of a hypocrite would I be if I didn't forgive her indiscretions and offer her a second, third, 100th chance?" She forced a stiff nod. "I hope putting a little distance between her and a certain man will help, yes. I also plan to make full use of the Bath season and escort her to all the entertainments, all the pleasures of youth she's no doubt missed in my quiet company. I don't know if it'll help, but I must try." Again she nodded, heart aching, the words she longed to say fading away. After all, he was a married man. She'd already refused his money, and really, what else could he offer her? He and Mariana had enough problems as it was. She wouldn't drive another wedge between them. "She is my wife," he said, as if reading her thoughts. "I took vows, for better, for worse." Unable to speak over her burning throat, Hannah rose, bobbed a shaky curtsy, and slipped from the room. After dinner that evening, Sir John remained in the dining-room over a glass of port, while the two women withdrew to the drawing-room. Mariana glared at her. "Sir John says you've no wish to go with us to Bath. Is that true?" She delivered her prepared explanation. "It's not that I don't want to go with you. but that my father is here." "My father is here," Hannah thought. "The very reason I should leave," before he realizes, and it breaks his heart. For though little more than a month had passed, Hannah already suspected the truth of her situation. Mariana's lip curled. "Nothing says you have to remain near your father. I never wanted to see mine again once I moved out, I can tell you. Come, Hannah. Whomever shall I find to replace you? I need you. You cannot be so disloyal." "It isn't a lack of loyalty, my lady, I assure you. But Sir John has found a suitable situation for me here. Very kind of him, really. So I might stay. You won't need me. You shall have a whole new set of friends, and so many dances and concerts you won't even miss me." "Of course I will. Why don't you want to come, really?" "My lady, if your husband thinks it best that just the two of you go together, then we must bow to his wisdom and preference in this matter. Perhaps he wants to keep you for himself, to have more time with just the two of you. It's quite romantic, really." "Keep me to himself, yes. Romantic, no." Sir John walked past the drawing-room at that moment. Lady Mayfield tilted her head and waved her hand. "John, Hannah thinks you don't want her any more and are casting her off." He stepped back and paused in the threshold. His gaze flicked to Hannah before returning to his wife. Hannah's face burned. She said hastily, "I didn't say that, my lady. Please don't put words in my mouth. I only meant that we should comply with Sir John's wishes in this regard." "John, I said I would try, and I intend to. But I'd no notion you meant to deprive me of Hannah as well, to drag me to a new city with no companion. I should be terribly lonely." "And your husband will not suffice in this role, I take it?" he asked dryly. "Have you ever? Pray don't be offended, but you're not much given to conversation, or society, or games, or fashion, or any of the things I like." "I will try." "John, I don't mean to be difficult, but I think it only fair to warn you. If Hannah isn't there, who knows whom I should turn to for companionship?" The honeyed words carried an edge of threat. Sir John locked gazes with his wife, then turned to Hannah. "Apparently, my wife cannot live without you, Miss Rogers, nor be accountable for her actions if you do not accompany us to Bath. Will you come? I cannot force you, of course. You are free to refuse, to take the other situation I arranged for you, but if you wish to come, you are welcome." The veiled message seemed clear. The invitation delivered with little enthusiasm. He wished her to refuse. Hannah ducked her head, not meeting his eyes. "I will come," she said, although she had not accepted for the reasons either of them probably thought. Hannah had her own motives for getting out of town, away from the people who knew her best. But she wouldn't be able to stay with the Mayfields forever. Her loose, high-waisted gowns would conceal her secret for a few more months, maybe longer, since Sir John now avoided looking at her, and Lady Mayfield was self-absorbed. Eventually, however, Hannah knew she would have to leave them before they discovered the truth. And several months later, her small savings in hand, Hannah did leave, and tried to leave behind those memories, those feelings, and that vain hope. Now it all came flooding back.
Did she have to lock it away again, in the hidden trunk of her mind where she usually kept it? Or could she finally lay it all to rest, along with Mariana Mayfield? Chapter 21. The next day, Mr. Loudon rode again to Barnstaple on business for Sir John, and some of the tension in the house departed with him. But not all. To thank his neighbours for all they'd done for him and his family, Sir John had invited the parishes to dinner. It was too late to rescind the invitation now, despite his solicitor having learned the truth. Mrs. Tyrrell had hired extra kitchen staff and 2 footmen for the day, and oversaw the preparation of a fine meal, sure to impress even her cousin-in-law, Mrs. Parish. Hannah gave in to Mrs. Tyrrell's urgings and wore one of Mariana's prettiest gowns, an evening dress of white gauze over blue satin, pinned and tacked in at the bodice to better fit her for the occasion. She also asked Kitty to curl and arrange her hair. It would be the first time Sir John would walk downstairs and preside over his own dining table. He left the invalid chair behind, trapped above stairs as he had once been, and made his way downstairs with Ben's help. Sir John wore evening clothes that now hung loosely on him, but he looked handsome even so, in Hannah's estimation. At the appointed hour, he stood at the door, leaning on his cane to welcome his guests. Hannah saw the strain in his clenched jaw and knew he was in pain. Mrs. Parish entered, wearing a lace cap and matronly brown dress, snug at the bosom and upper arms, and somewhat creased, as if she'd not worn it in a long while. Nancy looked pretty in a gown of gossamer net over a pink satin, white flowers pinned in her hair. The doctor and Edgar wore their Sunday best. Greetings were exchanged, hats and gloves taken, and everyone moved into the dining parlour. "May I offer you something, Dr. Parish?" Sir John indicated the decanter on the sideboard. The doctor patted his chest as though for answers. Well, yes, I think I will. Just a spot. Special occasion and all." Sir John poured a small glass, and Hannah noticed his hand wasn't quite steady. "Come, Sir John, let the footmen do their work," she said gently, taking his arm. "Your place at the head of the table awaits."
"Quite right, my lady,"
Dr. Parish nodded, sending her a look of understanding.
"A place that has been empty far too long, I'd say. I thank God you sit among us tonight, sir. Cause for celebration indeed."
"Hear, hear," Edgar echoed. The 6 of them took their seats at the table. Mr. Loudon wasn't due back from Barnstaple until quite late, which Hannah thought was just as well. She was anxious enough as it was, sitting there at the foot of the table, facing Sir John, at its head, as though she really were Lady Mayfield, mistress of the house. Nerves prickled through her, and when she lifted her glass, her hands weren't quite steady either. They began the first course of oxtail soup and red mullet. As Hannah dipped her spoon, she noticed Becky standing just outside the door, Danny in her arms. The baby, 2 fingers in his mouth and drooling away as usual, seemed content. So why had Becky brought him down? But the girl's eyes were not seeking hers out. Rather, they seemed fastened on Edgar Parish, a dreamy smile on her impish face. Edgar didn't seem to notice, his attention fully engaged by Mrs. Tyrrell's excellent soup, but Nancy noticed and frowned. "Oh dear," inwardly Hannah sighed. She tried to catch the girl's eye, and when Becky finally glanced her way, Hannah gave a little jerk of her head, signalling, she hoped, for the girl to move away from the door and stop ogling another woman's man. Not that she'd never done the same. Instead, one of the eager new footmen mistook it as his cue to lay the next course, though most were still spooning their soup. As the young man reached for Sir John's bowl, Hannah quickly lifted a hand to forestall him, sending him an apologetic smile for good measure. Not a promising beginning. Across the table, Mrs. Parish smirked at her, or perhaps Hannah was being overly sensitive. To cover the mistake, Hannah opened the conversation, as perhaps Sir John should have done as host. She looked at Edgar and Nancy and asked brightly, "So, you two, what are your plans?" It was the wrong question, evidently. Nancy turned to Edgar, who glanced at his mother. Seeing her forbidding expression, he looked into his soup. We... No specific plans at present. I've my hands full managing the properties and putting money aside and—" "Really, Lady Mayfield," Mrs. Parish said, "don't go putting ideas into their heads. They're still so young." "Don't forget, my dear," Dr. Parish spoke up, "you married me when you were only a slip of a girl, barely 18. Mrs. Parish gave him a sour look. "I was too young to know my own mind. Just because my parents allowed me to rush headlong into marriage doesn't mean I must encourage my one and only son to follow the same rash course." Sheepish looks were exchanged, followed by silence as thick as clotted cream. Nancy looked up first, her smile brave despite tear-bright eyes. "And what about you, my lady? Why do you not tell us how you met Sir John and about your courtship and wedding?" She gazed at Hannah hopefully. Hannah appreciated the girl's tact in trying to rescue the conversation, but she didn't appreciate the specific question. Well. She darted a glance at Sir John, hoping he might rescue her. He coolly met her gaze from the head of the table. Apparently not. "I am afraid there's not much to tell." "Come, my dear," Sir John said. "If you won't tell, then I shall have to do the honours." Did she hear gallantry in his tone, or threat? When she said nothing, he began. "We met at a public ball in the Bristol Assembly Rooms." Then he did remember, Hannah realised. It wasn't a flattering memory for either of them, so they'd never spoken of it. Picking up the story, Hannah said lightly, "He refused to dance with me, or at least he ignored the extremely overt hint that he should do so from the man who introduced us." Sir John shrugged. "I never cared for dancing. Good thing." He tapped his cane on the floor for emphasis and grinned wryly. "I suppose that's one benefit of being lame. I shall finally have an excuse to decline that amusement." "Oh, now, Sir John." The doctor tucked his chin in gentle chastisement. "One never knows. With God and plenty of exercise." Nancy interrupted eagerly. "Did you know straight away he was the one for you, even though he didn't ask you to dance?" "Oh, not then, no." From the vestibule came the sound of the front door opening and closing. Everyone turned to look. A moment later, James Loudon passed by the dining parlour on his way through the house. He drew up short at the sight of the well-lit and crowded room. "Oh, sorry to interrupt. I forgot the dinner was tonight. You all go on with your meal." "You're back early," Hannah said. "Yes, we concluded our transactions more quickly than anticipated." Hannah glanced at Sir John's placid expression, then smiled politely at the newcomer. "You must join us, Mr. Loudon. I'm sure there's room for another place. Is that not right, Mrs. Turrell?" Mrs. Turrell hesitated. "If you wish it, of course, my lady, and plenty of food." James waved a dismissive hand. "That's all right. I'll have something later. I need to wash and change after being on the road." Sir John looked from her to his solicitor. "Come, Loudon, join us. You may even sit by Lady Mayfield if you like." "Yes, do tell us the news from Barnstable, Mr. Loudon," Mrs. Parish urged. "I don't get there as often as I should like." James surveyed their expectant faces. "Very well, if you insist, but only if you promise not to delay courses on my account. I don't want Mrs. Turrell's excellent cooking to go cold. You proceed, and I shall join you in a few minutes." He returned a short while later, having changed and combed his wind-blown hair. He sat down in time for the main course: croquettes of chicken, boiled tongue, and vegetables. He picked up his table napkin and smiled at the cook-housekeeper. "Thank you, Mrs. Turrell. Looks delicious." "And what took you to Barnstable, Mr. Loudon?" Mrs. Parish asked from across the table, forking an asparagus spear into her mouth. He answered pleasantly. "Just some business for Sir John." "Oh?" Mrs. Parish leaned forward, eyes gleaming with interest. "What sort of business? Must have been important for you to undertake another journey so soon." He glanced at his employer, then away. "Not especially. Just banking and the like. Too tedious for dinner conversation." "If you say so." The doctor's wife lifted a heaping spoonful from her salt cellar and sprinkled it liberally over her entire plate. Then she glanced at Mrs. Turrell, quietly directing the footman near the sideboard. "Mr. Turrell's business often took him to Barnstable as well, I believe. Did it not, Mrs. Turrell?" Hannah looked over and saw the housekeeper's face grow rigid. It was the first time Hannah had heard a Mr. Turrell mentioned. "Yes," the housekeeper agreed with a brittle smile. "As well you know." Mrs. Parish returned her focus to the solicitor. "At least you returned from Barnstable, Mr. Loudon. Not all men do." The doctor's mouth fell ajar. "Mrs. Parish," he breathed with a concerned look at his cousin. "I'm only making conversation," she insisted, sending a veiled glance toward her hostess. "It's the polite thing to do. And what was the news in Barnstable, Mr. Loudon?" She went on, unaffected by her husband's tone or the tension in the room. "Nothing much," James replied. "High prices bemoaned the summer fair anticipated. The usual sort of talk." He turned to George Parish. "I brought those things you wanted from the apothecary, Doctor. Don't let me forget to give them to you after dinner." "Thank you, Mr. Loudon. Saved me a trip." Mrs. Parish sawed at a slice of boiled tongue with exaggerated effort, and then chewed it laboriously. She said with a philosophic air, "Tongue that is boiled too long always tends to be tough. So difficult to time it correctly." Sir John regarded the woman evenly. When he spoke, the glint in his eye belied his pleasant voice. "One can learn to bite any tongue, Mrs. Parish, no matter how tough or bitter, if one tries." James bit back a grin and lifted a forkful of meat in salute. "Better a boiled tongue than a loose one, I always say." Mrs. Parish formed a feline smile and countered,
"And either one is preferable to a forked tongue."
She sent Hannah a pointed glance. Around the table uneasy looks were shared or avoided. From the sideboard Mrs. Turrell abruptly announced,
"Who's ready for dessert?"
The dinner continued, and with it the stilted conversation. Hannah sat there, barely tasting Mrs. Turrell's lovely strawberry tartlets or orange jelly. The evening had clearly demonstrated to Hannah what life would be like if they allowed the deception to go on. It would mean continuing to lie to dear souls like Dr. Parish and Mrs. Turrell, and increasing her chances of discovery by people like Mrs. Parish. No, James was right. It couldn't be borne, or risked. She would have to gather her courage and talk to Sir John about ending the ruse. Danny didn't need to be his heir. His protection, and hopefully someday his love, would be enough. Would Sir John bear the scandal and offer to marry her as herself? If not, would James still want her? She doubted it. With a heavy heart, she realized she would probably lose them both. The next day, Hannah prayed for courage and took herself to Sir John's bedchamber to discuss the matter. Mrs. Turrell was just coming out, men's shaving kit in hand, and greeted her warmly.
"Ah, my lady, just in time. Sir John asked me to find you."
"Did he? Well, good," Hannah murmured, even as her palms perspired. Mrs. Turrell's eyes twinkled.
"Wait till you see him. Some of my best work, if I do say so myself."
She grinned and walked away. Hannah crossed the threshold and stopped abruptly, arrested by his appearance. Sir John Mayfield sat in a regular chair at his desk, his wheeled chair left in the corner. He was fully dressed in trousers, waistcoat, frock coat, and cravat, hair groomed and face clean-shaven. He looked younger without the beard, handsome, serious, and masculine. She could hardly believe this was the same man who'd lain bedridden for weeks. He looked far more like the man who'd once swept her into his arms and into his bed. She drew a shaky breath and tried to force the memory away. A sheaf of papers lay on the desk. He raised a hand and gestured toward the chair on its other side. Hannah walked forward, hands nervously clasped together, and sat down. "Before you say anything," she began, "I need you to know that after last night I've decided we cannot go on as we are. I'll not continue to lie to everyone, or to myself."
"I thought you might say that."
He bowed his head, inhaling deeply.
"In time, I could try to have Mariana declared dead, but it seems premature at present."
She pursed her lips in surprise. "Because you'd need the parishes to testify, and they think the woman they saw floating away was Hannah Rogers?"
"Not only that, though that will pose a problem."
She frowned. "Then why? Because her body hasn't been found?"
"Oh, I doubt she'll ever be found."
A strange light shone in his eyes.
"But we cannot be certain."
He held her gaze.
"Will you wait? Remain here with me until we can sort this out one way or another?"
Why did he want to wait, Hannah wondered, and what exactly was he asking of her? He hadn't come out and asked her to marry him, nor, she reminded herself, had he ever told her he loved her. Did he want her as a lover, but not as a wife? Or did he dread marrying a woman enmeshed in scandal? Once She'd wanted nothing more than to live as husband and wife with the father of her child, to know she and Danny would be taken care of. But that was before. In those old unspoken dreams, she'd not tainted her chances by assuming Mariana's identity, nor had she met James Loudon. She faltered. I don't know that I should stay that long. Disappointment flitted across his face, but he didn't press her. Instead, he opened a desk drawer and extracted his leather purse, and from it drew out several banknotes. She watched his actions warily. "What are you doing?" "I know you refused money for yourself before. However, now there are 3 of you to consider. Here's enough to set yourself up, along with Danny and Becky, in a place of your own while you work out what you wish to do next." She stared at him, not reaching for the notes. She whispered, "You want us to leave?" He shrugged. "You'll leave anyway, eventually. Why extend the charade any longer than necessary?" He laid the money on the desk between them. She whispered, "The charade of being Lady Mayfield, you mean?" His eyes glinted. "The charade of caring for me." "I do care, and I don't want your money." She pushed the notes away. "Not like this. It feels like a bribe to ease your conscience." "And what if it is?" "Then I think you truly cruel, and not merely callous and cynical as you pretend." "Ah, Hannah, you're the cruel one, raising my hopes when I knew better." "How did I?" "I thought I'd finally found a woman who actually wanted to be my wife." She stared at him, stunned by the open vulnerability in his eyes. Again she felt the stir of feelings she'd long ago laid to rest as futile and wrong. "Sir John, I—" Then his eyes shuttered and his mouth hardened. "Never mind. We all know what a poor judge of character I am, where women are concerned." Hannah felt as though she'd been slapped. He glanced at her and then sighed. "Forgive me. It's only that I'm well aware money is all I have to offer. I'm a broken-down man who can barely walk. Why else would you want to stay?" Again he held up a hand. "No, don't answer that. I'm not fishing for compliments." He turned to the sheaf of papers and briskly pulled forth several bound pages. "I've asked Mr. Loudon, against his better judgment and adamant counsel, to draw up a legal document, a trust for Daniel to provide for his needs and future education. I guessed you wouldn't accept money for yourself, but I hope you'll not refuse for Danny's sake." She stared at the legal document and the generous figure, speechless. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms over his chest. "Now that your son is provided for, Miss Rogers, what do you want for yourself?" Hannah's mind whirled. She didn't know. She honestly didn't know. She licked dry lips. "May I think about it?" His eyes dimmed before he set his jaw. "Of course. Let me know what you decide." Hannah wandered downstairs in a haze, thoughts and stomach churning. She found herself at the open door of the morning room without consciously deciding to go there. James rose and came around the desk, looking sombre. "He showed you the papers, then? The trust?" She nodded and drew in a long breath. "I never dared believe a future with Sir John possible. But now
If he's willing to support my son, Danny will have security, education, life without the worry of where his next meal will come from.
James gripped her arms. None of us have a secure future, Hannah. Not in this life. Sir John could change his mind, lose his fortune, decide you're not worth the scandal. For there'll be a scandal, make no mistake. Even here, far from fashionable society, when people learn who you really are.
His fingers on her shoulders dug hard. The grooves bracketing his mouth deepened.
But Hannah, it's more than that. I don't want you to pretend to be his wife. I want you to be mine. In reality, legally, morally, forever. No ruse, no lies. Don't you want that too?
His words were jabs to her heart. The pain in his face, a guilt-tipped arrow. Tears filled her eyes. James, if things were different, if I could go back and make different choices. But I cannot. I have to live with what I've done and who I am now.
You're not Mariana Mayfield.
I know. That's not what I meant. She squeezed her eyes shut. He says in time he'll report her death so we can be together. She refrained from mentioning that Sir John hadn't directly asked her to marry him.
James frowned. If he's serious, why put it off?
I think he wants to wait until her body is recovered, to avoid having to ask Doctor and Edgar Parrish to testify.
There's no guarantee it'll ever be found.
I know that. But in the meantime, if Sir John is willing to stand by Daniel and me, then I cannot turn my back on that. On him.
His green eyes bored into hers. I would stand by you and raise Daniel as my own.
You wouldn't love him as your own?
I would. In time, I'll come to love him as my own flesh and blood.
He is Sir John's flesh and blood, and Sir John loves him already.
James glowered, looking away for a moment,
yet he didn't deny it.
You would forego your own happiness for his.
For Sir John's happiness, or for Danny's, she wondered. But she didn't ask. The answer was the same. Yes, she whispered, though she hoped she'd find some measure of happiness in time.
And what about me?
You're young. You'll find someone else, someone not dragging a sordid past behind her.
His mouth twisted. Is it because he's rich, titled?
Pain lanced her. You know it's not.
Oh, yes, the poor, selfless girl who has to stay with the rich knight. Selfless indeed.
His words, his sneer, cut deep, and she turned away. He grasped her shoulders from behind.
Forgive me, Hannah. I didn't mean it. I'm only angry, hurt.
I know.
I should never have allowed myself to hope. In my heart of hearts, I knew you'd choose him.
She stared out the window, seeing other windows, shutters slamming in a storm. I chose him a long time ago, whether I knew it or not. She drew herself up, turned, and resolutely met his gaze. I am fond of him. Should she tell James she'd long admired Sir John Mayfield? Admit she'd struggled to suppress unrequited feelings for her employer while Mariana was alive? Or would it only hurt him more? She said simply, and hopefully in time he'll come to care for me as he does Danny. Oh, how she prayed that was true.
Chapter 22. After breakfast the next day, Mr. Loudon asked Hannah to join him in the morning room. His eager eyes and secretive air indicated something important was afoot. "I've had a letter from a friend of mine in this morning's post," he began as he ushered her inside. "Remember that Captain Blanchard I mentioned?" "Yes." Looking into the hall to be sure no one else was near, James closed the door. He gestured her to take a seat, and then lifted the open letter from the desk. "It's rather surprising. He wrote to tell me he saw Lady Mayfield again, this time in London." "Lady Mayfield? How interesting." "I thought so." "When was this? A long time ago, I assume?" "No, last week." Hannah's heart banged against her ribs. "Obviously your friend was mistaken." "Then he's not alone in his mistake, for he sent along an article from a London society column." He handed her a rectangle of newsprint, and Hannah read. "Sir Francis de Laval hosted a masquerade ball at his home last night. Attendance was sadly low, as so many have returned to their estates, leaving town parties in favour of country house parties. However, the evening was saved by the appearance of a very beautiful Diana, which caused great speculation among the company. Several in attendance noted a striking resemblance to Lady M. Lately of Bath, who graced us with her charming presence in the past. But this time Lady M. was unaccompanied by either husband or preferred companion, the charming, though insolvent, Mr. F. No, Hannah thought, it can't be. She gripped the article and insisted, "It's just a rumour." "I'm not so sure. My friend had met Mariana Mayfield before, you remember, when my father was still Sir John's solicitor. So he recognised her and even spoke with her. Blanchard wrote with much enthusiasm of her great beauty, enchanting brown eyes and fair complexion." It certainly sounded like Mariana. Even so, Hannah struggled to believe it. "There are many beautiful, dark-haired women in London. He must have seen someone else." "Possibly, though he seems quite certain." "She drowned," Hannah reminded him. "Edgar and Dr. Parrish saw her. Your friend must be mistaken." Hannah said the words with bravado, yet inwardly knew it was she herself who'd made the mistake. Too many mistakes to count. Might Mariana still be alive, carrying on life in London with Mr. Fontaine? Hannah shuddered at the thought. How long until others learned of the rumour, whether true or not? Until everyone in Linton and Lynmouth knew she was not who they thought she was? Hannah asked, "Was the lady in question wearing a mask? After all, this article mentions a masquerade ball." "Don't panic," she told herself. The sighting could have been no more than residual rumour, a woman wearing a costume seen flirting with a man and assumed to be Lady Mayfield. "He saw her face," James replied. "For just a moment she removed her mask." The last candle of hope snuffed out. "And so you will remove mine?" she whispered, guessing the solicitor meant to tell everyone of the discovery. She wondered what Sir John would do. James said gently, "Do you see now why you cannot let the deception continue, or think of marrying him?" Hannah squeezed her eyes shut. "Even if it's true, she'll never come back to him." The threatening letter Anthony Fontaine had written flitted through her mind. He'd vowed to discover the truth of Mariana's fate and to kill Sir John if he'd harmed her. Had he discovered instead that his lover had survived?
That's not the point, Hannah. If his wife is still alive, he's still a married man.
James pressed her hand.
You must get out now, while you can.
James took the letter and article upstairs with him and braced himself to face Sir John with the news. He hoped his client wouldn't accuse him of manufacturing the tale for his own purposes. The man sat in an armchair near the window, reading a trade journal, his cane nearby. He looked up when James entered, his expression instantly wary. James regretted that such tension existed between them, but it couldn't be helped.
"Sir, I've something to tell you,"
Sir John asked dryly.
"Will I enjoy it?" "I'm afraid not."
James lifted the papers in his hand.
"I've had a letter from a friend of mine. He enclosed a newspaper article as well."
"Oh?"
"The article suggests Lady Mayfield was seen in London last week, at a masquerade ball. My friend saw her there."
"A masquerade?" Sir John asked. "Then how did he know it was her?" The older man didn't seem as shocked as James would have guessed, or liked.
"He said she removed her mask briefly, long enough for him to see her face."
"This friend of yours was acquainted with Mariana?"
"Yes. Apparently he met Lady Mayfield when you lived in Bath."
"And I suppose your friend saw her with Fontaine," Sir John said.
It wasn't a question. Actually, she was alone. My friend spoke to her, told her he was surprised to see her, since he knew from me that I'd spent time in Devonshire with Sir John and his lady.
"And how did she respond to that?"
He didn't say.
James noticed that Sir John didn't insist this friend must be mistaken, as Hannah had done. Had Sir John believed all along his wife might be alive? The man asked,
"Have you shown Miss Rogers this letter?" "I did mention it to her, yes, and showed her the article as well."
"Of course you did."
Several moments passed, but Sir John said nothing more. James wondered what he should say. He'd clearly displeased his employer, yet even had he no vested interest in the matter, he would have been obligated to inform his client of such important news. Tentatively, James asked, "Shall I leave you, sir?" Sir John didn't answer straight away. Then he inhaled deeply and said, "Yes, you shall leave. I want you to go to London, then return to Bristol, even Bath if you have to. I want you to find proof that Mariana is alive, and while you're at it, I want you to gather evidence against her and Mr. Fontaine, evidence we would need to bring a civil case against him." A civil case? The first step in long and tedious divorce proceedings, James knew. He stood there, feeling queasy. He was relieved Lady Mayfield had reappeared and would gladly work to verify that she was alive. For if Sir John still had a living, breathing wife, he couldn't very well marry another, the woman James wanted for himself. But to help the man gather evidence against his wife and her lover to begin divorce proceedings, the whole process could take years and be ruinously expensive. Worst yet, it might offer Sir John, and perhaps even Hannah, hope that the two might one day be joined together lawfully. That possibility made him feel sicker yet. Even so,
Sir John was his most important client, and he couldn't very well refuse. James swallowed back bile and asked, "When would you like me to start?" Sir John met his gaze with a look of steely determination. "Immediately." Wearing an apron over her day dress, Hannah bathed Danny in a small tub. She'd excused Becky, who cheerfully left the nursery in favour of Mrs. Turrell's warm kitchen. Hannah wanted to do the sweet chore herself, wanted to be alone with her dearest treasure and her troubled thoughts. In her pocket, she carried the threatening letter from Anthony Fontaine. Now that she knew Mariana might be alive, and the two perhaps more determined than ever to be together, the letter seemed important, and the threat more real. She wondered if she should show the letter to Sir John, or to his solicitor. The warm water felt good on her skin, and on her son's, given the evidence of his sparkling eyes and drooling gummy smile. She tenderly rubbed the damp cloth over his glistening cheeks, his rounded tummy, his pudgy, kicking legs. The gentle motions of the peaceful, maternal task soothed her nerves. Unbidden, the water lapping in the tub and her wet, wrinkled fingers transported her back to the scene of the accident, until she saw neither Danny's face nor heard his happy gurgles, but other sights and sounds less lovely. The frigid water sloshing inside the overturned carriage and lapping against its cracked walls. The cry of a distant seagull, a heavy weight pressing against her, her hands wet and cold. Another hand, the ring. For a moment Hannah squeezed her eyes shut and tried for the 100th time to remember. Had she seen Mariana? Grasped her hand? She could almost feel Mariana's hand in hers, feel the bite of metal in her palm, the large, sharp ring. Had Mariana been alive, awake, alert, even then? Or had she been pulled from Hannah's grip and floated away, only to be revived later, perhaps by the water or a passer-by? If the report of her sighting was true. If she was indeed alive. But how? How had it happened? Danny's happy coos became mild fussing, and Hannah realized the water had cooled. "Sorry, sweetheart," she murmured, and carefully lifted him from the tub, wrapped him in a cozy towel, and dried his face and hair as best she could with her hindered hand. Then she dressed him in a clean cloth, cap, and nightdress, and swaddled him in a small blanket. Holding his warm body close, Hannah sat in the rocking chair and looked down into his face. Her heart surged with love for him. Such a small person, such a large part of her heart. Thank you, God, for blessing me with this beautiful little life. One of Danny's little fists escaped his swaddling, and she took it in hers. Tears pricked her eyes, and she whispered, "What are we going to do, my love?" James went in search of Hannah and found her alone in the nursery, rocking Daniel. As he crossed the threshold, she looked up at him with damp eyes. Then her gaze lowered to the valise in his hand and the coat over his arm, and her face clouded. "You're leaving?" she asked.
"Yes. Sir John wishes me to verify the sighting of Lady Mayfield."
Her lips parted in surprise. "What did he say when you told him? Was he shocked?"
"Not that I could tell. I wonder if he had an inkling all along."
Hannah drew in a breath. Perhaps he did, and that's why he hesitated to report her death.
James nodded. "And that's not all. In case she is alive, he wants me to gather evidence against her and her lover. Evidence for a civil trial." She stared at him. "Do you know what that means?" Hannah shook her head. "If Mr. Fontaine is judged guilty of alienation of affection, then Sir John can pursue the matter in the ecclesiastical court, charge Mariana with adultery, request a legal separation, and ultimately a divorce." Hannah stared at him, but said nothing. "It'll take a long time and cost a great deal of money. Even if he is successful, he wouldn't be able to remarry unless Parliament passes a bill that allows him to do so. Meanwhile, Mariana would become a social outcast, and Sir John's reputation would suffer as well, which would hurt him and me, professionally and personally." "Then why would he go through all that?" James shot her an irritated look. "Why do you think, Hannah?" Pain crossed her face, and he immediately regretted his sharp tone. He sat on the bed near the rocking-chair and lowered his voice. "Look, I know you felt compelled to stay here with Sir John, since he was willing to acknowledge Daniel and allowed you to carry on as Lady Mayfield. But if Mariana is alive, tell me you understand that everything has changed. Please don't do anything rash until I return. Don't forget, he's forgiven her before, and he'll do so again. Don't think he won't." She ducked her head and whispered, "I know." She looked down at the child in her lap and caressed one of his small fists. James laid his hand over hers, holding them both in his determined grip. "Better we found out now than months from now, before this had gone on too long. We might yet hush it up. But if you'd returned to Bristol with him, or some other city, and more people discovered the deception—" He shook his head, indignant at the thought. Then he looked into her eyes again. "We should be grateful. I'm grateful. Promise me you'll wait, Hannah. Don't give in to him while I'm gone. And don't give up on me." For a moment, Hannah said nothing. Then, instead of answering, she pulled a letter from her pocket. "Before you go, I think you should have this." James's heart froze. Had she written him a letter of farewell? "No, Hannah, not like this." She shook her head, interrupting. "It's not from me. It's a threatening letter Mr. Fontaine sent to Sir John." With a meaningful look, she pressed it into his hand. "Just in case." After Mr. Loudon left, Hannah carried Danny down to Becky and then took herself to Sir John's room. She stopped in the doorway, arms folded. "Did you know she might be alive?" Sir John stood at the window, leaning on his cane. He glanced over, saw her taut expression, and returned his gaze to the scene outside. "It crossed my mind." "Is that why you didn't want to report her death?" she added to herself, "or ask me to marry you?" "One of the reasons, yes. Though it was only a suspicion. Still is." She jutted out her chin. "Mr. Loudon told me what you asked him to do." Sir John said dryly, "That man seems to tell you everything." "We've become friends, James and I." "James, is it? Friends, or more?" "Friends, for now." Sir John nodded thoughtfully. "Still, One wonders why my solicitor feels it's necessary to divulge my personal business." She crossed the room to him. "It's not your personal business. He knew it would affect me if she's alive. You know it as well. But don't do it, Sir John. Don't try to divorce Mariana, especially on my account. I've enough marks against me already." "If I do pursue this course," he replied, "it wouldn't be your fault, Hannah. Not everything is your fault. And surely not Mariana fabricating her death so she might live in peace with her paramour."
"We don't even know yet if that's true. And perhaps if she is alive, she's been unable to return, or at least to get word to you."
He shot her a withering look. "Oh, please, Hannah, you cannot be so naive. You know her too well to believe that."
No, she didn't fully believe it. But divorce? So much time and expense and scandal with no guarantee of success. And for what? To compound our sins? His eyes roamed her face, then held her troubled gaze.
"For our freedom."
"If your wife is alive, then I cannot in good conscience remain any longer." She turned. "We shall leave on the morrow." He reached out and grasped her arm.
"Hannah, please, stay with me. You know Mariana has never been a real wife to me. Should I be condemned to live married, yet alone all my days? Is that what I deserve?"
"No, Sir John, this isn't your punishment. Perhaps it is mine, but not yours. You deserve better. And I'll hope and pray that Mariana will see the error of her ways and come back to you. Be the wife you deserve."
"You know that will never happen."
His hand on her arm trembled.
"Listen to me. I know I cannot marry you here, not now. But this needn't be the end of us. We can go to another of my properties, live together as man and wife."
His eyes blazed.
"Why do you shake your head?"
Hannah took a shuddering breath, then said as resolutely as she could, "Sir John, I cannot be your mistress. I will not. I know I've made mistakes, but that doesn't mean I have no sense of right and wrong, no self-respect."
"I know that, Hannah, and I do respect you."
She mustered a small smile.
"I'm afraid I've been spoiled by my time here. I'm no longer satisfied with pretending to be your wife. I want a husband of my own. I want my son to grow up in a real family."
He nodded, and his voice grew hoarse.
"That's what I want, too."
Tears brightened his eyes, but he stoically blinked them away. It was nearly her undoing. Before her resolve weakened, she turned to the door, but he caught her hand once more.
"Hannah, I won't press you, but don't leave, not yet. You're right that we don't yet know if these rumours are true. It's only that I can so easily believe it of her. Yet didn't Edgar and Dr. Parrish witness her drowning? We, neither of us, ought to make decisions based on one sighting. At a masquerade, no less. Stay, please, at least until we hear from Mr. Loudon."
She hesitated. "Very well, though I'm not promising to stay after that, regardless. And if he finds evidence that she's alive, I'll have no choice but to leave immediately." They spent the days that followed in a tenuous truce, living as polite acquaintances, but no more. Only with Danny did Sir John demonstrate care and affection, as though he knew or feared that every day with his son might be his last. A week later, a letter arrived for Sir John. With a lurching heart, Hannah recognised the handwriting and carried it up to Sir John herself. Seated at his desk, he looked from the letter up to her, perhaps tempted to ask her to leave so he might read it in private, and then decide whether or not to share its contents. Hannah stood before the desk and folded her arms, daring him to protest. Instead, he uttered a humph and pried open the seal. He read the brief letter, then exhaled deeply. He's not found her, nor discovered solid evidence of her presence in either Bath or London. He's returning to Bristol and will continue his inquiries there. He handed her the letter, and she read the words herself. Was it so wrong of her to be relieved? Then the last paragraph caught her attention. Mr. Fontaine has been seen in London, but rumour has it that he's recently become engaged to marry a Miss Fox Garwood, an heiress. I'll write again when I've more to report. Hannah recalled how grieved Anthony Fontaine had been when he'd come there and been told Mariana had drowned. Apparently his grief hadn't lasted long. Surely, if Mariana was still alive, he wouldn't become engaged to another woman. Then again, Lady Mayfield's marriage hadn't hindered their affair. "Now will you stay?" Sir John asked. She squeezed her eyes shut, took a deep breath. "No, I've stayed far too long as it is. Until all this is settled, I think it best we part ways." He laid a hand on her arm. She was tempted to lay hers atop his, but resisted. "Then you stay. I'll leave," he said briskly, releasing her and rising with effort. "I've been thinking about returning to Bristol anyway." "Have you? Why?" Anna asked in surprise. Was he returning to help Mr. Loudon in his search, she wondered, or to keep her from going off with his solicitor? "Dr. Parrish recommends a great deal of physical exercise to increase my strength. I've a friend in Bristol who owns a gymnasium and fencing academy." Yes, Hannah vividly recalled. "He's replied to my letter and promises to put me through my paces," Sir John went on. "If I'm to face Mariana and Fontaine again, I want to be whole and strong when I do so." "I see." She hesitated. "Even so, I cannot remain here. I've no right. We shall make other arrangements. I'm sure Mrs. Turrell will help us." "You've every right in my view. But if you must leave, keep us informed of your direction. I've instructed Mr. Loudon to send money." "Sir John, I already told you I don't want any." "Hear me out. You needn't use it for yourself if you prefer not to accept anything from me. But you cannot deny me the right to provide for my son. Please, don't deny me that." She hesitated, stilled by his earnest appeal. "Very well. And take my copy of Sir Charles Grandison, since yours was lost. I insist." "Thank you, I should like that. When will you depart?" "On the morrow, but no need to hurry. Take your time packing your things and making arrangements. Even stay on if you change your mind. Just promise me you'll let Mr. Loudon know of any changes in your residence, so he'll know where to send the monthly stipend for Daniel's upkeep." She said, "I don't know that I'll be seeing Mr. Loudon." "Oh." He drew out the syllable, eyes glinting. "Somehow, I think you will." Chapter 23. Sir John, with Ben's eager help, made quick work of packing one valise of clothing and another of his books and papers. Hannah took a respite from her own packing and went down to bid him farewell. She stood near the door, Danny in her arms, as he descended the stairs, cane in one hand, holding carefully to the handrail with the other. Seeing them, Sir John hesitated, grimacing as though their presence disappointed or embarrassed him, and she regretted her decision to see him off. He slowly crossed the vestibule, disguising his limp as best he could, his eyes trained on her face all the while. She held her breath. What did he intend to do? His compressed mouth and intense gaze revealed little. Did he mean to deliver some sharp warning or a passionate kiss? He stepped closer, then nearer yet, too close for formality or to offer a polite bow. She felt torn between backing up a step or leaning in. He looked into her eyes, then leaned down, farther and farther, past her lips, her neck, her chest. Only then did she realize his intention. He pressed a kiss not to her face, but to Danny's. Then with a gentle finger he wiped it away. He turned and left the house without a word. Throat tight, she turned to the window and watched him walk toward the hired chaise, leaning heavily on his cane. Hannah returned to her packing and found herself surprisingly ill at ease to be in the house now that Sir John had left it. She took her few belongings, and only those things of Mariana's she'd altered to fit her or couldn't do without. She finished in her own room an hour or so later, and then went downstairs to collect the book and her needlework from the drawing-room. When a knock sounded at the front door, she started, a heavy sense of foreboding falling over her. An ominous triple knock, rap, 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 at a leisurely pace. Hannah's heart knocked against her ribs in reply. "I'll answer it, Mrs. Turrell," Hannah called, setting aside her things and going to the door. Hand on the latch, Hannah shut her eyes and silently prayed. "Dear God in heaven, I deserve whatever happens to me, but please protect my son." She opened the door. There she stood, Mariana Spencer Mayfield, in the flesh and very much alive. At first glance, she looked as bright and beautiful as ever, gaily dressed in a purple cape and glimmering golden yellow gown beneath. Mariana smiled archly. "Surprise?" Hannah felt as though she faced a firing squad. Panic seized her throat. "Come now, Hannah, you're not going to pretend you don't recognize me." One penciled brow rose in part amusement, part challenge. Won't you come in?" she asked woodenly, and stepped back from the door. Mariana hesitated, her smile fading. "Is he here?" Hannah shook her head. "He just left." She sighed. "Good. I'll need a drink before I face him." For some reason, Hannah didn't correct her misapprehension that Sir John had merely stepped out and would return soon. Mariana strode into the drawing-room and sat heavily onto the sofa. Hannah perched on the edge of a chair nearby. At closer inspection, she saw that Mariana had applied cosmetics with a heavy hand, her skin beneath lacking its former brilliancy, and the fine lines at the corners of her eyes deeper than she recalled. Her teeth were duller too, stained from perhaps tea or even tobacco. Her dress, visible where the cape gaped, was creased and showed signs of wear. The shoes peeping out beneath were scuffed. The last month or two had clearly been hard on her. Mariana asked, "Are you surprised to see me?" Hannah swallowed her panic and murmured, Yes." "And not happy about it, apparently. No joyful reunion for your old friend, back from the dead?"
Hannah faltered. "But your body, your cloak. Dr. Parrish and his son saw you."
"No. They saw my red cape tied around a piece of wooden wreckage and shoved out to sea. It worked quite well, I thought. I hid behind the rocks and then made my way north after nightfall. Very clever of me, was it not?"
Hannah slowly shook her head. "We heard a rumour you'd been seen in London, but we didn't think you'd return here." Again one brow arched.
"Hoped I would not, I think you mean."
Mariana leaned back.
"Might I have that drink now?"
"Oh, of course." Hannah rose and stepped to the decanter on the side table, removing the stopper and pouring a glass of Madeira with unsteady hands. While her back was turned, she said, "Mr. Fontaine came here looking for you soon after the accident. He was distraught."
"Yes, we had quite a passionate reunion, I can tell you. For a few days, a week. Yet not a fortnight had passed before things changed between us."
Hannah turned and carried the glass to her. "And where's he now?" Mariana waved a dismissive hand, then accepted the glass.
"You know how it is with men. Once they can have a woman any time they want, all the mystery is gone. The thrill of the chase disappears, and then so does he."
"I'm sorry to hear it."
"Are you?" "Yes, I imagine you are."
Mariana took a long drink.
"After Anthony joined me, he and I hid away in Wales for a time, expecting any moment for Sir John or a constable to come knocking, looking for us. Yet no one ever came. I think Anthony liked the excitement and adventure of living on the run. But that feeling didn't last."
She looked down at her ragged fingernails.
"He liked being with me when it was forbidden. Stolen moments, secrets. Not a nagging wife day after day, with a child on the way. It turns out he'd little interest in becoming a father."
She drained her glass. Hannah glanced at Mariana's flat abdomen and concluded she'd lost the child, but was afraid to ask. Mariana glanced up, eyes flinty.
"I assumed I'd been declared dead, that my plot had worked, and that was why no one came looking for me. Anthony was angry. He thought I should have stayed in case Sir John didn't recover. He derided me for giving up my widow's jointure, money we could have lived on quite well. I told him no matter. If Sir John died, I would simply declare I'd been lost at sea, lost my memory, and only recently realised who I was, and returned the grieving widow to reclaim what was rightfully mine. Though I reminded Anthony that Sir John had threatened to change his will and cut me off with only my jointure. Anthony assured me it was all bluster, another manoeuvre meant to force me into submission. In the end, it didn't matter, for Sir John did recover. Lived to spite me, no doubt."
She lifted her empty glass, and Hannah rose to refill it.
"Anthony and I got bored in the rustics and decided to try life in London.
big, anonymous London. Of course, by the time we arrived, the season was all but over. Thankfully, some not enamoured with country life remained in town, and we were able to find some amusement. We stayed away from the finest places I'd frequented in the past. We found lodgings in an unfashionable area to be safe, but that soon lost its appeal as well. Finally, we became brazen and decided to attend a masquerade being held by a casual acquaintance, where we might enjoy all the fine food, wine, and company we were missing without fear of exposure. It took me ages to get ready, with no proper lady's maid to assist me. Anthony lost patience and said he was going to his club and would find me at the ball later. We would meet like two masked strangers and flirt with one another as though for the first time. So I arrived at the ball alone. I did enjoy myself for a while. Such august company, such charming costumes and happy music. I began to look for Anthony, expecting any moment for him to appear at my elbow, declare me the most intriguing creature in the room, and beg to dance with me, or to lead me into some shadowy corner to steal a kiss. But he did not. I began to fear he didn't recognize me, for he'd left before I donned my mask. So, in desperation or boredom, I became more brazen yet and lifted my mask, hoping he would glimpse my face and rush to my side. Someone did come to greet me, but it wasn't Anthony. It was a blonde officer I vaguely recognized, though I couldn't have said from where or what his name might be. I slipped my mask back into place, fearing I'd been caught, fearing everyone would now know Mariana Mayfield was alive after all. Instead, he said quite merrily, "Why, Lady Mayfield, I believe. I'm surprised to see you here." I panicked for a moment, until I reminded myself it was a masquerade ball. He couldn't prove who I was by one glimpse of my face, so I decided to brush him off. Still, I was surprised that he didn't seem astonished I was alive, only that I was in attendance. Anthony had told me there'd been no announcement of my death in the papers, but until that moment I hadn't believed him. I said to the man, "I don't know whom you are referring to, my good sir." Then he surprised me. He didn't make a scene or go on about my being alive, and did I not know everyone thought I was dead? Instead, he smiled and said, "Never fear, my lady, I shall not let on you are here. I imagine life in Devonshire must be tiresome. An acquaintance of mine, Mr. Loudon, has spent time there with Sir John and says it's a remote place, very rustic, nothing as civilized as this." Mr. Loudon, that name I did recall. My husband's solicitor, an older gentleman who thought the world of me, I know. Probably summoned to revise John's will. Mariana swirled the golden liquid in her glass. I was quite confused, as you can imagine. Had he not heard about the crash, that I was missing, if not assumed dead? I wondered if someone had seen me leaving the scene of the accident. I said casually, "Oh, does Mr. Loudon not care for Devonshire?" The man replied, "I don't say that. He was loath to go in the first place and leave his practice, but I think he was impressed. I know he was impressed with you, Lady Mayfield." What was this? Mr. Loudon had seen me in Devonshire? I wasn't believed missing or dead, but was rather alive and living in the West Country. I felt quite shocked, I can tell you. I tried to fathom how such a misunderstanding had happened. I said, "Come, you must tell me what Mr. Loudon said about me. I'm afraid I was not very kind to him." The officer chuckled and replied, "Loudon admitted you were not what he was expecting. He said nothing critical, however, I assure you. He said you were secretive but charming and had the most darling little boy." Mariana widened her eyes. Imagine my surprise. Not only was I not dead or even missing, but I was charming and had a darling boy in Devonshire. She ran her gaze over Hannah. "I didn't think of you, not at first, for surely my most loyal companion wouldn't be party to such a hoax. Even so, I asked him how my companion fared. He looked at me strangely and said, 'Do you jest, or did I hear it wrong? I'm sure Loudon mentioned that your lady's companion drowned in the accident.'" Mariana held up her pointer finger. "Ah, then I realized. I wasn't missing and assumed dead. You were." She clicked her tongue. "I must say, Hannah, I'm impressed. Quite a little plot you've pulled off here in my absence. I guess your years with me taught you something after all." Hannah frowned. "I didn't plan this. The local doctor who found us assumed I was Sir John's wife, since he was expecting only the two of you. And you allowed that false assumption to continue. Gracious, that's quite a promotion. From lowly companion to my lady in a single day. What a climbing schemer you are. I would never have guessed." "Me? A schemer? When you pretended to drown? To leave Sir John for good, or so we thought?" "So you thought. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear, loyal friend." Hannah flinched at Mariana's cutting tone. "I did nothing to you. We thought you were dead." "Oh, please," Mariana flapped a dismissive hand. "Don't play the innocent. You saw me. You opened your eyes and saw me." "What?" "Don't pretend you don't remember. Before I slipped away from the carriage, I put my finger to your lips to shush you, then pressed my ring into your hand." Hannah stared at her. She began, "No, that's not what I remember." But a flitting, recurring dream danced on the edges of her mind. Lady Mayfield smiling coyly amid the horrid wreckage, placing her own ring in her hand. Hannah sputtered. "I thought it was a dream, my trying to keep the tide from drawing you from the carriage. I grabbed your hand. That's how your ring came to be in mine." "Is it?" Mariana shook her head, eyeing her cynically. "I don't think so." "Then why would you give it to me?" "I didn't want to wear any such identifying jewellery. And yes, I thought it would reward you for keeping quiet if you lived. I didn't know if you would. You looked a fright, your head bleeding profusely. And if you died, your body might be identified as mine, which would buy me some time before anyone came looking for me. Of course, nobody came, which I found somehow insulting. Now I know why." She took a long drink. "Later, Anthony was furious when he learned I'd left the ring behind. He put a notice in the paper to establish its loss or theft, hoping to claim insurance money for it. I could make no such claim, of course, but the insurance company took one look at Anthony's debts and dismissed his claim, and who can blame them?" Hannah willed herself to remain calm. "I don't understand. You were free of your husband and your marriage, as you'd long told me you wanted. Why come back now?" What is it you want?"
Mariana smirked.
"Why, to see my dear husband, of course."
Hannah's stomach clenched.
"I'm sorry to disappoint you, but—"
Mariana leaned forward conspiratorially and wrinkled her nose.
"I'd rather not, actually. He's more likely to strangle me than to welcome me back with open arms, I imagine."
If she didn't want to see Sir John, what did she want? Money? Hannah would have to tread carefully. The truth was on her tongue. She said it even as she questioned the wisdom and the consequences of doing so. Sir John would have taken you back. He would have forgiven you, raised your child as his own.
Mariana's mouth twisted.
"I miscarried the child. Are you saying that was my fault? Had I stayed, I wouldn't have lost her?"
Hannah was taken aback by the bitter anguish in her voice.
"No, I'm not saying that. I'm sorry. I'm only saying that Sir John would have stood by you either way."
Mariana regarded her through narrowed eyes.
"How highly you esteem him. Almost as if you'd fallen in love with him."
Hannah made no answer. Lady Mayfield looked about the room, then asked,
"Where is this supposed child of mine? Yours, I assume? You left us to bear a child in secret, is that it? I thought you were gaining weight, but was too polite to mention it. I hope the father wasn't Mr. Ward." She shuddered. "I saw the way the odious man looked at you. Oh, I know. That young man I saw pursuing you the day we left Bath." She shook her head, clicking her tongue. "And here I thought you so innocent, sitting in judgment of me and Mr. Fontaine."
"I never said a word about the two of you. Never."
"Oh, but your face did, like a wan Madonna in a dreary oil painting. Such long-suffering disappointment. What a hypocrite you are."
Mariana leaned back in the chair, putting a hand on each of its arms, as though a queen on her throne.
"And so here you are," she said, "trying to pass off your base-born child as Sir John's son and rightful heir. That's incredible. Is John out of his mind? Still insensible that you've got away with it this long?"
Hannah's ire rose.
"Why should you care? Do you mean to return, to be his wife?"
"In name, at least."
Hannah stood. "If you are in earnest, then you've come to the wrong place. Sir John has returned to Bristol, and I plan to leave this house this very day."
Mariana slowly shook her head, brown eyes glinting.
"Oh, no, my dear Hannah. You shall not get off so easily. I want to see you explain all of this to your neighbours and to the servants and to Mr. Loudon. I want to see you squirm, and then I want to see you pay. They do have magistrates in this God-forsaken place, I take it?"
Mrs. Turrell breezed in, wiping her hands on her apron.
"Here I am, pardon my delay."
She eyed their visitor warily before returning her gaze to Hannah.
"May I bring the two of you some refreshment, my lady?"
Hannah felt the final two words pierce her like arrows, and fleetingly wondered how Mariana must feel to hear the woman address her by the title. She hesitated to reply, but Mariana showed no such reluctance. A feline smile curved her features as she looked from Hannah to the housekeeper.
"Yes, I think refreshments would be lovely, thank you. Mrs.
The housekeeper stared at Mariana.
"Turrell?" "Hannah, my dear friend," Mariana said. Won't you introduce me?"
Hannah felt sick, but complied, lifting a limp hand toward Mariana.
"Mrs. Turrell, this is Lady Mayfield, Sir John's wife."
Hannah risked a glance at Mrs. Turrell. The woman stared at Mariana, eyes wide, mouth slack. She shifted an uncertain glance toward Hannah, and Hannah nodded, her mouth downturned in apology. For a moment, no one moved or spoke. The pendulum clock punctuated the silence. Tick, tick, tick. Finally, Mariana prompted,
"The refreshments, Mrs. Turrell?"
"Oh, right." The housekeeper turned, but at that moment another knock sounded at the side door. The familiar double knock of Dr. Parish. Hannah's heart fell. Dear Dr. Parish! How she hated to hurt him. But it was inevitable now. Perhaps it always had been.
"Shall I let him in?"
The housekeeper directed the question to Hannah.
"Yes,"
she sighed, resigned. It was all over now. Mariana turned to her, brows high.
"Who?"
"Our neighbour, Dr. Parish." Mariana's face became more animated yet.
"Yes, by all means, invite him in. The party's just beginning."
Or the funeral, Anna grimly thought. She sat stiffly and listened as Mrs. Turrell's half-boots clicked over the polished floor. She heard the door latch open, and then, horror of horrors, Mrs. Parish's voice as well as the doctor's. Oh, no, not her. Not now. An anxious Mrs. Turrell led Dr. Parish and his wife into the drawing-room. The couple looked uncertain, and Hannah wondered what, if anything, the housekeeper had whispered to them. But they looked only curious at this point. The worst was yet to come. She would have to deliver the news herself. The next hour passed in a painful blur. Disillusioned people, once compassionate faces turning flinty, eyes freezing over, frowns of shock and disappointment replacing the smiling faces of her memories. Mrs. Parish was, of course, the first to denounce her. Hadn't she said all along there was something odd about this supposed lady? She sent Ben to fetch Edgar, took great satisfaction in telling him the news when he arrived, then sent the shocked and disapproving young man to alert the magistrate to the impostor in their midst. But the worst was Dr. Parish, stunned speechless and bent over in pain as though he'd been dealt a mortal blow by a bosom friend. Presented with such a clear picture of her betrayal, Hannah didn't even attempt to defend herself. Mrs. Turrell was silent as well, although she remained at Hannah's side. Edgar returned and announced that the local magistrate, Lord Sherwell, was occupied with house guests at present, but would hear their case in his office 2 days hence. If only Sir John hadn't left, Hannah thought, or even Mr. Loudon. But she must face this alone. Well, not completely alone. Mrs. Turrell hadn't left her. Had God? Mrs. Parish took charge, fawning over Mariana with compliments, inviting her to stay at the Grange with them, and asking if they ought not lock Miss Rogers in her room so she wouldn't be tempted to flee. Mariana declined the offer with pretty gratitude, insisting she should like to stay in her own home at last, and wouldn't a manservant posted as watch outside the house be sufficient? After all, she and Mrs. Turrell would remain on hand to be sure Miss Rogers didn't stray. Hannah sat in a haze through it all. It felt like another murky dream from which she couldn't awaken. The cold weight of it pressed down on her. This time she would sink for sure. Eventually, the arrangements were agreed upon. A watch posted, and plans made for an early departure to the magistrates in 2 days' time. Then Mrs. Parrish led a silent and bewildered Dr. Parrish home. Hannah walked numbly upstairs to the nursery. Becky, who'd evidently overheard some of the conversation below, sat huddled on her bed in the corner. Daniel lay in the cradle, awake and cooing over a drooled fist in his mouth. Hannah took him in her arms and held him close, stroking his little downy head and feeling the tears she'd held at bay fill her eyes and roll down her cheeks at last. She felt Mrs. Turrell's warm hand on her shoulder. "What will you do, my dear? What will you say?" "I don't know. What can I say? Perhaps I should take Danny and leave. Tonight." "If you run, everyone will assume you're guilty." "I am guilty." "Not of everything she accuses you of. Not half." Alarmed, Becky asked, "What is it, Miss Han? My lady? What's wrong?" "It's all right, Becky. You can call me Hannah now. Everyone knows. Our secret is over." "Are we in trouble?" "You are not in trouble, but I am, yes." At least she hoped Becky was in no trouble. She would have to find a way to make sure of that. Becky asked, "And what about Danny?" Hannah squeezed her eyes shut. What would become of Danny? The thought of being permanently separated from her son terrified her. "Shall I hide him?" Becky asked, eyes wild. "I saw Ben out front, but he wouldn't stop me. He's fond of me, I know. I could raise Danny as my own if they take you away." "Becky!" Mrs. Turrell chided. "Don't say such a thing." She softened her tone. "I know you meant it kindly, my dear, but Miss Hannah is Danny's mother, and always shall be." Hannah turned to Mrs. Turrell. "But what if they send me to prison, or worse?" "Surely it won't come to that." Mrs. Turrell laid a tender hand on her arm. "If worse comes to worse, I'll care for Danny myself, and no doubt Becky will help me. You needn't fear for his future." Hannah nodded, suddenly remembering the trust Sir John had offered. "Whatever happens to me, promise me you'll let Sir John know where Danny is, will you? He'll help you both." "Of course I will." "Did you know?" Hannah asked the older woman. "Not everything, but I knew there was more to the story." Hannah laid her hand over Mrs. Turrell's. "You were right." A short while later, Mariana summoned Hannah down to the bedchamber she'd occupied these many weeks. Inside, Hannah's valise and a second case lay open, nearly packed. While Hannah stood in the doorway, Mariana insisted the maid dump it all out again. She wanted to make sure Hannah took nothing that didn't belong to her. Hannah cringed. She hadn't packed many of Mariana's things, and none of her finest, but she'd taken spare undergarments, a nightdress, a spencer, and a few simple gowns. Mariana plucked one of her gowns and the pink-ribboned nightdress from the pile. "These are definitely mine." The maid, Kitty, gaped at her. "Is she to have no nightdress, my lady, or even one spare gown?" Hannah was impressed with the girl's courage, though she feared she might lose her place because of it. My things were lost, Hannah said, hoping to defend the maid, and her own actions as well. Mariana hesitated, then tossed the gown and the nightdress back into the valise. "Very well," she snapped. "If she's worn them, I don't want them." Her eyes glinted. "Unlike some people, I've no interest in wearing another woman's clothes, or her name." Mariana held out her hand. "But I will have my ring back." "I wasn't going to take it." Hannah gestured across the room. "It's there on the dressing table, along with your lover's eye." Mariana turned and snatched up the small brooch, quickly pinning it to her frock. "The painting isn't John's eye, you know. It's Antony's. Fickle though he is, he belongs to me, and I to him. He'll remember that soon enough and come back for me. He always does." She tried to slide the ring onto her finger, but it caught on her knuckle. It no longer fit her as it once had. Nothing else from her old life did either, in Hannah's view. Mariana forced the ring into place at last. Her quick look of triumph fell to a frown. "Now I shall never get it off again." Hannah turned and quit the room, leaving Mariana tugging at the band. Carrying the hastily repacked valise in one hand and the case of Danny's things under her still splintered arm, Hannah trudged upstairs to a small spare room beside the nursery, leaving Mariana to claim the large, fine bedchamber for herself. The next morning, Mrs. Turrell carried breakfast up to Hannah in the spare room and helped her dress. As she finished, she gave Hannah's shoulders a warm squeeze and said, "I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm praying for you, my dear." Then she hurried away to attend Mariana, while Kitty and Ben hauled cans of hot water for the woman's bath. Hannah tidied the counterpane on the narrow bed and was about to walk over to the nursery when Dr. Parrish knocked on the doorframe, his head down.
"I've only come to remove your bandages."
"Oh, thank you." Tentatively, he stepped inside and set down his bag on the dressing chest without looking her in the face. As he snipped away the stiff bandages, he kept his distance, coming only close enough to perform the task quickly and refusing to meet her gaze. Gone were his friendly openness, his warm eyes, his eager, lengthy chats. Hannah's heart ached to see it. She whispered, "I'm sorry, Dr. Parrish, truly." His hands hesitated only a moment. Then he gathered up the spent bandages and his bag and turned away without a word. At the threshold he paused, his back to her, and murmured,
"So am I."
Hannah spent most of that day in the nursery with Becky and Danny, hoping to avoid Mariana. Mrs. Turrell kindly brought up their dinner on trays as well. That night, the night before they were due to see the magistrate, Hannah knelt beside the narrow bed, hands clasped, eyes closed in prayer. Behind her, the door creaked open. Startled, she swung her head around. Mariana stood there on the threshold, smirking. "See the contrite sinner on the eve of her destruction, beseeching God for deliverance. You've a lot to atone for, have you not? A child out of wedlock, impersonating another man's wife, lying, stealing, and fraud, trying to foist off your child as Sir John's heir. And those are only the things I know about. Did you also sleep with Dr. Parrish to win him to your cause? Is that why his wife despises you?" "No." Anna stared at her, feeling a noose begin to tighten around her neck, and the hearing had not even begun. Mariana crossed her arms. I see what you're thinking. You think it hypocritical of me to point a finger at anyone else. But I'm not guilty of half of what you've done. Hannah blinked, stunned to realize Mariana might be right. How had she allowed it to happen? That she, Hannah Rogers, should be guilty of more wrongdoing than the infamous Mariana Mayfield? Mariana shook her head, eyes alight in apparent amusement. Do you really think God will forgive you after all that? Hannah faltered. I hope so. I don't expect the parishes to forgive me, but yes, I hope God will. After all, he forgave a man who not only committed adultery, but who also schemed to have the woman's husband killed so he might marry her. Mariana's eyes narrowed. Who told you that? Mr. Fontaine didn't try to kill Sir John. Hannah gaped at her. Why do you assume I was speaking of Mr. Fontaine? Mariana looked away, disquieted at last. Hannah thought again of the rash letter Fontaine had written. Had his threats been genuine? I was speaking of King David, Hannah said, not Mr. Fontaine. Of course you were. I knew that. Mariana turned to go, then looked over her shoulder, eyes glinting. Go back to your prayers, Hannah, futile as they are. Hannah tried to hold Mariana's gaze, but shame and guilt forced her eyes to the floor. Head bowed, she could only kneel where she was, listening to the retreating footsteps of her accuser. A few moments later, Hannah felt a hand on her shoulder. She stiffened, then relaxed when she heard Mrs. Turrell's earnest voice. Up with you, my girl. Hannah's legs were numb from kneeling so long, but Mrs. Turrell helped her rise and turned her toward the bed. Sit. Hannah complied. Head still bowed, she saw only the housekeeper's skirts and the toes of her boots as Mrs. Turrell stood before her. Now look at me. Gentle fingers lifted Hannah's chin. I heard what that woman said to you, but she is wrong, she began. God will forgive you. True, some people may not, and knowing you, my girl, you'll struggle to forgive yourself. But God will. He already has, if you've asked him for Jesus' sake. We have all of us erred one way or another. Your wrongs are some thumping great whoppers, I admit, but nothing is too big for God. No pit we dig for ourselves too deep. He's already reaching a hand down to you, ready to pull you up. Hannah looked at the woman through tear-blurred eyes. How can you be so sure? Because he told us so. In the scriptures. You yourself mentioned King David, did you not? And look at the many blunders he made, bigger than yours even, I'd say. Yet God calls him a man after his own heart. Hannah nodded, then whispered, But he also allowed David's son to die as a consequence. Mrs. Turrell nodded soberly. Yes, my dear. God doesn't promise to remove the consequences of our sins, at least not in this life. Fear prickled through Hannah at the thought. She squeezed Mrs. Turrell's hand and went to find her son. Chapter 24. James Loudon was disappointed he'd been unable to find irrefutable proof that Mariana Spencer Mayfield still lived. But with the newspaper article, his friend's report, and continuing rumours hanging over his client's head, he couldn't dismiss the possibility, or the gut feeling, that she was alive. Nor could he dismiss the second part of his mission, to begin gathering evidence toward divorce. He hated everything about that assignment. He went to London to begin his undertaking. There, he heard the rumour that Fontaine had become engaged to an heiress, but found little evidence about him and Mariana. He went to Fontaine's last known London lodgings, and there learned from the landlord that Mr. Fontaine had given up his rooms and returned to his home in Bristol. Sir James sent a brief report to Sir John, and then returned to Bristol to continue his inquiries there. He began by calling on their friends and neighbours, and while gossip and innuendo abounded, he found little solid evidence and no one, beyond his friend, willing to testify that he or she had seen Mariana alive, or seen her and Fontaine together in a compromising situation. This left James feeling both frustrated and relieved. He received a note at his office from Sir John, urging him to continue the search and letting him know he'd return to Bristol alone. At that news, James felt more relieved yet. The day of the hearing arrived. At the appointed time, Mrs. Turrell took Danny and Becky home with her to the cottage she shared with her sister. Mrs. Turrell had thought Hannah should take Daniel along to the hearing to show the precious lad that had motivated the deception in the first place. What better justification could there be? "The baby will rouse sympathy for your cause, my dear," she'd said. But Hannah feared Danny might somehow be taken from her, seized right there during the hearing and sent to a foundling home, never to be seen again, so she refused to risk it. Hannah rode in the back of the doctor's cart, driven by Dr. Parrish, with his wife beside him. Edgar and Lady Mayfield rode in a gig behind them, probably to guarantee she didn't jump off the cart and run away. As if she'd go anywhere without her son. At the thought, Hannah shivered from more than the damp morning air biting through her shawl. God, please protect Danny. A short while later, the vehicles passed through the gate of Lord Sherwell's estate and around to the back of the manor, where grooms and stable boys hurried out to help with the horses. Hannah followed Edgar to an impressive library, which Lord Sherwell evidently used as an office to conduct parish business and his magisterial duties. Inside the room, a man in his mid-50s sat behind a wide mahogany desk. A younger, bespectacled clerk occupied a smaller desk nearby. 2 chairs had been set before the desk in a prominent position. In one sat Hannah, the accused. In the other, Lady Mayfield, her primary accuser. Additional chairs lined the side wall for those waiting to be heard. Seated beside Mariana, Hannah was again reminded of the 2 women they'd seen, sitting side by side in the village stocks. A tremor of premonition passed over her. Lord Sherwell was stout and had thinning hair. Good-looking in his day, Hannah guessed, though showing signs of dissipation. His gaze roved the room. "And where is Sir John Mayfield? He ought to be present to witness this hearing and to give evidence." Lady Mayfield spoke up. "Word's been sent, your worship, but we don't know how long it'll be until my husband can return from Bristol. He's an invalid, you see, and cannot easily travel such a distance." Had word been sent? Hannah wondered. By whom? Would the post have even reached him by now? She doubted it. Lord Sherwell frowned. "Then what is the hurry in holding this hearing? The next assizes is not for several weeks." "Why, your worship," Mariana blinked innocently, pressing a hand to her mounded bosom. She was wearing one of the gowns formerly in Hannah's possession, now taken back out to fit her.
"We only want to see justice done. We fear if there's a delay, the guilty party might very well abscond before then."
"The accused, my lady," Lord Sherwell said. "She has yet to be proven guilty."
"Of course, your worship. Forgive me. I misspoke."
Mariana favoured him with one of her winning smiles, and the man's cold gaze warmed appreciably. Hannah knew it didn't bode well for her. The magistrate cleared his throat.
"So that all in attendance are clear, let me summarize what will happen here today. This is not a trial, per se. I will hear the evidence against this person. If I'm satisfied there's a case to answer, I'll then determine if there is sufficient evidence to commit the accused to prison to await trial at the assizes."
Prison? Hannah shuddered at the word. He turned toward Mariana.
"Perhaps, Lady Mayfield, as the bringer of these charges, you might begin."
Mariana dipped her pretty head in acknowledgement.
"Very well, your worship."
She took a deep breath, causing her bosom to swell. Hannah guessed the act had been intentional.
"As you may know, my husband and I, Sir John Mayfield, made it our intention to move to this lovely county a few months ago. He owns a house near the best neighbours anyone could ask for in the parishes."
She smiled at Dr. and Mrs. Parish. Mrs. Parish smiled in return, while Dr. Parish stared blindly ahead. Mariana continued.
"Once arrangements were made, Sir John returned to Bath to collect me. Our servants had no wish to relocate, and we relished the notion of hiring knowledgeable local people when we arrived."
Lies, Hannah thought. Mariana had been vexed not to be able to bring her own servants. Hannah knew pointing it out, however, wouldn't help her case.
"But just as we were preparing to leave Bath, this person, Miss Hannah Rogers, appeared at our door. She'd left our employ about half a year before, without notice or explanation. Of course, now we know she left as her condition began to show, left to have a child in secret."
Mariana lowered her voice and managed to look properly shocked.
"And her not married. But I'm getting ahead of myself."
She pulled a handkerchief from her reticule before continuing.
"When Miss Rogers came to me, she made no mention of a child. She said only that she was in dire need of a post. I consulted my husband, and we agreed. Although not our preference, we could not, in Christian charity, turn our back on a former member of our staff in need."
Hannah squeezed the arms of her chair.
More lies. "So Miss Rogers travelled with us in our chariot from Somerset to Devon, leaving her infant behind, though had we known she was abandoning her child, we never would have agreed to take her with us."
Indignation shot through Hannah.
"I was not abandoning him."
"Silence, Miss Rogers," Lord Sherwell commanded. "You'll have your chance to speak soon enough."
He returned his gaze to Mariana.
"Go on, my lady."
"Thank you, your worship."
She smiled wanly.
"Now, you've likely heard of the terrible accident that befell us, when our carriage slipped from the road over the cliff and partway into the sea, and the unfortunate loss of the young driver. A loss I didn't hear about until recently, and which grieves me still to think of it."
Here she dabbed dry eyes with her lace handkerchief. Hannah was surprised Mariana hadn't tried to blame her for the accident and the poor man's death as well. Mariana continued.
I don't know exactly what happened immediately after the crash, for I believe I lost sensibility. I seem to remember Miss Rogers pulling my ring from my finger, but she says she grabbed my hand as the tide pulled me through a hole in the carriage, and somehow the ring came off in her hand. Of course, she also claims to have lost all sensibility after the accident, so who can say how my valuable ring ended up in her possession? I believe I floated on a piece of wreckage, part of the broken carriage, perhaps. By the time I awoke, I was a great distance away and quite disoriented. I must have sustained a near-fatal blow to my head, for I could no more remember my name than how I came to be floating in the Bristol Channel. Thankfully, God sent his angels in the form of fishermen. The men hauled me into their boat and revived me. They delivered me to the next port, in Wales, and left me with a kindly innkeeper there. I stayed with her for some time, having no inkling of who I was. Eventually, the good woman realized that with my gown, tattered as it was, and my speech and bearing, I was a person of education and breeding. She suggested I travel to London and see if anyone there might recognize me and help me learn my true identity. It was very frightening, travelling by stage, all alone, not knowing where I was going and what I might find awaiting me.
Everyone hung on her words, Hannah saw. What a Gothic storyteller she was. Had she rehearsed this, or was she making it up as she went along?
In London, I began to have flashes of memory, Mariana went on. Then I happened into a man, a friend of Sir John's solicitor, as it turns out, who recognized me. You cannot know what a relief it was to hear my own name and have it all come back. To remember my beloved husband and the life we'd planned together here in Devonshire. As soon as I was able, I made plans to return to him.
She even managed to explain the sighting of her in London, Hannah realized with mounting dread.
Imagine my devastation when I arrived at Clifton House, hoping to be reunited with my dear husband, and the housekeeper informed me Sir John had left for Bristol, but I might see Lady Mayfield if I liked. In came Hannah into my drawing-room, as snug and smug as any Duchess or Drury Lane actress, even wearing one of my gowns, made over to fit her. My former companion posing as me, mistress of the place and Sir John's wife. Imagine my shock.
Lord Sherwell grimly shook his head, not taking his eyes from Mariana. She continued.
I understand that initially Dr. Parrish simply assumed Hannah was Lady Mayfield when he discovered her and Sir John alone in the ruined carriage. How could he have known I'd been the one to drift out to sea? A natural mistake. But later, when Hannah regained her senses, did she correct him? Admit she was only poor Miss Rogers, lady's companion? No. Instead, she allowed them to go on believing her to be Sir John's wife.
Again she dabbed dry eyes.
Poor Sir John was still insensible and unable to correct their misapprehension. I don't know how she planned to get away with it. Perhaps she thought if Sir John died and I was dead, as assumed, then she might inherit a great deal of money, or at least my widow's jointure. Not only did she allow the staff and good-hearted, trusting neighbours to believe she was me, but to compound her fraud, She returned to Bath, collected her illegitimate son, and brought him back with her, along with his nurse. She allowed everyone to believe he was Sir John and Lady Mayfield's son, and heir, mind you. What audacity! What cunning! I don't know why Sir John didn't call her out when he awoke. I can only surmise that his head injury had rendered his memory or mental capacities impaired. She must have preyed on his weak mind. Hannah, remembering the magistrate's warning, barely held her tongue. Mariana continued. When I confronted Miss Rogers, she said she would simply leave, hoping to avoid charges, no doubt. And who knew how much of my husband's money or possessions she planned to take with her? Again, this is why I felt it my duty to pursue this matter immediately, even in my husband's absence.
Very understandable, my lady. Very wise, Lord Sherwell said. Now, if you've said all you like, I'd like to hear from Dr. Parish.
She smiled coyly. Thank you, your worship. I have.
She made to rise, but the magistrate gestured for her to remain where she was.
No need. Dr. Parish can answer from where he sits.
He turned to the physician.
Please tell us how you came to meet this woman.
He lifted a lazy hand toward Hannah.
Yes, my lord. Your worship.
In halting fashion, quite unlike his usual loquacious style, Dr. Parish told of the leasing of Clifton House, which his son managed. He then went on to describe the runaway horses, which led him and Edgar to search for a stranded coach. He described the tracks in the mud, looking over the cliff at the horrid sight of a carriage broken wide like a raw egg on the rocks, and the tangle of bodies within. His amazement at finding the two occupants alive, though Sir John but barely. He never gave a second thought that the woman must be Lady Mayfield, cradling Sir John's head in her lap. She certainly looked and dressed as a lady, although injured and insensible. At this point, Mrs. Parish snorted loudly enough for all to hear.
I told you she was no lady.
Lord Sherwell ignored this aside, while Dr. Parish coloured and continued, as though he'd not heard his vulgar spouse.
My son, Edgar, spotted a figure floating out to sea. At least, what he said looked like a person wearing red. I own my long-distance vision isn't what it should be. We asked that is, Miss Rogers, if she'd brought a servant with her. She couldn't speak, but laid a hand on her heart and nodded. I thought she meant the servant was her own personal maid, or dear to her heart, something like that. Not that she herself was the servant, or companion herself. After we managed to remove them to the house, she was insensible for some time, and she remained quite muddled even after she awoke, muttering and fretting about someone named Danny, who I learned later was her child. I, of course, addressed her as my lady, as did Mrs. Turrell, the housekeeper we'd engaged on the Mayfields' behalf. Looking back, I recall how this distressed her, how she knit her brow and seemed confused by it. I assumed it was the shock of the accident and her injuries. You see how determined I was to view her as the woman I presumed her to be. In all honesty, my lord, I blame myself for the misunderstanding, for she never tried to convince me she was Lady Mayfield. I did that all by myself.
Lord Sherwell pursed his lips.
Come, doctor, even if she was confused for a few days, Surely she could have corrected the misunderstanding, as you call it, as soon as she came to her senses. Did she?" He reddened again. "No, my lord. Your worship, not directly, though she did try more than once to tell me. I see that now."
"What a memory you have, Dr. Parrish." Mariana smiled at the man. "It speaks so highly of your character that you assume the best of everyone."
"It's one thing for her to allow the misapprehension to go on briefly while she got her bearings," Lord Sherwell said, "but to press you into aiding her cause, to return to Bath for her child, surely you don't excuse that as well. Did she not ask you to hire a carriage for her, and even steal money from Sir John's purse to pay for the trip?"
Heaven help me, Hannah thought. Who told him that, in those terms? She would hang for sure, or at least be sent to prison. What would become of Danny then?
Dr. Parrish shot a glare at his wife, then continued. "No, my lord. I offered to hire the carriage. She never asked for it. She intended to go on her own by stage, but I insisted. I knew, or thought, Sir John would want it that way." "Surely Sir John didn't offer Miss Rogers his money, considering he was insensible?" "No, your worship. Again, that was my idea. I knew she would need money for the inns and tolls, and when I asked her if she had enough, she said she hadn't. I'd removed Sir John's purse from his pocket myself, and knew right where it was, and that it was heavy indeed. I took from it the amount I thought she would need, and gave it to her. She's never asked for more, nor was a farthing more missing from Sir John's purse when he came to at last, and had opportunity to look within."
"How you defend her, Dr. Parrish," Mariana said sweetly. "It seems you've grown quite fond of her."
The physician blushed furiously, but whether from embarrassment or anger or both, Hannah wasn't sure. He'd never treated her with anything but the most proper consideration. Mariana had clearly recognized the strain between the good doctor and his cantankerous wife, and decided to use it to her advantage. How brazen she was to interrupt the proceedings as though it were a conversation in her own drawing-room. Yet the magistrate did not object. Instead, he gazed at her benignly. "Your ladyship," Dr. Parrish faltered, "you misunderstand me. But I do believe Miss Rogers is a good woman who acted out of concern for her child's well-being. I cannot stand by and see her so maligned." Lord Sherwell straightened. "Did she, or did she not impersonate Lady Mayfield?" "Well, yes, but did she or did she not pass off her son as Master Mayfield?" "I suppose so, although did she or did she not take advantage of the situation to help herself to Sir John's money, his house, his food, his wife's very clothing?" Lord Sherwell's eyes blazed. Dr. Parrish ducked his head, not meeting anyone's eyes. "Yes, my lord." "And what possible excuse did she give for not bringing the child with them in the first place?" "Actually," he darted a look at his wife, "Mrs. Parrish supplied that reason. She said they must have left the child with his nurse until they could prepare a proper nursery at Clifton." Mrs. Parrish huffed. "I never said any such thing." "Yes, you did, my dear. Perhaps you forget. and we both decided it was a godsend, for had the little boy been in that carriage—"
"But of course he wouldn't have been, for he wasn't any child of ours, was he?" Mariana interrupted. "He was only an illegitimate whelp Hannah decided to pass off as a Mayfield, for the inheritance."
Dr. Parrish shook his head. "I can't believe she ever thought of that. I think she only wanted to be reunited with her son and to provide for him."
Mariana's mouth twisted bitterly. "And what better way than to make him a rich man's heir?"
Lord Cherwell spoke up. Thank you, my lady, but perhaps it's best if I conduct the hearing,
"Oh, yes, your worship. I do beg your pardon. It just rouses my passion most fiercely to think of her greedy deception."
"Hear, hear," Mrs. Parrish seconded. Dr. Parrish said, "One more thing, if I may. When Sir John did regain his senses and was presented with, Miss Rogers here as Lady Mayfield, he did not object, nor did he correct me. In fact, he addressed her as his wife and, well, acted toward her as a husband would."
The magistrate's brows rose.
"Are you suggesting they had marital relations?"
Again the physician blushed.
"No, my lord. I suggest no such thing. I only meant that he spoke to her and teased her as a husband might. He gave me no reason to suspect Miss Rogers was not Lady Mayfield. Even invited us to dinner, him at the head of the table and her at its foot. Why would he do that?"
Lord Cherwell entwined his stubby fingers on the desk.
"You said he suffered a serious head injury in the accident and nearly died. Is it not possible his senses were still addled, as Lady Mayfield suggests? That he's yet to, may never, in fact, return to his right mind?" "Pardon me for saying so, my lord, but that seems an awful presumption to make based on one woman's accusations, when he isn't even here to defend his actions." "Dr. Parrish!" The magistrate's eyes grew cold, his voice harsh. "Do I tell you how to dress wounds and lance boils? You'll do well to leave my responsibilities to me. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, my lord. Still, I must add that in my professional opinion, Sir John did regain his senses, not immediately, but eventually."
Lord Cherwell's lips tightened.
"Thank you, Dr. Parrish, for your opinion. Well—"
The magistrate set down his quill and folded his hands, as though he'd heard enough to pronounce her fate.
"I'd like to say my piece, if I may, your worship," said Mrs. Parrish.
"Oh, Lord, have mercy, not her," Hannah thought. Before the magistrate could respond, Mariana beamed encouragement in her direction. "Oh, yes, Mrs. Parrish, I'm certain you have a great deal to say on the matter, having witnessed so many of the happenings personally." Mariana widened her eyes imploringly toward Lord Cherwell. "But of course the decision is up to you, your worship."
"Very well. But do endeavour to be brief, Mrs. Parrish, if you please."
"I will, my lord. I only wanted to say a few words. My husband, you see, is a good-hearted soul, but blind to the ways of people. Women especially. I may have been taken in for a day or two while Miss Rogers was still insensible, but as soon as she started babbling about a child and not responding to the title my lady, I began to suspect. She acted too common, too humble, to be a real lady of quality.
And then later I took one look at that scrawny, troubled mite of a wet nurse she returned with and knew something was amiss. No self-respecting lady would engage such a low girl for the care of her prized son, not if she could help it. Mrs. Parish went on. And then Sir John's solicitor arrived, a younger man and quite good-looking. He'd come to make some changes to the will, I overheard. Perhaps to add her son as beneficiary, I don't know. But I wonder if he was in league with her all along.
That's not true,
Hannah sputtered before the magistrate silenced her with a glare. Can you deny that I saw the two of you all alone in the garden one morning, very cosy and private-like, and him not the first man I saw you with either?
Hannah shook her head. No, but we were only talking. It had nothing to do with the will.
So you say. You weren't behaving like any lady then, I can tell you. I don't know why Sir John didn't call you out like the Jezebel you are. Maybe he wasn't in his right mind, or maybe you promised him some reward if he let the deception go on.
Hannah sucked in a shocked breath. I did no such thing.
Silence, Miss Rogers, Lord Sherwell commanded. You'll have your chance to try to defend yourself in a minute.
Hannah pressed her lips together and clasped trembling hands in her lap.
Mrs. Parish smirked. I noticed the solicitor didn't like her at first. Was quite cold to her, in fact, but she soon had him eaten out of her hand. Likely used the same wiles on both men. Lord Sherwell made a note in his book and then looked up, quill poised. Did Sir John not deny the child was his? I couldn't say, my lord, though my husband mentioned to me that Sir John said he saw no resemblance between himself and the boy. Dr. Parish hung his head. Of course not, Lord Sherwell replied. Thank you, Mrs. Parish. The magistrate stood and called for a short recess, then departed the room. The clerk rose to stretch his legs and quietly thanked Dr. Parish for the safe delivery of a niece. Mariana complimented Mrs. Parish on her testimony, and the two women chatted as though at a cheerful charity tea, and not the worst day of Hannah's life. After a few more days of fruitless inquiry, James had landed upon an idea. Out of curiosity, he looked in the files to find Mariana's address before her marriage, the former home of Mr. Sidney Spencer, her father, who died a year or two before. The street wasn't far, so James decided to walk there, though the day was grey and wet. Reaching the place, he had to leap out of the way as a coach and four pulled into the curved drive. He watched as a footman scurried out with an umbrella, let down the step, and escorted a gentleman inside, the new owner of the place, James assumed. When the passenger had alighted, the coachman drove the horses around back toward the carriage-house. It was probably futile, but James followed the coach. If society people were unwilling to speak against one of their own, perhaps a servant would have no such scruples. James followed as far as the large double doors, and from the threshold hailed the coachman as he hopped down from his bench. "Ho, there! Nasty weather to be out driving in." The coachman eyed him warily. "I'm used to it." A groom and stable-boy came and took charge of the horses. James squinted through the drizzle at the dark manor. "Is this the old Spencer house?" "Aye, though it's gone to a distant relation now. Kirby Horner is his name." "I see. Did you know Mr. Spencer?" "That I did. I was his coachman for 5 years before he died." Mr. Kirby Horner was kind enough to keep me on." The coachman walked around the vehicle, inspecting the body and wheels for any damage. "And how was Mr. Spencer to work for?" The man wrinkled up his face. "Don't get me started. Ain't polite to speak ill of the dead." "Very well. And did you know his daughter, Mariana?" Again his face puckered. "Look, who's asking? What's it to you?" "My name is James Loudon. I'm a solicitor." He handed over his card. The man glanced at the card but made no move to take it. "So?" "I represent my client, Sir John Mayfield." The man's eyebrows rose. "Sir John, is it? Well, why didn't you say so? Sir John, I know. I was groomed to him years ago. It was him what got me this post here. Knew I wanted to be a coachman, but he already had a capable man, see? Right decent of him it was, too. Though he was the better master 10 times over, I don't mind telling you." The coachman belatedly stuck out his hand. "Tim Banks." James shook the man's hand and said, "Then perhaps, Mr. Banks, you might help Sir John by helping me. I'm looking into a rather delicate matter related to Lady Mayfield." "What's she gone and done now?" James hesitated. "You know, then, that Sir John married Mariana Spencer?" "Course I do. Dashed sorry I was to hear it, too." "And why is that?" He glanced about to make sure the groom and stable hand were otherwise occupied. "Come now, man. You can't have your offices in Bristol and not have heard the old rumours about her and Anthony Fontaine." "I have heard. Sir John is also painfully aware. But all I have are gossip and innuendo, and no real evidence. Sir John's coachman won't say where he took her, or whom she met. And I've yet to find an innkeeper who can prove the two stayed together in his establishment. I need evidence, something I can show in a trial. Now, I don't know that Sir John will accuse Mr. Fontaine in court, so please don't mention it. He's considering it, that I will say." James shrugged. "But without evidence—" The coachman frowned. "So she's still involved with Fontaine, after all this time?" "She has been, yes. At least we believe so." "Thunder and turf! What a couple of scapegraces!" "Yes, so it seems." Banks pursed his lips, looking up as he considered, then took a long breath. "I can do you one better than an innkeeper friend." "Oh?" "Aye. I'm off duty in half an hour. Meet me at the Red Lion, and I'll tell you everything I know." "Very well, though I hope it's more than mere hearsay." "Hearsay?" Banks shook his head. "I was there, wasn't I? A genuine witness. Buy me a pint, and I'll tell you a tale to make your ears burn." Chapter 25. Lord Sherwell returned 10 minutes later and took his seat. He faced Hannah and began soberly, "Miss Rogers, you may tell us your version of events. I remind you that this is not a trial. I'm hearing evidence to decide if there's a sufficient case against you to commit you to the county jail until you can be tried at the assizes. Still, let me warn you that if I find you're dishonest, I'll make it my personal vow to see you prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, your worship." Hannah's nerves quaked. Most of what had been said against her was true, although not the motives nor exaggerated manoeuvres behind her actions. Even if she revealed the truth of her child's father, they wouldn't believe her and would probably accuse her of lying again. Only Sir John himself could authoritatively acknowledge Daniel as his son, and he wasn't here. If only he were here. What could she say in her defence? How tawdry and unbelievable it all sounded now. Lord Sherwell consulted his notes, then looked up. "Miss Rogers, before you begin," he gestured toward Lady Mayfield, "look at this woman and tell me honestly, is she or is she not Lady Mariana Mayfield?" Hannah glanced over. "She is." "And your name is?" "Hannah Rogers." "And did you or did you not impersonate this woman?" Had she? She'd never wanted to be Mariana, no. But Lady Mayfield... They thought I was Lady Mayfield. "But you did not correct them." "I tried." "Tried? Is it so hard to tell the truth? To say, 'Excuse me, Dr. Parrish, but you have it wrong. I'm not Lady Mayfield. I'm only her companion.' Are you telling us that was impossible to do?" Hannah ducked her head. "No, your worship." Lord Sherwell entwined his fingers on the desk. "Was it your intention to position yourself and your son as Sir John's heirs should he die?" "No, your worship." "Then why did you do it?" "I'd no other way to return to Bath and rescue my son." "But you chose to leave him behind." "Only temporarily. He was being held by the matron of a corrupt maternity home, though I didn't know the true nature of the establishment when I left Danny under her care. I needed to find a situation not long after I delivered him, and one cannot do so with a child in arms." He frowned. "Has this any bearing on the current situation?" "It does. For the matron said I couldn't have Danny back until I paid her exorbitant fees. Fees she'd raised over and over again after I'd agreed to her initial terms. I couldn't pay them. That's why I returned to the Mayfields in Bath and asked for the allowance I'd previously earned there as lady's companion, but had never collected. When Lady Mayfield asked me to travel to Devonshire with her as her companion, I thought I would stay with her just until I earned enough money and then return for Danny." "That's not the way Lady Mayfield recounts the events. She said you came begging for a place. Are you calling her a liar?" It was a trap, and how tempting a trap it was. If she began speaking ill of her former mistress, the magistrate would of course defend the lady of his own class. It never went well for anyone who spoke against her master or mistress. Hannah said carefully, "I sit in judgment of no one, your worship. Perhaps she and I saw the arrangement differently." His eyes glinted. "Lady Mayfield is right. You are cunning." She shook her head. "No, your worship. I'm only a mother who did what she had to do to rescue her son. Did I do wrong? Yes. But did I intend to take more money from Sir John for either myself or my son? No, I did not." "I'll decide who did wrong, Miss Rogers. That's why we're here, after all." He glanced again at his notes, then said, "If this sorry tale is true, why did you not end the ruse when you were reunited with your child? Why return to Clifton House at all?" Hannah nodded. It was a logical question. "I thought about it, your worship, but Edgar Parrish was so concerned about me it felt ungrateful, wrong, to refuse to return with him. How they all would have worried. Besides that, my arm had been broken in the crash. I couldn't very well find another situation until it mended. How was I to provide for Danny on my own? So I returned to Clifton, thinking I would stay until I'd the full use of both arms, and then I would try to find employment somewhere in Devonshire. She self-consciously cradled her arm. Dr. Parrish removed the bandages only yesterday.
So, you do not even deny that you allowed these good people to believe you were Lady Mayfield?
I cannot deny it, though my reasons—
Reasons? What care I for your reasons? Can reasons excuse deceit, theft, fraud?
Hannah tried to hold his burning gaze, but she didn't succeed for long. He was vehemently set against her, thanks to Mariana, thanks to the truth. And he was right. She had done wrong, knowingly committed fraud. God may look at the heart, but the law cared little. He gestured toward his clerk for some document.
I've heard enough. There's clearly enough evidence to commit Miss Rogers to the county jail at Exeter to await trial.
He dipped a quill and signed the paper with a flourish. Dr. Parrish sputtered.
But Miss Rogers as a child. Surely there's no cause to separate mother and child for such a period. There is more than sufficient cause, Dr. Parrish. He fixed the doctor with a menacing glare. And I am the only judge of that here today.
Hannah thought she would be sick. Everything she'd done to try to protect Danny. And now she would sit in prison and he would be taken from her. Would the court even allow Mrs. Turrell to keep him? And even if Mrs. Turrell were willing, could the woman care for Danny and support herself? Not to mention Becky. Hannah was back to where they'd started. Her hands tied, Danny out of reach. What if Becky ran off with him again? She recalled the image of Becky huddled over him in a Bath alleyway and shivered. Oh, God in heaven, have mercy. Whatever happens to me, please help Danny. Please watch over my son. Tears streamed down her face. The magistrate spoke quietly with his clerk, giving him some instructions. The clerk, in turn, wrote something in his register. While they were occupied, Hannah looked at Mariana, hoping to see a crack in her icy countenance. "Why," she whispered, "is it not enough to send me away in shame? Why are you determined to destroy me?" Mariana lifted her chin. "You are my companion. You were supposed to stand by me, remain loyal no matter what. That you of all people should betray me?" Her dark eyes sparkled with ire. Hannah shook her head. "I did nothing to you. I took nothing from you, nothing you wanted. But you'll take everything from me?" The magistrate gathered up his papers and pushed back his chair. "The justices will want Sir John's testimony, of course. That is, assuming he is in his right mind." "I am." Hannah snapped her head around at the sound of his voice, as did everyone in the room. Her heart soared to see Sir John standing there, leaning on his cane, tall boots muddy, face wind-chapped, hat askew. Had he ridden the final stretch on horseback? He tossed his hat down on a side table. "And if you dare harm one hair of this woman's head, or even think of separating her from her child, you'll be guilty of a gross injustice, and I, for one, shall not stand for it." He slowly ran a smouldering gaze from Lord Sherwell to the Parishes to Mariana. He lifted a hand in his wife's direction. What pretty tales has the missing Lady Mayfield been telling you? Mariana lifted her chin.
The truth,
the magistrate said. Only that this person, Hannah Rogers, has impersonated her and defrauded you. While the magistrate detailed the charges against her, Sir John's nostrils flared and his jaw clenched. Stuff and nonsense, he said. She told you just enough to poison your minds to the real story, and how quickly you have sipped at her honeyed hemlock and swallowed it whole, no doubt. Can you deny that Hannah Rogers impersonated your wife? Sir John threw up his hand. It's about time someone impersonated my wife. Mariana never felt the need to act the part. She was too busy meeting with her lover on an almost daily, or should I say nightly, basis. The magistrate sent Mariana an uncertain look. Lady Mayfield is not on trial here. Then perhaps she should be. Sir John limped a few steps forward. Dr. Parish rose and offered him his chair, which Sir John sank into gratefully. He began. When the good doctor here came upon the wrecked carriage and found only myself and one woman inside, what other conclusion was he to draw? By the time Miss Rogers returned to her senses after suffering a head wound, everyone at Clifton believed her to be Lady Mayfield. And there's only one reason she did not correct them. Because she had no other way to return to Bath and collect her infant son. Dr. Parish gave her £10 from my purse, which, yes, she accepted, to finance the journey and to pay the extorter holding her child. That woman, by the way, has since been imprisoned for illegal and harmful practices, but that's another story. While Sir John spoke, Hannah noticed James Loudon slip into the back of the room. He looked unkempt and wind-blown as well. Apparently both men had travelled at least part of the way on horseback, although not together. The magistrate addressed Sir John. Yes, we've heard much of this already. But is it not true Miss Rogers was trying to coerce you into naming her illegitimate son as your heir? Absolutely not. I'd already planned to change my will before the accident, to disinherit Mariana Mayfield, my unfaithful wife, which my solicitor, who is here now, I see, can confirm. But no, since the trip to Bath, Miss Rogers has not asked for nor accepted any money for herself, although I offered her a large sum. Mariana's eyes flashed. She fraudulently passed off her base-born child as your son. Sir John coolly met her gaze. No, she did not, for I am the boy's father. Gasps rose around the room. Lady Mayfield gaped at Sir John as though he were a stranger to her. Mrs. Parish pressed her hand to her mouth, and Dr. Parish slowly nodded in understanding. Sir John continued. If anyone should be on trial today, it should be me, or perhaps Mariana, but not Miss Rogers. For I took advantage of her while she was in my employ when we lived in Bristol. She made no demands on me then, requested no support for herself or her infant. In fact, she didn't even tell me she was with child. Before her condition became evident, she simply left, planning to raise the baby on her own. Only when she believed my wife was dead and I, a widower, did she acknowledge that I was the boy's father, though it was quite obvious to look at him that the lad is a Mayfield. Again Dr. Parish nodded sagely, and Hannah noticed that everyone attended Sir John's account as they had hung on Mariana's words before.
"When I told Miss Rogers I wished to support my son financially," Sir John went on, "she was reluctant to accept, and she refused to allow me to include her in my new will." He flicked a hard glance at his wife. "And no matter what Mariana may have told you, I was in my right mind and knew very well Hannah Rogers was not, in reality, my wife. In fact, Miss Rogers confessed all to me as soon as I regained my senses, even before I regained the power of speech. She would have confessed all to Dr. Parish as well, but I forestalled her." "Why on earth would you do so?" Lord Sherwell asked, brows low, papers forgotten. Sir John shrugged. "At first, I only wanted to test her, to see how far she was willing to take the charade. I wrongly suspected she and Mariana had plotted the switch to allow Mariana to flee with her lover. I wasn't fully convinced Mariana had drowned, you see. But even though others assumed we were married, Miss Rogers and I were not intimate. Not since the conception of our child, though some gossips," he eyed Mrs. Parish, "may have spread that lie." He glanced at Hannah's burning face, then looked back at the magistrate. "I convinced her to keep up the pretence, since Mariana was believed dead and had no close family left to mourn her. Because if Hannah was thought to be my wife, then her son could legally inherit my entailed property, as well as my other holdings. Every day I was sure Miss Rogers would cry off and leave, and I know she was tempted to more than once. But she stayed, not for personal gain, but only for her son's sake, and for mine, since I asked it of her." Sir John again gestured to his wife. "What has Mariana told you? That she'd been swept out to sea, lost her memory, and only recently remembered who she was and came scurrying back?" Dr. Parish alone nodded his head. "Rubbish, the lot of it," Sir John continued. "She saw her opportunity to leave me after the accident, and she took it, sneaking away, pretending to drown, leaving her companion bleeding and disoriented, her husband broken and near death. And I would have died too, had Dr. Parish not found us so quickly. Meanwhile, Mariana hid for a time, then sought out her lover, as she'd done before. It was the reason I decided to move here to Devonshire in the first place, a desperate, futile attempt to separate my wife from her lover. How dismally that plan failed." He shook his head. "Mariana has been in London, attending balls, while Miss Rogers helped nurse me back to health, hour by tedious hour." For a moment Sir John's eyes met hers, and Hannah's heart beat hard. He dragged his gaze from her face and continued. "And now, here Mariana is, traipsing back from the dead." He looked at his wife. "What happened? Did your money run out? Did your lover tire of you and abandon you? So the gossips claim." Mariana lifted her chin, but didn't deny it. "So only now does she resurface with a mouthful of deceit, and tricks you all with her beauty and artful lies." Sir John's gaze swept over the assembled company before returning to the magistrate. "Would you like to hear from my solicitor? He's been gathering evidence to prove Mariana has been living in secret with her lover, not as one lost trying to learn her identity, but as one fearing to be discovered." Was that true? Hannah wondered. She looked at James, but his flinty expression gave nothing away. Lord Sherwell grimaced. That will not be necessary. Again, your wife is not the subject of this hearing, nor do these accusations against her bear on the present case, the wrongdoing committed by Hannah Rogers. Of course they do, Sir John insisted. For there sits Mariana, pretending to be the injured wife, when nothing could be further from the truth. Even if that's true, it doesn't change the fact that Hannah Rogers perpetrated a fraud. She doesn't even deny it. Sir John rose, cane forgotten, and stood tall and straight. If you insist on pursuing this farce, if you try to punish Miss Rogers in the slightest degree, I shall avenge her if I have to go to Parliament itself and argue my case. For all the wrong I've done, I could never forgive myself, nor any of you, if any harm befalls this fine woman or her son because of my stupid, prideful posturing. He speared the magistrate with a fierce gaze. Do you hear me, your worship? Let this woman go. The magistrate blustered. But there has been wrongdoing. Laws have been broken. Yes, there's been wrongdoing, but not by Hannah Rogers. She's helped me, succoured me, aided me, not harmed me. Do you understand? What sort of a travesty is this, when the man supposedly defrauded is not even pressing charges, but is defending the falsely accused? She has done something to Lady Mayfield. She has tried to take her rightful place. Her rightful place. Fire sparked in Sir John's eyes. This woman has done everything in her power to dishonour me and our marriage vows ever since our wedding trip. She's committed adultery with her lover again and again without discretion or thought to my feelings or reputation. There's no shortage of people who know of this affair. She's detested her rightful place and has lost any claim to it in my eyes, no matter what the law says. Now will you release Miss Rogers, or must I remove her by force and charge you with lynch law and intention to riot?" For several moments Sir John and the magistrate locked gazes. Hannah feared Sir John had pushed too hard against a man so keen on demonstrating his superior power. But at last Lord Sherwell tore the paper in two and handed the pieces back to his clerk. "Very well. Miss Rogers, I hereby dismiss all charges against you based on Sir John's evidence. You are free to go." Dr. Parrish murmured, "Thank God." Mariana sat stone-faced, while Mrs. Parrish looked at her like a sullen child regarding a cheap toy quickly broken. Hannah rose on shaking legs. Sir John turned to Mariana, a muscle above his jaw ticking. "So, shall we go home, wife?" Lady Mayfield formed a sour smile. "For now." Hannah walked out of the magistrate's office before any of the others, alone. She trembled all over and felt physically ill. Relief at her freedom washed through her, along with nausea from all the sordid accusations and lies she'd heard that day. It left her feeling coated with tar, as foul as sin. All she wanted to do was take Danny and go away somewhere clean and sunny, peaceful and true, and maybe have a long bath. She stopped short at the sight of Mrs. Turrell rising from a bench in the hall just outside the door. She barely resisted the urge to throw herself into the woman's arms. Hannah breathed, "I thought you weren't coming. Where's Danny?" "I had to come. Don't worry.
Danny is safe at home with my sister. I wanted to be here, whatever the outcome. You're not vexed with me, I hope?" Hannah shook her head. "I'm glad." Mrs. Turrell smiled. "I heard the last of it, my girl, sitting here as I was, and I can't tell you how relieved I am." "Me too." Hannah's chin trembled. Mrs. Turrell put an arm around her, and together they walked outside. "Well, thank God that's over. What will you do now, my dear?" "I don't know." She looked at the kind woman. "Mrs. Turrell, why are you so good to me, after all I've done? After I've deceived you and everyone else?"
"Oh, not everybody. Sir John knew. He was no victim, no matter what she said. And I had my suspicions. But I saw your heart. Even if you took it too far, I knew you were thinking only of your son." Her dark eyes sparkled. "And perhaps a certain gentleman." Hannah shook her head.
"At this point, I want nothing to do with either of them."
"Don't forget how they rushed in and saved you today."
Hannah lowered her head, cheeks heating anew. "I won't forget." Mrs. Turrell squeezed her shoulder.
"Now, come home with me and have some tea. We'll talk and sort things out, all right? Becky got awful scared when you were taken away. Thought she was next, poor creature. She'll be over the moon to see you again, and that's the truth."
Hannah hesitated.
"Come, my dear," Mrs. Turrell insisted. "You heard the magistrate. You're free to go. It's all in the past."
"Is it?"
"Well, that's for you to decide, isn't it?"
Behind them, the door opened. Nervous, Hannah glanced back and saw James Loudon step outside. James met her gaze, his mouth drawn tight, eyes intense. Hannah was uncertain what else she saw in his expression, but it wasn't good. He looked away first. He didn't approach her. Instead, he crossed the drive, signalling a groom to bring the carriages back around. The others came out, Sir John and Mariana, followed by a trio of sheepish parishes. Sir John saw her with Mrs. Turrell and broke away from the others with the help of his cane.
"Miss Rogers, where are you going?"
Hannah was aware of the others, ceasing their own conversations and turning to watch them. "To Mrs. Turrell's, for now." He opened his mouth, thought the better of whatever he'd been about to say, and pressed his lips together, making do with a terse nod. He clasped his hands, cane and all, behind his back as though they were tied. And indeed they were. Hannah swallowed. "And are you and Lady Mayfield going home?" He winced.
"Yes, to Clifton for now, and then back to Bristol. I shall endeavour to forgive her, with God's help, to do my duty by her, though I don't pretend it shall be easy, especially after today."
Tears pricked Hannah's eyes. She whispered, "You're doing the right thing."
He grimaced. "I hope so. But if you need anything—"
Hannah interrupted him gently. "I appreciate you defending me so gallantly. I do. But that's an end to it. It's time I was out on my own." She half expected him to ask, "On your own, or with James?" But he didn't. His gaze flickered to the solicitor, who watched them from a distance. Mrs. Turrell spoke up.
"She'll be in good hands, Sir John.
Her and Danny both. Never you worry." Again that pained, terse nod. "Thank you, Mrs. Turrell." A few minutes later, Hannah walked side by side with her former housekeeper to the yellow cottage at the bottom of Countisbury Hill. It had been their parents' home, Mrs. Turrell explained, which she and her sister had inherited together and now shared when not employed elsewhere. Inside, Hannah warmly greeted Martha Parish, a spinster, and thanked her for her hospitality. The woman was gracious, though a bit more reserved than her sister. In the small sitting room, they drank weak tea together and took turns cuddling Danny and assuring Becky that all was well. Was it? Hannah silently asked herself. Inwardly, she wasn't as confident as she tried to appear. Almighty God, what should I do now? Chapter 26. James Loudon watched Hannah walk away with the housekeeper. Seeing them together reminded him of Hannah's change in status. At one time she'd seemed far above him as Lady Mayfield. Then she descended closer to his social equal as a clergyman's daughter. And now, side by side with a housekeeper. Was she even lower than that? Fallen woman that she was, and nearly a criminal. Perhaps he should feel relieved to be parted from her and take advantage of the jarring turn of events to sever all ties. A part of him thought it would be wisest to do just that. Another part of him longed to run after her, regardless of who was looking, beg her to marry him, to allow him to care for her and provide for her. Remorse filled him. He felt embarrassed, weak, when he thought of how he'd sat there, silent, while Sir John spoke up so nobly and effectively on her behalf and gained her release. James was the solicitor, after all. Should it not have been him? But he hadn't said a word. Even now, James was hesitant to speak, to make known the information he'd learned while in Bristol. He'd set out to uncover evidence of Mariana Mayfield's fate and affair, and instead he'd found so much more. Was he obligated to make it known? He had planned to. After all, he'd even brought along a witness to his astounding claim. He doubted anyone would believe him otherwise. But seeing the impassioned plea Sir John had made on Hannah's behalf, and her obvious gratitude afterward, almost made him wish he'd not been so hasty in bringing the fellow along. It was too late now. He hoped he wouldn't live to regret what he was about to do. James waited until the Mayfields and Parishes departed in cart and gig, a silent, sombre party, before making his way to Lord Sherwell's stable-yard to reclaim his own horse, and his guest. Arriving at Clifton House a short while later, James left the horses in the stable and asked his guest to wait outside for a few minutes. Then James trudged with leaden legs toward the house. In the drawing-room he found Sir John standing at the cold hearth, hand propped atop the mantel, staring at the ashes within. Lady Mayfield walked to the decanter on the sideboard and lifted the stopper. She paused when she saw him in the doorway. "Mr. Loudon, I believe? Nice of you to join us. Yes, I do see a resemblance to your late father, now I see you more closely." She poured herself a tall drink. "May I pour you one as well?" "No, thank you." "You'll join us for dinner, I hope?" She formed a vague smile. "That is, if we still have a cook." James wondered what the Mayfields would do now. Rebuke and rage at one another? Attempt some civil, stilted domestic scene? James found he couldn't stand the prospect of either.
As tempted as he was to keep silent, it was time to put an end to this sham once and for all.
"Sir John," James began, "do you honestly plan to live with this woman?"
He flicked a glance at Mariana, who was staring down into her drink as though for answers.
"You're the one who counselled me against divorce," Sir John said dully. "Unless... have you found the evidence we'd need?" "Not exactly, though I've discovered something that bears on your situation."
Sir John's eyes narrowed.
"What is it?" "As you and I've discussed before, divorce is nearly impossible to achieve. Scandalous and typically unconscionable. But there's nothing typical about your case, because you were never legally married to Mariana Spencer in the first place."
Mariana's head snapped up.
Sir John frowned thunderously. "What?" James continued. "You are only too aware of Mariana's long-time lover. But Anthony Fontaine is not only her lover. He is her husband."
"Ha!" Mariana blurted. "I wish."
Sir John's scowl deepened. "What are you talking about?"
James glanced at the woman, saw her dark look, but addressed his client as though she were not present.
"Mariana Spencer eloped with Anthony Fontaine before her marriage to you. Her father found the wayward couple in Scotland a few days later, and knowing any attempt he made to publicly annul the marriage would end in scandal and ruination for his daughter, he instead bribed Fontaine to hide the elopement and not object to Mariana's marriage to you. A marriage that would bring his daughter not only the advantages of title and situation, but wealth as well. Wealth that would benefit all three of them."
Mariana scoffed. "That's preposterous."
Sir John ignored her. "After everything else we've been through today, you must be joking." "No, I'm perfectly serious." "That's impossible," Sir John said. "I heard nothing of any elopement, and why would Fontaine go along with such a scheme?" "I imagine Mariana assured him that her marriage to you would be a marriage in name only, and wouldn't hinder them from being together."
Sir John ran a hand through his hair.
"Can you prove any of this?"
Mariana's lip curled.
"Of course he can't."
"I can, actually," James said. "All of it. I have the testimony of the coachman who drove them to Gretna Green, a certificate attesting to the marriage, and—"
Mariana protested.
"No such evidence exists."
James looked at her.
"You mean because the coachman burned it? He only pretended to, burnt a playbill or some such in its stead."
Mariana stiffened in her chair, white-faced, but met his gaze straight on.
"Any certificate you have is a forgery, no doubt."
"Oh, I think you'll find it all too real," James said, "as would a judge and jury."
He then again focused on his employer. Sir John's eyes pierced his.
"How long have you known?"
James took a deep breath.
"I learned of it just before I received your urgent letter summoning me here." "But you didn't think it worth mentioning at the hearing?" "Not really, no. If your marriage is to be annulled, that's for an ecclesiastical court to decide. Besides, I wasn't sure you would wish it aired in public, and—"
Sir John's eyes glinted.
"And you didn't wish to reveal it for personal reasons." "I cannot deny it hindered me for a time, yes."
Sir John crossed his arms.
"Then why tell me now?" "Because it's the right thing to do, and I wouldn't want Miss Rogers to—" regret any decision she might make without knowing all the facts.
Sir John met and held his gaze, expression alight with understanding. Mariana lifted her chin.
I've done nothing illegal. It was all my father's doing.
James shook his head.
I disagree. I think you're guilty of the very charges you tried to lay at Miss Rogers' door, and worse, for you entered a second marriage contract knowing you were already legally bound to another man. That's bigamy as well as fraud.
James's ears pricked up at the sound of stealthy footsteps approaching the room.
Do you not concur, Mr. Fontaine?
Anthony Fontaine paused on the threshold and leaned against the doorframe.
Indeed, I do.
Sir John stepped forward.
How dare you enter my house?
Fontaine's eyes flashed.
How dare you marry my wife?
Sir John threw up his hands.
Can this day get any worse?
He shot Mariana a contemptuous look before turning back to Fontaine.
I'd no idea she was married to you, if that is indeed true, while apparently you've known all along and never bothered to protest before our engagement or wedding. Why start now? Revenge, I suppose.
Fontaine casually crossed his arms.
I thought to myself, what's good for the goose must be good for the gander. But when Mariana heard I was wooing an heiress, she quickly squashed that relationship by sending an anonymous letter to the girl, letting her know I was already married. The girl cried off, taking her money with her.
He shook his head.
And after I'd been so understanding about Mariana and her knight.
Understanding?
Mariana sneered.
You were the first to agree when Papa proposed the scheme. I would never have gone along with it had you not persuaded me to do so. How I longed for you to throw Papa's plan back in his face and tell him no one could have me save you. I would have defied him had you stood by me, but you never could say no to money.
Fontaine shrugged and gave them a self-satisfied smile.
I can't deny it. It's part of my charm, apparently.
James shook his head in disgust. Anthony Fontaine had initially been reluctant to accompany him to Devonshire, but finding the threatening letter he'd sent to Sir John in the solicitor's possession had convinced him. Now James Loudon looked from the smirking dandy to the vain adulteress and thought they made a well-matched pair. For the first time he felt true sympathy for his client, and he was glad he'd uncovered the truth at last. James had waited in the dim parlour of the Red Lion, with its smoky fire and men in low conversation all around him. Right on schedule, the coachman Tim Banks appeared. James bought the man a pint, and the two found a quiet corner. Banks took a long drink, then began.
I was there, see, the night Mr. Spencer realised his daughter had up and left his house. He guessed straight away which way the wind blew, and lost no time in calling for his coach and fast his horses. It was me at the reins, and the groom, Joe, alongside. We heard the old man swearing and shouting orders, and had little doubt what had happened. His daughter, the spoiled Mariana, had gone off and eloped with Mr. Fontaine against her father's express orders to stop seeing him, and marry the man he had chosen for her. Sir John. Right. So, with Mr. Spencer and his spinster aunt in tow, we went charging out of the city on a direct course for Scotland. We drove day and night, only stopping to change horses. Joe and I took turns driving while the other tried to get a bit of sleep without being tossed to the ground.
When we finally crossed the border and reached Gretna Green, we stopped at the blacksmith's shop. Mr. Spencer, his aunt beside him, asked where they might find a man who performed marriages. I was supposed to wait with the coach, but I left Joe with the horses and went to listen at the blacksmith's door. I was curious. After all, had I not just ridden at breakneck speed and barely slept for days to do whatever it was Mr. Spencer was determined to see done? The coachman took another drink of his ale. The parson was called for and soon arrived. At least he called himself a parson, but didn't look like no parson I'd ever seen. You know, in Scotland, any man can set himself up as a minister of weddings. No banns required, no licence, only 2 witnesses. Had himself a tidy little business from the looks of things. Even kept a room in a nearby inn they called the nuptial chamber, where couples might consummate their marriage quick-like afterward, to deter an angry father who might otherwise try to undo the marriage. Mr. Spencer asked the man if he kept any record of the marriages he performed, or sent any notice to the registrar. The man said he kept a book for his own records, but didn't feel bound to notify the parish, since so many of the couples he wed lived elsewhere. He did say he provided any couples who wanted one, and had a shilling to pay, with a certificate of their marriage. The coachman slowly shook his head. Then I heard Mr. Spencer tell the supposed parson a tale of woe as I'd never heard. Why, I barely recognised my master's voice, so grieved was he. Would he not spare the reputation, nay, the life, of his one and only daughter? She and the young man had realised the folly of their ways, he declared, and, filled with remorse, the repentant children hadn't even consummated the marriage after they'd said their vows. Could the good man not find it in his heart to rub out that entry in his records? A spill of ink would do the trick, and no one would be the wiser. Might a donation to his ministry be unwelcome? I was nearly sick to hear him, especially since we'd not even found Mariana yet, and even if Mr. Spencer succeeded in having the record blotted out, there was no erasing the fact that the couple had been alone together, first in a post-chaise, then at an inn, for 2 or 3 days and nights. Again Banks shook his head. The parson agreed out of the vast goodness of his heart, and Mr. Spencer's purse. Afterward, we went to the inn. When we arrived, Mr. Spencer bade me come in with him, blunderbuss in hand, in case Mr. Fontaine raised a violent objection. We found the happy couple upstairs, lodging under an assumed name. The picture of connubial bliss, I might add. How Mr. Spencer shouted! Mariana shouted back, waving the marriage certificate in her father's face. He grabbed it from her, crumpled it, and flung it out the window. Then he thought the better of it and sent me to collect it, so he could dispose of it more permanent-like. I ran down and collected the crumpled thing. When I returned, Mr. Spencer told me to toss it into the fire. Then he told me to wait outside. I left, hearing his voice change from shouting to cajoling to wheedling, though I didn't hear the details of what he said. Banks paused, looking up at the hop-strewn beams above them as he reviewed the memory in his mind. An hour later, Mariana emerged from the inn, pale, packed, and dressed, and climbed inside the coach with her aunt and father. Mr. Fontaine watched her leave from the inn doorway, oddly calm about the whole affair, which made me suppose Mr. Spencer had promised him a great deal of money to forget the thing ever happened. Later, I heard he paid his aunt a handsome sum to spread the tale that she'd escorted Mariana on some sightseeing trip to cover for her absence." The coachman cringed. "He gave Joe and me money too. Bonuses for the long trip and for our discretion in keeping to ourselves the unfortunate events of the previous few days, till the grave. Joe, I know, has done so, for he's a wife and 5 children to support and couldn't afford to lose his place." "And you?" "I'm ashamed to say I've kept quiet too. Had I known Mr. Spencer planned to marry her off to Sir John so quickly, I might have gone to him straight away and told him what I knew. But I only learned of the wedding after the fact, by special licence, I understand. And then I figured, well, Sir John won't welcome such news now. Not when he's gone and married her. It would ruin his reputation as well as hers. But I should have. Now that Mr. Spencer has passed on, I don't feel the need to keep quiet any more. Not if I can help Sir John." "Could you give me the name and direction of this Scottish parson?" The coachman looked at him and shook his head. "I can do you one better. I can give you the marriage certificate." He pulled a folded paper from his pocket, slight wrinkles remaining from its long-ago crumpling, but otherwise intact. "I've kept it all these years. I only pretended to burn it, tossing an old playbill on the fire instead. I don't know why. I had no specific plan. It just seemed a clever thing to do at the time." He shrugged. "Talking to you now, maybe it was." James couldn't believe his good fortune, yet he felt no sense of victory, only regret and distaste. He nearly wished he'd never gone to the old Spencer house. He roused himself from his misery and reached into his pocket. "Allow me to give you something for your help." The coachman raised a hand, palm forward. "No, thank you, sir. I never felt right about accepting Mr. Spencer's money to keep quiet, so I won't take a farthing this time." Afterward, James had gone in search of Anthony Fontaine to confirm the story. Then he called at Sir John's Bristol house. The butler had met him with the news that Sir John had left in haste for Devonshire. He'd handed him a note, left unsealed. Sir John's hasty scrawl explained the urgency. "Special messenger arrived from Dr. Parish. Miss R. in dire trouble, accused of fraud by MSM. Called before Lord Sherwell, J.P. hearing on the 12th. Come as soon as possible. She will need a good lawyer, and our prayers." James had left Bristol without delay, though he feared it might already be too late. For him. Standing in the Clifton drawing-room now, James saw no victory on Sir John's face either. He wondered what his client would ask him to do next, and hoped it wouldn't involve bigamy charges. Whatever the case, James was ready to shake the Devonshire dust from his boots forever. If only Hannah would be willing to leave it all behind as well. The night of the hearing, after Danny and Becky were asleep, and Martha had excused herself to prepare for bed, Hannah and Mrs. Turrell sat up late, talking. "You are very generous, Mrs. Turrell, but I can't stay with you for long. Not when everyone here knows what I've done and suspects me guilty of even more, at least where Sir John and Mr. Loudon are concerned. For myself, I wouldn't care so much, but I don't want Danny growing up under a cloud of scandal. I need to go somewhere new and start fresh." Mrs. Turrell said gently, "But think what running from the truth has wrought, my girl. How guilty you felt.
Why not stay and face your past? Shine the light of truth on all them dark days."
Hannah expelled a weary sigh. How far back in the past would I have to go? Back to my father? Tell him I'm alive, that I've had a child, and by whom?
"Oh, my dear," Mrs. Tyrrell said, dark eyes wide and sad. "Wouldn't he want to know?"
"It would break his heart."
"More than thinking you dead and lost to him forever?"
Hannah nodded bleakly.
"Are you certain? Don't forget, whoever conceals their sins shall not prosper."
She paraphrased the proverb.
"But whoever confesses and forsakes them finds mercy."
Mercy. Oh, how Hannah longed for it, from God and her father. "I'm afraid to face him," she said. "I don't know how merciful he'll be, and I don't want to hurt him more than I already have." Mrs. Tyrrell squeezed her hand.
"Think of how you feel about Danny. Imagine him grown. Would you love him any less if he made some big mistake? Would you wish him dead, even if you were hurt and disappointed by his wrongdoing? Wouldn't you want to know he was all right? That he'd made his way back to the straight path? That he still loved you?"
Hannah nodded again, tears filling her eyes. "Yes." Her throat tightened. "But my father is a clergyman." Mrs. Tyrrell brought her face near and looked solemnly into her eyes.
"Yes," she agreed, "but the clergyman is also a father."
Chapter 27. Hannah left Devonshire without speaking to James Loudon or seeing Sir John again. She decided Mrs. Tyrrell was right. It was time to go home and make peace with the past, and with her father, to confess all and hope for mercy. Hannah travelled with Becky and Danny by stagecoach to Bristol, a city she'd once doubted she would ever see again. Mrs. Tyrrell had insisted Hannah not travel alone, but she promised Becky she could return to her and her sister's house whenever she wished, and had even pressed coach fare into the girl's palm to seal the promise. Upon arrival in Bristol, Hannah first secured a room in a respectable lodging-house and left their baggage there. After changing and feeding Danny, they walked to the carter's stall where Fred Bonner worked with his father. Hannah carried Danny while Becky trailed behind, gaping and craning her neck to take in the tall buildings of the unfamiliar city.
"Hannah!"
Fred called when he saw her. He jumped down from his cart, reins and horse forgotten, and bounded over to her like the overgrown boy he was. She was relieved to find him there on her first attempt, and not en route to Bath.
He beamed at her. "How good to see you again."
"You too, Freddie." Thankfully, Fred seemed to have forgotten they'd parted on bad terms when he came to Clifton. He always had been a forgiving sort. He stooped down, hands on knees, to regard the child in her arms.
"Is this little Daniel? My goodness, he's grown."
Hannah turned and gestured. "And this is Becky Brown, his nurse, and my friend. Becky, this is my dear old friend, Fred Bonner." Fred tipped his cap.
"How do you do?"
Becky bobbed a shy curtsy.
"Sir?"
He found a chair for Becky and Danny several feet away, and then returned to Hannah's side, dark eyes penetrating deep.
"How are you, Han? It is Hannah now, I hope."
"Yes," she hesitated. "How was she?" It was a complicated question, considering Mariana was back in Sir John's life, while Mr. Loudon was apparently out of hers. But the lengthy truth could wait for another day. Instead, she smiled and said, "I'm well. And how are you? Your cart looks dashing. New paint?" She walked over to it, away from his too direct gaze. He gathered the reins and set the handbrake. "It is, yes." "And how goes your route? Business good?" "Very well, or well enough. Han—" "Oh, I wasn't hinting or anything like that," Hannah hurried to say. "Truly, I just hoped it was going well for you." His hound-dog eyes turned downward. "Hannah, I know better than to hope, though the offer still stands. So tell me, what is it you want? Why did you come to see me?" "Dear Freddie," she swallowed, "I wanted to let you know I was back, and to ask about my father, how he fares." To herself she added, "what he knows." "He seems all right. Sad, of course, but he's in good health, if that's what you mean. He told me Mayfield's solicitor came to see him, as he did me." "May I ask what you told my father?" Fred shrugged. "I've told him nothing since I saw you in Devonshire. You asked me to let it lie." "I know I did, though now I think it's time I faced the truth, confessed everything. But I'm scared." "As well you should be." "Freddie!" "I'm sorry, Anne, but it's true. It's a deep pit you've dug for yourself." She bit her lip and asked tentatively, "I don't suppose you'd help me out of it?" "You don't want my help." "I just meant ease the way for me. Let him know that the newspaper had it wrong and I'm still alive, and have a child. And I'm here in Bristol if he wants to see me. I'm staying in Mrs. Hurst's lodging house in Little King Street." "I don't know, Han." She recalled Mrs. Turrell's words, "But nothing is too big for God. No pit we dig for ourselves too deep. He's already reaching a hand down to you, ready to pull you up." Silently, Hannah prayed, "God, will you help me?" She looked at Fred and suddenly straightened with resolve. "You know what? You're right. I'll go and see him myself." His brows rose. "Now?" Fear flooded Hannah at the thought. "Oh, not this moment, but very soon. After I find the courage," she thought. If only she had thought to pack some. Hannah pressed her friend's arm. "Thank you, Freddie." "I did nothing." "That's not true. You gave me just what I needed." On Sunday, Hannah stood outside the Bristol church where her father served as underpaid curate. He hadn't the connections to bring him a good living as rector or vicar. The humble life suited him, he'd always insisted, though it had meant his sons had to be sent to sea quite young, and his daughter had needed to seek a paid situation to support herself. From outside the ancient grey stone building, she heard the low drone of her father's voice delivering his sermon, followed by the reedy voices of the elderly congregation singing a solemn hymn. She didn't intend to enter, nor interrupt. She would wait until she could greet him alone, in private. Yet knowing he was occupied inside, Hannah felt at her ease to meander through the churchyard and gain her bearings. Oh, the hours she'd spent there as a girl. Seeing the gnarled yew tree in the corner, Hannah walked toward it to visit her mother's grave. As she neared, she suddenly stopped and stared, craning her head forward even as her feet felt rooted to the mossy ground. There was a new grave beside her mother's, and the name on the headstone. It was her name. She stepped forward and melted to her knees before the modest headstone. In memory, Hannah Rogers, beloved daughter, 1796 to 1819. Tears flooded her eyes. Had he really? Had her father, with his threadbare stockings, worn-out shoes, and watered-down soups, actually spent such a sum? To memorialize her life and death, when there hadn't even been a body to bury. She would never have thought it, not in 100 years. The same man who would read or compose his sermons by a single candle, and only when the waning sun through the window refused to provide sufficient light for his ever-weakening eyes. He'd spent such a sum on her. Seeing the headstone made her sick with regret. She felt she would lose her meagre breakfast then and there. It stole her courage, even as beloved daughter ought to have bolstered it. How doubly sorry he would be to have spent his modest savings on such a stone when she'd been alive all along. Alive and living a lie in the bargain. How sorry he would be to have memorialized her as beloved daughter once he learned of her many sins. She ran gloved fingers over the carved letters of her name. That Hannah Rogers, cherished, blameless daughter, had died more than a year before, and there would be no resurrecting her now. Hannah returned to the lodging-house without seeing her father. She couldn't face him after that. She would write a letter and invite him to call on her if he wished. Thoughts of a letter reminded her of Sir John's admonition to keep Mr. Loudon apprised of her whereabouts. So Hannah also sent a note to his offices with the direction of the lodging-house. Then she waited. Several days came and went, and with each passing hour her nerves and fears escalated. When she'd written to her father, she told him they'd been apart too long. She wanted to see him again, and proposed a meeting. But did he want to see her, after the way she'd left him? She didn't know. Mrs. Turrell had advised her to meet him on neutral ground, away from his usual territory. So she waited in the lodging-house's private sitting-room, which she'd let for an extra half-crown for the occasion. The proposed meeting time came and went. Tea steeped, grew strong, then cold, and Hannah began to lose heart and courage. She paced the room again, wringing her hands, practicing what she would say. Becky and Danny napped in their room above. Hannah wanted to see him alone first, wanted their reunion to be a private one. But would he even come? Another half an hour passed. Tears threatened, and she blinked them back, refusing to give in to them. She and Danny were managing on their own. She reminded herself that they had each other. They had friends in Mrs. Turrell, Becky, and Fred. They didn't need... A knock sounded, and Hannah froze. Her heartbeat seemed louder than the distant knock. Footsteps followed. Thump, thump, thump. The owner of the lodging-house going to the front door in her heavy-heeled shoes. Muffled voices, and then 2 pairs of shoes crossing the entry hall. Hannah's pulse accelerated with each approaching step. A single knock on the sitting-room door, the hinge creaking open, footsteps entering. Hannah took a deep breath, wiped her damp palms on her handkerchief, and turned. There he was. Mrs. Hurst nodded solemnly and shut the door behind her visitor. Hannah's heart squeezed to see him again. He stood stiffly, wearing neither coat nor hat. Mrs. Hurst must have polished her manners and taken them. Could she not have taken his grim expression as well? Hannah reminded herself to breathe, to hold herself erect, to pray. "Thank you for coming," she said. "Please, won't you be seated?" Her father stared at her a moment, but remained where he was. Nerves quaking, she gestured toward the tray. "Tea?" He shook his head. "No, thank you." Her father's voice. Ah, what memories it evoked. He looked older, even thinner than she recalled. She was strangely relieved to allow the tea she'd paid for to go to waste. She was sure her hands would tremble if she tried to pour. She decided she wouldn't presume to call him Papa, as she used to do. She cleared her throat and began. "Father, I've asked you here to seek your advice." "Oh?" Wary reserve steeled his expression. "You did not see fit to seek it before." "I know. That was just one of my many mistakes. But I'm asking now." He crossed his arms over his thin chest. "I'm listening." "I've many decisions before me. Decisions that affect my future and that of my son. Yes, I have a son now." He nodded. "Fred told me a few days ago, even before I received your letter. He came to let me know you were alive. Why did you not tell me yourself?" So dear Fred had broken the news after all. She said, "Because I knew my fall from grace would cast a shadow on your reputation, perhaps even cost you the curacy. Don't worry, I've not come to ask for money or help, only for advice and, perhaps, forgiveness. I've no wish to be a financial burden, nor a burden of any kind, though I do long for your forgiveness." He'd been staring down at his hands during this, her practiced speech, but now he looked up at her. "You assume I care more for my reputation than my daughter's well-being?" "Well, you cannot help but be concerned about it, and I don't blame you." "You thought I wouldn't forgive you?" "Will you? I'm so sorry, Papa, for everything." There, it slipped out. He looked down at his hands once more. "Do you know how I worried, how devastated I was when I heard that you died? I would have given up 100 curacies to have you back." Hannah's chest ached. Tears filled her eyes. "And when you learned I was alive?" "I was relieved, and yet angry. Why did you not come to me yourself? Tell me what was going on. I might have helped you." "Forgive me, Papa, but I know you well. You wouldn't have easily forgiven my being with child, nor bringing shame upon you. In all honesty, I thought it would be better for you if I had died." He gaped at her. "Are you so new at being a parent? You're right. I would have been greatly disappointed, shocked, embarrassed, everything. I might have even asked you to go away somewhere and have the child in secret, but I would never, ever wish you dead." "I'm sorry," she whispered.
So am I, he said, voice low and gravelly. The voice she'd often heard when he prayed over a dying child or a favourite old parishioner. He stepped closer, and she noticed tears in his eyes too. And yes, I forgive you. He reached out and took her hand, and she squeezed his in reply. For a moment they stood that way, in thick silence, eyes damp. Then he tucked his chin and looked up at her. Now, do I get to meet this grandchild of mine or not?
Chapter 28. The next day, her father surprised her by sending over a few of her finer gowns from those she'd left behind when setting off as lady's companion. What a pleasure to wear something of her own. Becky helped her into a lovely dress of rich, berry-coloured jaconet with a matching velvet spencer. Then she donned a straw bonnet with an upturned brim. After tying the ribbons beneath her chin, she thanked Becky, kissed Danny, and left the room. Reticule dangling from her wrist, she started down the stairs, intent on a few errands. Below, the lodging-house door opened, and James Loudon stepped inside. Hannah halted on the half-landing, a storm of conflicting emotions flooding her. She glanced nervously about, relieved to not see Mrs. Hurst, who had strict rules about gentlemen callers. Had her landlady mentioned this was her afternoon to play whist at a friend's house? Hannah hoped so. "Mr. Loudon?" His head snapped up, and he spotted her there on the landing. His gaze swept her person, head to toe, and back again. "You look well," he breathed, but his eyes said, "Beautiful." "Thank you." She was relieved to be dressed in a becoming gown, her freckles lightly powdered for good measure. James looked handsome too, and cut a dashing figure in a frock-coat, snowy cravat and patterned waistcoat. He removed his hat and continued to watch her. She self-consciously descended the remaining stairs. "Perhaps you would step into the sitting-room, Mr. Loudon," she suggested, errands forgotten. "We may talk there." He gestured for her to precede him, set his hat on the sideboard inside, and with a meaningful look at her, slowly closed the door behind them. Hannah removed her bonnet, pulse racing. His compliment and warm look were a relief after their cool parting. After she'd turned him down, followed by that mortifying hearing. She was pleased James still would, speak kindly to her. For a moment she felt a flicker of disloyalty. Then she reminded herself that, despite her long-held affection for Sir John, her chance with him was lost now that Mariana had returned. Like it or not, he was a married man, and she herself had urged him not to pursue divorce. James slowly crossed the room to her, his eager gaze locking on hers. Her breath hitched. Might there be a future for them yet? Could James help heal her heart? The blacks of his eyes dilated, nearly eclipsing the green irises. His nostrils flared. "Hannah." He drew out the syllables in breathy longing. "I'm here," she faltered, and waited for him to kiss her. He raised his hand, gently stroking her cheek. "Darling Hannah," he murmured, yet remained where he was. Why did he hesitate? James dropped his hand and cleared his throat. "Before we say, or do, anything else, I need to tell you something." But inhaling the smell of his cologne and focused on the grooves carved alongside his mouth, Hannah barely heard his demur, his words, whatever they were. She didn't want to talk. She wanted to forget. All her fear and humiliation of the last weeks. All her conflicted feelings for a man who'd never be hers. "Hush," she whispered, running a finger over his lips and then along one of those appealing grooves. Instantly, James bridged the gap between them and pressed his mouth to hers. His hands bracketed her waist, pulling her against him. A moment later he broke their kiss and trailed his lips over her cheek, her neck, her ear. "Marry me," he whispered. She drew in a shaky breath. Then she thought again of Sir John, and her chest tightened. "James, wait." Hannah pushed away. "I'm sorry. I thought, perhaps, but—" She shook her head. "I can't. Not now. Too much has happened." He grimaced as though in pain and pressed his forehead to hers. "I know," he said. "Forgive me. I got carried away." James released her, took a step back, and blew out a ragged exhale. "I came here determined to keep my distance, at least until I'd told what I need to tell you." She looked up at him in concern. "What is it?" He regarded her warily, pursed his lips, then began. "I've learned that Sir John was never legally married to Mariana Spencer." "What?" Hannah frowned in confusion. She must have heard wrong. "You remember Sir John sent me to find evidence against Mr. Fontaine about the affair?" She nodded. "Instead, when I returned to Bristol, I discovered that she'd eloped with Anthony Fontaine before she wed Sir John." Hannah gaped. "You can't be serious." "I am, unfortunately. Her father wanted her to marry Sir John. He was outraged and refused to acknowledge the elopement as legal. So he covered it up, paid the parson, the coachman and groom to keep it quiet, to pretend it never happened." "And Mr. Fontaine?" "Quite willing to go along with the scheme. For a price, of course. Apparently he and Mariana never had any intention of ending their relationship." "I can't believe it. What a risk." "Yes. A gamble that could cost her dearly if she ends up being tried in a criminal court. Bigamy is a serious offence, punishable by fines, imprisonment, or transportation." "Surely it won't come to that." "Women often receive lighter sentences, but it's possible." Hannah felt as though someone had let the air from her lungs like a punctured balloon. She weakly lowered herself onto a chair. The warmth of their kiss evaporated into a chill. She closed her eyes and murmured a mournful, "Oh, Sir John." James rubbed the back of his neck. "Yes, even I feel sorry for him." "What does he plan to do?" "He's first seeking an annulment through the ecclesiastical court on the grounds of fraud." "Will he succeed?" Mouth tight, James turned away. "With both Fontaine and the coachman willing to testify, I think it a foregone conclusion." She looked at his tense profile, his averted eyes, and said quietly, "No wonder you didn't wish to tell me." "I did try." She held up a placating palm. "I know you did. I don't blame you for anything." She forced a feeble chuckle. "I'm rather surprised you told me at all." "I admit I was tempted to wait. Perhaps even to suggest an elopement of our own before you heard the news from someone else. But "You are too honourable for that," she finished for him. "Am I?" He took her hand.
In any case, I'm still tempted to press my suit, but I'll give you time to absorb the news first. May I call again?"
"Yes, of course." Yet long after James left the house, Hannah remained in that chair, revisiting scenes from the past through the lens of this new revelation. She recalled little things Lady Mayfield had said, things Hannah had attributed to Mariana's general disappointment with Sir John, like, "I wish Anthony would do something, end this farce of a marriage once and for all." It had never crossed Hannah's mind that Mariana's marriage to Sir John really was a farce, and worse, a fraud. No wonder Mr. Fontaine had been devastated by news of Mariana's death. She was his wife. Other little snippets of their conversations came back to her. The teasing, the double entendres. Mariana coyly asking, "And how is Mrs. Fontaine tonight?" And his suggestive replies that had always made Hannah feel left out of some private joke.
"You tell me," or "My dear wife is at home and plans to go to bed early."
The two of them had slyly referred to Mariana as Mrs. Fontaine right in front of Hannah, and she'd never guessed. Who would guess such a detestable thing possible? Finally, Hannah rose wearily and went back upstairs to her room, her heart aching for Sir John Mayfield all over again. The next day, Hannah paced her small bedchamber, walking a fussy Danny back and forth across its length, rocking and shushing him. Becky had already tried and given up. Still, Hannah kept trying, because Mrs. Hurst didn't approve of crying babies. Perhaps Hannah ought to have accepted her father's offer to move home, but she wasn't ready. Not yet. Nor was she eager to flaunt her illegitimate child before his congregation. A knock sounded on the bedchamber door, and Hannah stiffened. She crossed the room to answer it, anticipating a reprimand. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Hurst, Danny," the woman interrupted her. "There's a gentleman to see you." Hannah's heart skipped a beat. Was it Sir John? She told herself to stop being foolish. Danny, she noticed, popped a fist into his mouth and silently stared at Mrs. Hurst, tears still clinging to his long lashes. He didn't like the woman either. "Here's his card," Mrs. Hurst said, extending it toward her. "A solicitor. You're not in any trouble, I trust?" "Oh," she glanced at James's card. "No." Suspicion lit the woman's eyes. "Mr. Loudon is solicitor to Sir John Mayfield," Hannah explained, trying to ignore the disappointment flooding her. "My former employer." The woman's head tilted to the side and her face puckered in thought. "Mayfield? Isn't that the name of the woman in the newspapers this morning?" "I don't know," Hannah murmured. She'd been too busy trying to soothe Daniel to read the news. She inhaled. "Well, I shall go down and speak to Mr. Loudon in the sitting-room, if you don't mind, Mrs. Hurst." "Well, you'll not see him here in your bedchamber, that's for certain. I run a respectable house, I do." "Yes, I know." Hannah gave her a brittle smile. "For which I'm duly grateful." She handed Danny to Becky and passed by the woman. Gripping the handrail tightly, she made her way downstairs and into the sitting-room. James turned at her entrance.
"Miss Rogers."
She dipped her head. "Mr. Loudon?" She smiled at him, but he didn't return the gesture.
"Was that Daniel I heard? He doesn't sound very happy."
"I'm afraid it's the colic again."
"Ah," James murmured vaguely, clearly distracted.
Hannah closed the sitting-room door and turned toward him, but he held up a hand to forestall her.
"I'm afraid this is not a social call."
She hesitated, feeling both confused and strangely relieved.
"Oh? I'm here in my official capacity as Sir John's solicitor. I've had a letter from him. In it, he enclosed a letter to you and asked me to forward it on, as he doesn't have your direction."
He withdrew a folded rectangle from his pocket and handed it to her. She accepted it, glancing at the seal and finding it still intact.
"No, I did not read it,"
he said dryly, noticing the direction of her gaze. She looked up at him from beneath her lashes. "But you want me to tell you what it says?" He held her gaze a moment.
"I didn't say that."
"You didn't have to. If you weren't curious, you might have sent it by messenger."
"That's not why I came in person."
She expected to see a grin on his face or a flirtatious light in his eyes. Instead, he remained somberly officious. He looked down, clearing his throat.
"Pardon me. I've one more duty to discharge."
He extracted a small leather purse from another pocket and kept his eyes averted.
"The stipend for Daniel. Sir John insists he be allowed to support him, at least as long as you remain unmarried, and beyond that if your—" he swallowed, "husband is agreeable. He bids me to state that accepting money on Daniel's behalf in no way obligates you to him."
Looking at James, Hannah was reminded of royal guards with their raised chins and stiff upper lips, staring straight ahead while carrying out their solemn duties. "Oh, James." Again he held up his hand to forestall her.
"Miss Rogers, I'm compelled to ask, are there any questions or requests you would like to make of my employer? Any news of Daniel's health or needs you would like me to pass on?"
Tears bit Hannah's eyes. "Only one request, Mr. Loudon." His stoic gaze flickered to hers uncertainly.
"Yes?"
Her voice trembled. "Tell me what to do." His Adam's apple convulsed up and down the long column of his throat.
"That I cannot do."
He bid her farewell and left her to read the letter in private.
"Dear Miss Rogers, no doubt you've heard by now the sorry tale of the elopement of Mariana Spencer and Anthony Fontaine before our own marriage. I wanted to let you know, before you saw it in the newspaper, that I'm pursuing an annulment on the grounds that my marriage was void at its beginning, and therefore Mariana and I were never married legally, nor in the eyes of God. I know you've strong feelings against divorce, but I hope that in this you will absolve me. My solicitor assures me my case will succeed. I dread the proceedings and scandal and vile gossip, but feel it must be done, as quickly and quietly as possible. I simply want to be free. I've no wish to punish Mariana, and if anything, a formal release from me will be welcomed by her. I want to give you every assurance that I pursue this course for my own sake, without expectation or hope that there will be, or ever can be, a future between us. I wish you to do nothing out of guilt or a false sense of obligation. You are free, and hopefully I'll soon be free as well. I'm sorry to involve Mr. Loudon in this particular duty, but as I hadn't your direction, I've asked him to forward the letter to you in the manner he sees fit, hopefully by post or messenger to avoid any awkwardness between you. I also wish to reiterate my determination to support Daniel, at least until such time as you marry, and beyond that only if you and your future husband are agreeable. Again, The stipend is not to be construed as a bribe, and rest assured that accepting the money on his behalf in no way obligates you. I simply wish to guarantee neither you nor Danny suffer want while you are considering your options for the future. I hope and daily pray that you've been able to reconcile with your father. If there's anything I can do to help in that regard, please don't hesitate to let me know. I don't wish to presume or interfere, but if he rebukes you in any way, I'd be happy to speak to him on your behalf, accept responsibility for your situation, even as I cannot regret Danny's existence. I'll gladly accept any blame, while giving you all the credit for the healthy and delightful child he is, and the kind and honourable man he'll no doubt become, thanks to your influence and upbringing. May God bless you with a long and happy life. Sincerely, Sir John Mayfield, KCB. Hannah sank onto the sofa and read the letter again. It was almost as if he wanted her to choose James, a younger man not tainted by a sordid past. But she had her own sordid past to consider. Although she believed God had forgiven her, that didn't mean she was free of the consequences. The disgrace, the gossip, the end of her acceptance into respectable society. If she were truly selfless, she would release both men. But she was not. Chapter 29. Hannah's father invited her and Danny to dinner, which afforded Becky a well-deserved evening off. Hannah offered her extra money in case she wished to go out somewhere, but Becky said all she wanted was to nestle in bed with a book and a tin of sweets. Hannah happily supplied both. How strange it felt to enter her childhood home as a guest. Her father smiled in self-conscious welcome and took Danny into his study, suggesting Hannah see if there was anything else in her bedchamber she wanted. Walking slowly around her old room felt like visiting a museum of her youth. Everything much as it had been when she'd moved to the Mayfields a few years before. She flipped through a long-forgotten diary and found a faded love letter from Fred. She'd lost that Fred, the young suitor, but was so thankful to have kept him as a friend. Next, she sorted through the baby clothes her parents had saved, a few of which she would wash and reclaim for Danny. A nightshirt, a woolen coat and cap, and a soft-knitted blanket. She also found a brooch of her mother's, tiny bluebells painted on ivory, and thought it might make a nice gift for Mrs. Turrell, who had mentioned bluebells were her favourite. Finally, she selected a few books to give to Becky, and for herself, a lovely leather-bound edition of the Proverbs, containing the Psalter and the Sermon on the Mount. Returning to her father's study, she paused at its threshold. Her heart warmed to see her father pray over the grandson in his arms, and then contort his usually solemn face into comical expressions his congregation would be stunned to see from the pulpit. Danny grinned in appreciative reply. The maid of all work prepared a simple meal of chicken and leek soup, which Hannah ladled out at table like the woman of the house, her mother's memory very near. The maid admired Danny, calling him a handsome lad, but Hannah didn't miss her surreptitious glance at her bare ring finger. Back in the lodging-house the next day, Mrs. Hurst knocked to announce that Hannah had another caller. "That solicitor has returned," she said with a concerned frown. "Are you sure you're in no trouble?" "No trouble, Mrs. Hurst. Not any longer," she thought. "Thank you, God."
Leaving a contented Danny in Becky's care, Hannah went down to speak to James. She wondered what errand had brought him this time, and if this would be a business or personal call. In the sitting-room, James stood fidgeting, twirling his hat brim in his hands. As soon as he saw her, he blurted, "Have you heard the news?" She blinked. "Which news?" "About Mariana." Hannah held up a wait finger, knowing Mrs. Hurst would eavesdrop if she could. Hannah closed the door firmly behind her. "Go on." "She's been tried in a criminal court and found guilty of bigamy." Hannah stared at him, incredulous. "No, I can't believe Sir John would expose her so publicly." Queasy disappointment churned within her at the thought. In his letter he said he wouldn't seek punishment. Sir John did not. Mr. Fontaine himself was the plaintiff, the injured party, whose wife married another man. Unbelievable. Hannah slowly shook her head. Mariana must be livid. Did Sir John testify? James nodded. He was summoned, so yes, he did, but reluctantly. Sir John was here in Bristol, Hannah realised, and yet he'd neither called on her nor visited Danny. Feeling suddenly weary, she lowered herself into a chair. Mr. Loudon continued. Mariana got off lightly, considering the charge. She managed to lay most of the blame at her father's door, her father who's conveniently dead. She isn't to be transported or even imprisoned. Thank God, Hannah interjected. Only to sit in the Red Cliff Hill stocks for 3 hours. Shock washed over Hannah. The stocks? Mariana? Yes, I thought you'd be glad. Hannah shook her head. She felt no such vindication. Did he know her so little? Glad? Never. Poor Mariana. Poor Mariana, after what she tried to do to you. I know, but... Her words trailed away as the image of pampered, beautiful Mariana formed in her mind, sitting in the stocks in one of her fine gowns, alone, the object of scorn and humiliation. James unfurled his pocket-watch. In fact, she should be placed in the stocks about now. He clicked his watch shut and asked, You do realize what this means? Hannah rose suddenly to her feet. It means I must go to her. What? No, I meant what it means for Sir John. But Hannah's mind wasn't on Sir John, it was on Mariana. Please let Becky know I'll return when I can. She rushed from the house. Vaguely she heard James calling for her to stop, or at least let him hail a hansom cab for her, but Hannah paid him no heed. She ran past Queen Square, crossed the bridge, and made haste up Redcliffe Hill. By then her sides ached and she panted with exertion. She passed St. Mary's, its churchyard enclosed by a thick hedge, and there, just outside its gate, the stocks. Double stocks, but only one occupant. Hannah's heart twisted at the sight. Lady Mayfield, or was it Mrs. Fontaine, sat on the muddy ground, ankles pinned in the low stocks, scuffed slippers listing on her small feet. She stared blindly ahead as passers-by gawked or hurried their children away. A small crowd began to gather, jeer and taunt, and Mariana scowled, snapping at them with words Hannah was too far away to hear and likely better off spared. As she walked closer, a boy of 9 or 10 reeled back with a rotten apple and took aim. Noticing, Mariana covered her face with her hands. Hannah lunged forward and grabbed the boy's arm. No. Remember, let him who is without sin cast the first stone. Ain't no stone, miss, it's an apple. Don't. Hannah held his gaze. then released him. She lifted her skirts and tiptoed through the mire left by last night's rains. Mariana had yet to see her, but Hannah was close enough now to hear her quiet sobbing. Hannah rounded the stocks, accidentally kicking one end as she stepped behind them. The reverberation startled Mariana, and her eyes darted open. Her arms shot up to ward off a projectile or a blow. For a moment she gaped at Hannah, a frown line between her brows. Hannah tensed, imagining the proud woman would rebuff her.
"Come to gloat?"
Mariana asked.
"No. Why are you here, then?"
Hannah swept her skirts to one side and sat on the ground beside Mariana, aligned with the second set of holes. "I'm here to stay by you, to be your companion through this."
"Ha!"
Mariana's scoff lacked malice. In fact, her chin quivered. Ignoring the damp seeping through her gown, Hannah looked out at the uncertain, shuffling crowd, silently daring any of them to throw something, praying no one would. She glanced over and saw Mariana's lips twist bitterly, even as they trembled.
"I ought to tell you to go away," she said, voice cracking. "That I don't need you."
Tears filled her eyes.
"But I'm too weak. I can't bear this on my own."
Hannah held her gaze and slowly shook her head. "You don't have to." Jogging onto the scene, James glimpsed Anthony Fontaine, leaning against a tree some distance from the stocks. As James passed by him, Fontaine laid a staying hand on his arm. "Leave them." James scowled. "I'm surprised at you, Fontaine. This is beneath even you." "She might have been hanged, sent to prison or worse. This is nothing." "To a woman like Mariana Spencer?" Fontaine shrugged. "It'll be good for her to be knocked down a peg or two. She holds an altogether too high opinion of herself." For a moment, James stood where he was, torn between wanting to rush over and help Hannah up and not wanting to be seen interfering. It wouldn't help his professional reputation. He eyed Fontaine again. "What will you do now?" "I leave for America in 3 days' time." James reared his head back. "America?" "Yes. I'm ready for a fresh start." "You'll leave Mariana, then?" "Heavens, no. She goes with me." James felt his brows rise. "Does she, indeed? After this?" Fontaine nodded. "Yes, she's my wife, after all." "And she's agreed to go?" "Not yet, but I know her well. She thinks she's lost me. Suddenly I have very great appeal." He lifted his chin, gazing at Mariana with confidence. "She'll go with me." James studied the man's profile and asked quietly, "Do you regret it, going along with the scheme in the first place?" Keeping his focus on the stocks, Fontaine considered. "I wanted the money, and knew she didn't love Sir John. I didn't think I'd mind." He inhaled deeply. "But I was wrong." James turned and looked again at the stocks. Across the distance, Hannah met and held his gaze. Solemnly, she nodded once, and then looked back at Mariana. James waited 1 minute longer, then turned and walked home alone. Later, after Mariana's release, Hannah returned to the lodging-house, cleaned herself up and changed. She made sure Becky and Danny had all they needed, and then went back out. James had mentioned that Sir John had been called on to testify. She assumed, or at least hoped, he was still in Bristol. She wore her lovely berry-coloured dress and spencer for confidence. Would he receive her? If so, would it be eagerly or reluctantly? She walked to the house on Great George Street, Sir John's Bristol residence, a place she'd lived as Mariana's companion before they'd moved to Bath, the place Danny had been conceived. She swallowed hard at the thought and hoped she wouldn't be met by a sneering, lascivious Mr. Ward. She was thankful anew to have avoided that man's clutches in the past. As she walked up the steps to the front door, she felt her palms perspiring within her gloves and prayed silently, "Thy will be done." She rang the bell and was relieved when Hopkins, the elderly butler, opened the door. "Good day, Mr. Hopkins." His snowy brows rose.
"Miss Rogers, what a surprise."
"No doubt. I was hoping to have a brief word with Sir John. Is he at home to call us?"
"No, miss, I'm afraid not. Men from the newspapers have been hounding him since his return. He left as soon as he could after the trial."
"May I ask where he went?" He hesitated.
"I'm not to say, miss."
Hannah felt the sting of rejection. "He told you not to tell me?"
"No, miss, not you specifically. He didn't want me telling any of those newspaper men."
"Oh, I see. Can you tell me if he's returned to Devonshire? I promise not to tell anyone else." He looked left, then right, a twinkle in his old eyes.
"Well, you didn't hear it from me. But it's a southwest wind that blows, aye."
Hannah walked back to the lodging-house. There she found Mrs. Hurst and paid up in full, and then returned to her room to pack the last of their things. She left the door open and cracked a window to air the place after all them dirty baby cloths, as Mrs. Hurst had instructed. Becky, eager for the journey, hummed as she dressed Danny in the little wool coat and cap to protect him from the damp wind. They would go and briefly bid farewell to her father, and from there it was only a short walk to a nearby coaching inn. As she tucked a pair of gloves into her valise, Hannah felt the back of her neck prickle. She started and turned. There stood James Loudon on the threshold. She'd forgotten she'd left the door open. She put a hand to her heart. "James, you startled me. You're not to be up here. My landlady has strict rules about gentlemen callers." She managed a wobbly grin, but his expression remained bleak.
"You're packing?"
"Yes." His lips tightened. Turning to Becky, he said,
"Would you mind taking Danny down to the sitting-room for a few minutes while I talk to Miss Rogers?"
"Very well, sir." Becky bobbed a curtsy and carried Daniel from the room. Hannah no longer worried about Becky running off. The girl was far too eager to return to Devonshire and dear Mrs. Turrell. When Becky's footsteps faded down the stairs, he set down his hat and asked,
"Are you moving to your father's house?"
"No." He flinched. Hands fisted, he inhaled through flared nostrils, eyes squeezed tight.
"You are returning to Clifton?"
"Not to the house, but to Lynmouth, yes."
"To see Sir John?"
"To see Mrs. Turrell," she clarified, distractedly adding a handkerchief to her reticule. "She's offered Becky a home with her, and I promised Becky I'd escort her back as soon as I finished here."
"And are you finished here?"
She stilled from her nervous motions of packing and faced him. She took a deep breath and said quietly, I think I am. His mouth twisted. You would have left without telling me. I don't know why I'm surprised. You chose him before, and I should have known you'd choose him again.
Hannah wistfully shook her head. He probably wants nothing to do with me, now that he's free and clear of Mariana and the whole rotten scandal. I'll likely deliver Becky and return empty-handed.
I doubt that.
I don't know. But if there is any chance with Sir John, I have to try.
No, you don't.
James, please. She reached for him, but then thought the better of touching him, of playing with fire. The embers were still there, just beneath the ashes. She said, I saw you at the stocks, your expression, your distance, and I understood. You must avoid scandal, and that's what I am. A child born out of wedlock. Impersonation. Bigamy.
You had nothing to do with that.
I know, but I'm a link to all of it. You want to build your practice, of course you do. And I cannot help you in that. I can only hurt you. If you married me, I would live to see your admiration fade into resentment and regret. His face contorted in frustration and perhaps grief, though not, she knew, denial.
But, Hannah, he protested, I want to be with you. I couldn't bear to never touch you again.
He ran his hands up her arms, prickling her skin into goose-flesh.
Don't go yet. Stay and give me a chance. Give us a chance.
For one moment she hesitated. But then Mariana's duplicitous face appeared in her mind's eye, and her stomach soured. Drawing a deep breath, she stepped away from him. No, James, I will not. He shook his head, anger flashing in his eyes.
Tell the truth, Hannah. Your concern for my practice, or even for Daniel, isn't the real reason you refuse me, is it? You prefer Sir John.
She allowed her silence to answer for her. She was attracted to James, it was true, but she loved Sir John, and had for a long time. James ran an agitated hand through his hair.
Then what am I to do? Soldier on and try to pretend there's nothing between us? Carry on as Sir John's solicitor, as though I'm not aching to take you in my arms every moment?
She looked into his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. Then perhaps it's time Sir John engaged a new solicitor. Chapter 30. From the road, Clifton looked like a landscape painting. An old stone house nestled between white-beam trees, its flower garden framed by privet hedges and an arched trellis. Or perhaps it was more like a still life. Too still, too quiet. No Mrs. Turrell waving from an open doorway. No Dr. Parish calling out cheerful greetings from the neighbouring grange. No Sir John sitting in his chair at an upstairs window. She walked closer, yet still saw no one about the place. Where was he? Mrs. Turrell couldn't tell her for certain if Sir John was once again living in Clifton House, because she no longer worked there. She'd declined to return after Hannah's trial, and then the Mayfields had left for Bristol. She'd heard that Sir John had recently returned to the area, but didn't know if or how long he planned to stay. Hannah hoped Sir John hadn't suffered a relapse. Was that why he hadn't visited her when he'd been in Bristol? Or worse, had he changed his mind about her? After all, he no longer had to settle for a woman willing to assume Mariana's place.
He was free to marry any fine lady he wished, far finer than she could ever hope to be. Even so, it was good to see the place again, and see it peaceful. When she was last at Clifton, she'd been under guard and then led away like a criminal. This was a better, more pleasant memory to tuck away for some lonely some day to come. Hannah stood at the edge of the garden a moment longer, silently bidding the house and its former occupant farewell. In a few minutes she would walk back to Mrs. Turrell's. Becky and Danny were there now, catching up on all they'd missed in each other's lives since they'd last been together. But for now, one more minute to remember it all. She closed her eyes, and there he was, Sir John holding her hand, pulling her onto his lap and kissing her, taking his first steps, saying, "You are beautiful, Hannah, just as you are," cradling Danny in his arms, coming to her rescue, letting her go. The sound of galloping hooves interrupted her reverie. Startled, she stepped behind a tree, afraid to be found like a trespasser should it be Edgar Parish or perhaps a prospective new tenant. She watched in surprise as Sir John Mayfield came cantering over the rise on a muscled bay. He sat tall and straight, coat-tails flapping behind him, hat-brim pulled low. With knee-high cuffed boots in the stirrups, thighs melded to the horse's sides, and reins held easily in gloved hands, he looked strong and confident, the Sir John Mayfield of old. Hannah's breath caught at the sight. As he neared the stables, she expected Ben or some new groom to come out to help him dismount and hand him his cane. No one came. She thought about running forward to help, but doubted he'd welcome any witness to his weakness, especially her. When he reined in, he didn't wait for anyone to assist him, but swung his leg over and dismounted with apparent ease. He gathered the reins and patted the horse's sleek neck. Only then did Ben jog out with a ready smile and take the horse from Sir John. Hannah decided she would wait where she was and greet him there in the relative privacy of the garden on his way inside. She smoothed back her hair and took a deep breath to steady her nerves. But Sir John didn't walk toward the house. Instead, he snatched up a walking stick propped against the stable wall and set off at a brisk pace away from the garden. For a moment, Hannah feared he was avoiding her, but she didn't think he'd even noticed her there. Would he be glad to see her? She wished she knew. Hannah followed after him. Sir John walked with a swift, sure stride toward the cliff road. My goodness, Hannah thought. He wasn't weak any longer. Unable to keep up with his long legs and rapid pace, she finally called out, "Sir John!" He looked back and hesitated upon seeing her. Her heart sank. No welcoming smile broke across his face, nor did he use his newfound strength to run to her. In fact, he stood there regarding her almost warily. Did he think her presumptuous for coming uninvited? Her confidence left her. She hesitated as well, unsure how to proceed. She pushed herself slowly forward, trying to catch her breath and calm herself. "Good day," she managed. He nodded. "Miss Rogers?" So formal, after all they'd been through together. He laid both hands over the head of his walking stick, propped on the ground before him. "I didn't expect to see you here," he said, eyes narrowed. "Visiting Mrs. Turrell, I assume?" "Yes, I've returned Becky to her. The dear woman has invited her to share their cottage." He nodded his understanding. "How's Danny? He fares well, I trust?" "Yes, he's napping at Mrs. Turrell's as we speak." "Ah, Good. She glanced back toward the stable. I saw you ride in. She shook her head in wonder. How recovered you are. It's amazing how you've regained your strength. I've been working at it, he allowed. And if you'll excuse me, I shall continue my walk. His dismissal stung, but she persisted. You look quite hale, she blurted before he could turn. I'm pleased to see it. She felt herself flush at the words. One brow rose. Flattery, Miss Rogers? It isn't like you. She recognized it then. The shell of cold indifference he'd adopted when he first suspected her of helping Mariana plot her escape. A way to protect himself. He touched his hat brim. And now I shall bid you good day. He turned smartly and continued on, determined either to take exercise or to keep his distance from her. Hurrying to keep up with him, Hannah said, I wonder, Sir John, if you even know what I'm really like. You've only known me as a hired companion and an impostor. On the contrary, he retorted, I once thought I knew you very well. This was certainly not the romantic reunion she'd hoped for or imagined. She needed to do something to divert the course of this conversation, and quickly. Will you please slow down so I may talk with you? You're young. Keep up. Sir John had reached the cliff road before she managed to overtake him, or perhaps he'd taken pity on her and slowed down. Hannah crossed the road and looked out at the channel, struck by the sight. She looked west toward Linton and Lynmouth, and east toward the Countisbury Church Tower to gain her bearings. The wind buffeted her, threatening to yank the bonnet from her head. She walked several yards east, waving Sir John over. Look, she pointed. That's where the carriage crashed. He followed and peered down reluctantly, as though expecting a gruesome sight or perhaps a ghost. But only one carriage wheel and a mouldering velvet bench remained to mark the spot. His expression grew thoughtful. That's where my former life ended, and my new life began. Mine too, she whispered, the words swallowed by the wind. Keeping his face toward the channel, Sir John said, Mr. Loudon isn't here, if you're looking for him. He's working from his offices in Bristol. He kept his gaze averted, as though not wishing to see her disappointment. I know, she said. I'm not looking for him. He gave her a sidelong glance. But you've seen him? Yes, she replied. She took a deep breath and added, I'm afraid I dismissed him. He turned to stare at her, both brows high. Dismissed him? Yes. Will it be a terrible inconvenience to engage a new solicitor? He blinked, clearly taken aback. No, but may I ask why you felt it necessary to dismiss him? With relief, she noticed he didn't demand to know what gave her the right to do so. She said, Do you need to ask why? His grey-blue eyes glinted. You thought it would be awkward to marry him, were he still my solicitor? She shook her head. I do not plan to marry your solicitor. No? No. But I do think it would be awkward to be married to you, were he still your solicitor. How forward, she realized, neck heating. Would he rebuff her then and there? His mouth quirked. Afraid you'll be tempted to go astray? Not at all, she said evenly. But it would be painful for him to see the two of us happy together. He stilled, as though holding his breath. "And will we be happy together?"
"I dearly hope so."
He studied her closely. "I already told you I'll support Danny. You needn't marry me. James Loudon is younger, good-looking, and clearly in love with you." She held his gaze and took a small step closer.
"Yes, Sir John, all those things are true."
She looked down and then back up.
"But he's not the one I want."
The sentence was barely out of her mouth before he hooked his arm around her waist and pulled her close. "What are you trying to do to me?" he asked, voice hoarse, his breath warm at her temple.
"I'm trying to convince you."
He eased back just far enough to look her full in the face. With his free hand, he smoothed a lock of hair from her cheek and tucked it behind her ear. "Convince me of what, Miss Rogers?" His eyes sparked with challenge, as if daring her to say the words he longed to hear.
"That I love you,"
she whispered, softly but firmly, placing her hand over his heart. "And if I weren't recovered? If I were still confined to an invalid chair?" She traced gentle fingers along his jaw.
"I was ready to be your wife then, before Mariana returned, before you could even walk. I admire you, Sir John, whether sitting or standing."
For several moments he simply stood there, gazing down at her. Then one corner of his mouth quirked. "Miss being Lady Mayfield, do you?" She shrugged.
"Maybe."
He chuckled. "Lady Maybe. That's what I shall call you." She bit her lip and looked up at him from beneath her lashes.
"I can think of several other endearments I would prefer."
"Can you?" His arm around her waist tightened. With his other hand he cupped her face, stroking her cheek in feathery caresses. "Shall I call you dear friend, desired lover, or cherished wife?"
Her heart beat hard, a bubble of hope and joy filling her chest. She smiled and whispered, "Yes, please, all of the above."
"My sentiments exactly." He leaned down, his hand gently tilting her face toward his. His lips touched hers softly, sweetly, then again. Her lips parted of their own accord, and he kissed her more firmly, melding his mouth to hers, her body to his, until her legs felt wobbly, her mind languid. How had she ever doubted her feelings for this man? How foolish she'd been. How blind. Sir John was honourable and generous, handsome and passionate. He loved her, and he loved her son, their son. God had redeemed their past and given her the desires of her heart. So, this is what love feels like, she thought. She found she liked it very much indeed. He broke their kiss and dragged warm lips over her cheek, her temple, her ear. In a husky voice he asked, "Shall we go and see the parson, my love?"
"Yes,"
she breathed, "as soon as possible." Author's Note: I wrote the first draft of this novel before I ever visited Linton and Lynmouth, twin villages in North Devon, England. I picked the area for its coastal setting within Exmoor National Park and its steep cliffs along the Bristol Channel. In 2014, my old friend Sarah Ring and I had the privilege of travelling there, and found the landscape, the villages, and the local people even lovelier than I'd imagined. Sarah and I hiked along the Lynn River, out to the scenic Valley of the Rocks, and along a carriage road hundreds of years old and dangerously close to the cliff's edge near Woody Bay. Together, we searched for the perfect spot to send a carriage careening down into the channel. Wind-whipped hair in our faces, pulled hoods from our heads, and made it almost impossible to hear our voices in the video Sarah shot. She also took many beautiful photos of the area, as well as one of me in ankle stocks as described in the book. Thanks, Sarah. Visit www.julieklassen.com to see a sampling. My thanks to Dick Croft and the other helpful volunteer guides at the Arlington Court and the National Trust Carriage Museum, also in Devon. There I learned the difference between a landau, barouche, travelling chariot, town coach, governess cart, dog cart, gig, cabriolet, and more. How fascinating to see so many historic carriages up close and personal, to peer into the rich interiors and imagine my characters heading off on their life-changing journey. Keen readers may recognise a certain Jane and Mr. Rochester flavour to a few lines in Chapter 22. I humbly acknowledge the influence of Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre, which I have adored since the 6th grade. Warm gratitude to my agent, Wendy Lawton of Books and Such Literary, for her enthusiasm about this book, and to my friends at Bethany House Publishers, who graciously offered to publish an updated 10th anniversary edition of Lady Maybe. I appreciate their ongoing support. I've learned a lot in 10 years, and am thankful for this opportunity to revise the novel. A grateful shout-out to author Michelle Greep, as well as my editors Rochelle Glegg and Genevieve Smith, for providing such helpful feedback. As always, thanks and love to my cherished friend and first reader, Carrie Weber, who gave input on 2 drafts along the way and who blesses me in so many ways. And to my beloved husband and sons, I'd be lost without you. And finally, heartfelt thanks to you, my readers. I appreciate each and every one of you. The End.